Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk? I call the clerk.
I table documents pursuant to statute and a return to order as shown on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Yes, President. Committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
I remind senators that the question may be put on any proposal at the request of any senator. I call the clerk.
Government business order of the day number 1, private health insurance legislation amendment, medical device and human tissue product list and cost recovery bill 2022 and 2 related bills, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator Ruston.
President, and today I rise to speak to these bills that are before the Senate, these 3 bills in relation to the prosthesis list and private health insurance. And this is the first step in the legislative process that follows quite a comprehensive set of reforms to the prosthesis list that has ever been undertaken. And these reforms come after more than 4 years of detailed work and collaboration through amongst a number of people in the medical technology community, with the former department and the former government. Stakeholders from MTAA, the Australian Medical Association, the Australian Private Hospitals Association, Catholic, Health Australia and Consumer Health Forum have all been engaged in this years-long process to get us where we are today, to ensure that this reform package both helps private health insurers remain sustainable and protects patient and access and doctor choice to this very important part of our medical sector, that is the prosthesis list. Getting these reforms right is really, really important, and that's why I want to make a particular point of thanking all of those people who have been involved in getting this particular debate to where it is to enable the start of this legislative process, because we know that medical devices and medical technology have had a major impact across the health sector. A 30% decline in annual mortality rates in the last 20 years. An overall increase in life expectancy of 4.1 years. And a 56% reduction in the number of hospital days per capita are extraordinary, because these statistics are not just numbers, they actually relate to fathers, husbands, wives, children's, friends and loved ones. So it is really, really important that we start this process, which has been undertaken in great faith by doing this legislation. So these bills present the first tranche of the legislative changes required to actually implement a Coalition 21-22 budget measure, modernising and improving the private health insurance prosthesis list. So it's been hard fought, and so the Coalition are absolutely happy to support the process and the progression of these particular bills, because they do some very important things. But in saying that, the importance of this legislation, whilst cannot be overstated, there is some real concerns about the fact that so much of the information that needs to underpin the moving forward of this particular initiative is completely absent, and nobody has any line of sight whatsoever. The sector has no line of sight. This Senate has no line of sight. Certainly the opposition has no line of sight. And in a funny way, I'm actually quite concerned that those opposite don't have any line of sight, because we have no information whatsoever. So whilst these three bills seek to do some reasonably sensible things, ensuring the ability to better define products that will be eligible to be on the list, it also makes sure that it defines and allows the register levy to be able to be implemented, and it also, I suppose, better defines the cost recovery framework that sits here. Certainly, the coalition government is really pleased to be able to stand here today in talking about these bills, because I think our track record demonstrates that we have a really, really strong record when it comes to strengthening private health insurance in this country. We believe that it is a fundamental part of Australia's health system, and when we left government, private health insurance membership was at an all-time high, with more than 14 million Australians being covered. Our reforms in the 2022 premium charge, which was the lowest increase in premiums in more than 21 years, and the 8th successive decline in premium changes since the last year that Labor was in government in 2013. We also increased investment in the patient rebate for private health insurance from $5.4 billion in the 2012-13 to $6.9 billion in 22-23. We also implemented the new easy-to-understand gold, silver, bronze and basics classification for private health insurance, standard clinical definitions and better access to mental health, which sadly we've seen this government start to unwind. We know intrinsically that Labor governments are not great supporters of the private health insurance sector in this country, but I would encourage you to make sure that when voting on these, that we actually do support a very strong private health insurance sector, because that is what makes our overall health sector so strong in Australia. We are the envy of the world because we've got the balance between the private sector and the public sector right, so that we are able to offer that choice and control to Australian consumers when they are patients, so that they can access the healthcare, the broadest rate of choice in healthcare of just about anywhere in the world. But as I mentioned a minute ago, the greatest problem with this legislation is the lack of transparency around the detail that sits behind it. There are certain key elements that are enabled by this bill that we have no information on. So once again, we have a Labor government coming in here and rushing in legislation when they haven't actually done the work that sits behind it. I mean, the question has got to be, is this government incompetent, or are they trying to hide something from Australian consumers by refusing to provide the information that would set most of us at rest, I'm sure, if we knew what was sitting behind this? And there are a number of key areas of great concern that I particularly wanted to raise here today and put on the record. First of all, the cost recovery framework regulations and rules. They haven't even been out for consultation yet, and yet we are seeking to put in place the mechanism for cost recovery with this legislation. Another example is the definition of a medical device. The guidelines that we need to know what will be included in future on the prostheses list, because we know that this legislation enables the process by which many items that are currently on the prostheses list will be removed going forward. So we need to know what will be included into the future. As an example, an insulin pump would not necessarily be categorised as an implantable device, but obviously it's a very, very important device for those people with diabetes. So we need to know where that particular product will be going into the future. Another area of great concern is that of all of the items that have been removed from the prostheses list by this streamlining, often described as non-implantables, the minister has made a verbal statement that he is going to mandate the requirement for those particular items to be included in general use to enable them to continue to be part of the refunding from the private health insurers. We have a promise of mandating or an inclusion, but at this stage we still do not know what that is going to look like. IHACPA, the pricing authority, are out consulting as we speak. It hasn't reported yet. It doesn't have to report until after this legislation is likely to pass today. So we don't know how that bundling is going to occur. I think we've got a reasonable idea that the Department of Health and IHACPA have a preferred model for care for this bundling. It appears as they have a preference for bundling by facility type, but we know that the sector knows that it is a much more targeted way to make sure that we have got the correct kind of refunding and cost mechanisms in place for bundling if they are done through a sort of a procedure bundling exercise instead of a facility type. So the question then also says the minister said that he's going to mandate the requirement for the refunding or the cost inclusion of these items in general use for 2 years. So the question then is, what happens after 2 years? Is the expectation that we're just going to set everybody against each other while they go and fight it out as to who is going to pay for these particular items that have been removed from the prostheses list by this particular legislative framework? But one of the greatest concerns that is before us at the moment is around the timelines of the requirement for this bundling to come into effect. Industry have been categoric in saying that they do not believe that they will be in a position to be able to implement these changes on the 1st of July 2023, which is what the intention of this government is. Once again, we have seen the rushing of a piece of legislation to tick and flick something that they said they were going to do, with no regard of the implications of those timelines, those timeframes, on the people who are required to implement them. But most particularly, I don't think there has been any regard been taken for the implications on patients and the outcomes for patients and the outcomes for our overall health system of the intention to push forward with this 1st of July. We now know that the minister is intending to speak to the IT vendors, who are the ones that will have to put this in place sometime between now and the 1st of July. Surely, Minister, surely Government, surely Health Department, you should have had these things worked out before you came in here and asked this parliament to vote on something with no detail whatsoever, and huge concerns being raised by the sector that these details need to be known so that they can understand whether they actually can meet the requirements that some of this legislation is intending to mandate. We've seen it before. We saw it when they with the aged care bills, and now we are seeing it here with these healthcare bills. But as I said, most particularly, we want to make sure that the implementation of this timeframe does not have the potential catastrophic impacts on patients that it potentially could have if it's forced through without any regard for actually what happens on the ground, what happens in the hospital and what happens to the patients. So I'll be asking some of these questions because I believe the Greens are intending to take this into committee. There's some questions that the government needs to answer here. First of all, the government needs to guarantee that the mechanisms that we don't know about yet, the detail that sits behind this legislation, that is only going to be under instrument, that can't even be disallowed, can you guarantee that there will be no changes to surgeries that different hospitals are able to afford to deliver to their patients? Can you assure this chamber that these changes are not going to have negative impacts on the ability for a hospital to be able to provide a particular process or procedure that it currently is now? I'll ask you a specific question, and I'd really like an answer to this, government. Can you guarantee, as an example, that bariatric procedures will remain a cost-effective procedure for private hospitals to be able to continue to provide to their patients following the changes in terms of the implementation and the categorisation of both the cost framework and the bundling procedures? So will we just see many of the procedures that currently are being undertaken in public hospital and private hospitals shoved into the public system because private hospitals will no longer be able to afford to provide these procedures? These are questions that we need to have answered. We should have had these questions answered before we were asked to come in here and vote on this particular bill. But as I said, despite the fact that we've had so many people in the sector have put so much time and effort into this reform process, we stand here today with so many unanswered questions that you should have been able to answer, and you should have put the work in so that these uncertainties that the industry and the wider private health sector continue to raise about this particular proposed legislation. As I said, the industry's got particular concerns that the enabling legislation will proceed without the critical details that they need to know to make sure that this is in the best interest of the patients that they serve. The legislation is being currently undertaken between March and May. We're standing here at the beginning of March trying to put this through this place. Why are you rushing this legislation through when you could have waited and allowed it to go through in a timely manner to ensure that no unintended consequences do not fall out of this rushed process? Why is it that you as a government continue to refuse to give us any oversight of the subordinate legislation that sits underneath this really important legislation? It might be all fine, but how would we know? Because once again, your idea of transparency is not to tell us anything. Your idea of consultation is to tell us what you're going to do. So, I would say to those opposite, the simplest approach to enable these concerns to be allayed across the broader sector would be to delay any further debate on these particular bills until May or June, after your consultation process has finished and we have confirmed details around the subordinate legislation. Because right now, as we're standing here today, it looks as if we are going to make sure that good governance gets put to the bottom of the list for legislative expediency. And I don't think that's a very good way for us to be managing what is an extraordinarily important part of the Australian culture, something that Australians are so very proud of, our world-class health system. Sure, it's got some challenges at the moment, but those challenges will only be made worse by this government refusing to give any detail around what their intention is around the details of this sort of legislation. It is an absolute become a habit of this place. It's become a habit of this government, elected on a platform of transparency. And I can say to you that in my experience as the Shadow Minister for Health and Aged Care, this government has been anything but transparent since it's been here. I have never seen such an opaque government in my entire life.
Senator Stiljon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I want to start at the outset by indicating that the Australian Greens will be supporting this bill. We do so while recognising that private health insurance is out of reach for too many people in Australia, and we acknowledge that the subsidy that this government provides to private health insurance corporations would be better spent and would better achieve health outcomes if we invested that money into the public healthcare system. As stated in the second reading amendment that I am moving on behalf of the Australian Greens, those in our Australian community who can afford private health insurance, those in our Australian community who can afford private health insurance, which is increasing again in its cost this year, are experiencing a system which is expensive, but which ultimately delivers them faster access to healthcare. Now, the inherent and growing inequality at the centre of this equation is astounding. We are creeping ever closer to an American-style healthcare system, and the Australian value of getting healthcare for free when you need it is getting further and further out of reach for so many. We've got to ask ourselves in this debate a fundamental question. Why? Now, I have learned in this space, when something seems out of place, out of step in this political building, in the decision-making processes of this place, when the government is making a decision, whether it's the Liberal government or the Labor government, that is fundamentally out of step with the needs of the community or what is in the community's best interest, there is often corporate money involved. And lo and behold, the decision to not adequately resource our public hospitals, the decision to support an increase in private health insurance fees, the decision not to take immediate action to expand mental health care services, to bring them under Medicare, could, I believe, be firmly put down to the over $2 million of income the major parties have received from private health insurers and pharmaceutical companies in the 2021-22 financial year. Now, in this current cost of living crisis, We need to see more from this government, more in relation to the expansion of public healthcare systems. We need to see changes to the way that our public health system works to meet the community expectation and the community need. And what I hear from people across WA is that instead of their private health insurance fees increasing, what they want to see is mental and dental health into Medicare. Now let's take a deep dive for a moment into the reality of the current dental health crisis. Only 42% of people between the age of 25 and 34 have been able to go to the dentist in the last year. We know that people are delaying addressing ongoing dental issues because instead they need to do things like pay their rents as they increase, and they simply cannot afford to go to the dentist to get that urgent dental work done. Of those who can afford to make it to the dentist, nearly a quarter are not able to afford the ability to fully treat the problem. In 2019, there were 70,000 hospitalisations from dental conditions that could have been avoided. They could have been avoided. These are people that ended up in hospital when there was no reason for them to be there if they had simply been able to receive dental treatment earlier. Nearly 9,000 of those cases were in my state of Western Australia. On average, an Australian will spend $326 in out-of-pocket dental costs per year, nearly 7 times what the government pays average per capita in terms of subsidies to dental health care. These stats are a snapshot of why I dearly wish that the Parliament was working on a bill to pass dental care into Medicare today. As for mental health care, we have, again, a familiar story. People are unable to get the mental health supports that they need right now. Services are not available locally, there are very long waiting lists, or there are simply closed books. And if you can get onto somebody's books, if you can get in to see someone, cost is then an additional barrier. Now, what does Labor do in response to this reality, in response to the crisis of mental health care in this country, particularly in the aftermath of the worst periods of crisis in this country in relation to the healthcare system that we've seen in many years, that has pushed through incredible weights upon people's mental health? We have the reality that among young people in Australia there is an absolute and total mental health care crisis in this country, unparalleled in its history. And so what does Labor do in response to this absolute reality? Well, they have stopped the subsidies, the 20 subsidies in the Better Access healthcare scheme, and they have wound them back to 10. Let me say that again. In the face of a mental health care crisis overwhelmingly falling on the shoulders of young people, this Labor government has decided that they will wind back the 20-session subsidy under the Better Access scheme to 10. Absolutely unbelievable. And the reason they've given for this disgraceful decision is some mumblings about capacity in the system. They've referenced reports and reviews, even though those reports and reviews do not, in fact, recommend the rolling back of the 20 subsidies. They recommended the augmentation of the system. So in the face of these reports and realities and endless submissions from mental health care peak groups, this government rolled back those subsidies, claimed it on capacity, and when anyone calls them out on the absolute nonsense of that, the disconnected, illogical nature of looking at massive unmet need in the system and responding by constraining access. This government looked you in the face and said, well, we've got to balance the budget. We've got to make sure the books add up, while at the same time they give $250 billion to some of the richest people in this country in the form of the Stage 3 tax cuts. Absolutely disgusting. In no other area of Australian public policy would it be acceptable to respond to an increase in need by restraining access and then claiming that you're doing the right thing by the community that is demonstrating the demand for that increased need. Addressing the cost of living barriers is exactly what this government should be doing, expanding the system so that people can get what they need, when they need it, where they are, without having to have that determined by whether or not they can have the luxury of choosing between healthcare, between mental health care, or paying their rent. These are basic expectations of the Australian community. Australians should not have to rely on private health insurance to get timely access to healthcare. It is time to prioritise public health care, to get dental and mental health into Medicare where it has always belonged. And it is time to get this done now. This is what Australia needs. This is what the Greens will continue to work on until it is relieved, until people are able to access this relief and until these goals are achieved. And in closing, I seek leave to move my second reading amendment, which is standing on the notice paper in my name.
You don't require leave, just please move it.
I will then move it.
So moved. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. Before I deal with some of the details of this bill, I would like to counter some of the remarks of Senator Steele-John. I know when he comes into this place, he is always sincere, he is always passionate, and he believes everything in which he says in this place. There can be no doubt about that. But let me say this. The best strength of our healthcare system in Australia and what makes us different from other communities is the strength of both our private health system and our public health system. Each buttresses the other. And if this country were ever to undermine the strength of our private health system, it would be a disaster, an absolute disaster for those who need to access the public health system. An absolute disaster. Let me give you one example from my home state of Queensland, which I think summarises the position extremely well. In 2012, dental health lists on the public system in Queensland were 62,513. There were 62,000 Queenslanders trying to access dental health care in Queensland under the previous Labor government before the LNP government was elected in 2012. 62,513 Queenslanders. Some had been on that waiting list for up to 10 years. 10 years they couldn't access the public health system. The LNP government was elected in 2012. Within 2 years, how many people were on the public health system waiting list for dental health care? Remember, it was 62,000. How many? 20,000? No, less. 10,000? No, less. 500? No, less. There were none. None. In 2 years, that waiting list had been taken from 62,513 to 0. How? By actually leveraging the private health system, by the government giving people vouchers so they could go and see a private sector dentist and get their teeth fixed. Within 2 years, no one was on that dental health care waiting list. Not a single person. And that is the power of having a system which mobilises the private health system, so that those who can afford it, such as myself, get private health care insurance, and if I don't get it, I'm punished under our tax system. And that's the way it should be. That's the way it should be, to make sure that our public health system is there and available for those who are most vulnerable. There are actually, in Queensland, my home state of Queensland, there are 2,354,000 Queenslanders with private health insurance. And I say to each and every one of those Queenslanders, it would be a disaster, an absolute disaster, if this country adopted the Greens policy. And it was their Greens policy, I've got it here, the Greens policy from the last federal election was to abolish the private health insurance rebate. That was the Greens policy. It would be a disaster. We would see waiting lists far in excess of that 62,513 if we abolished that healthcare rebate. And we all know, and the people in the gallery will know, of friends and family, it's nearly their #1 priority to make sure they've got their private healthcare coverage, insurance coverage. It's nearly their #1 priority to make sure they've got that. Many pensioners, many people on retirement incomes, they scratch and save to make sure they've got that private healthcare insurance. And they deserve a rebate. They deserve to be rewarded. They deserve to be rewarded when they have that insurance rebate. And those of us in higher income brackets deserve to be punished if we don't have private health insurance. And that is how we get the best. That is how we get the best outcomes in our healthcare system. The public system working together with the private system. And it will be a disaster for the people of this country if we ever change that system and rely simply on a public healthcare system, which is what the Greens are advocating. That is what they're advocating. It will be a disaster for the most vulnerable of Australians. And I will certainly make sure, up to the next election, the people in who voted Green at last federal election in my home state of Queensland, the seats of Ryan, seats of Brisbane, seats of Griffith, I'll make sure they know that the Greens' policy is to abolish private health care, the amount you get back for getting private health insurance coverage, the private health insurance rebate. I will make sure that every one of those voters knows that the Greens are coming after their private health insurance rebate. The Greens don't believe in the private health system. They're coming after your private health insurance rebate. And I'll make sure I remind those Queenslanders every day between now and the next federal election that the Greens are coming after their private health insurance rebate, because I think it will be a disaster for the health system in this country if the Greens were successful in what is clearly, patently an ideological obsession against private providers of anything. An ideological obsession which would be a disaster for the most vulnerable people in our community. Now, having made those introductory comments, Mr Acting Deputy President, I'll move now to some of the particulars of the legislation in this case. We, of course, do support this legislation. The Coalition does, of course, support this legislation. It reflects much of the work that was done by the Coalition government. And this is an example of there being an orderly transition in our democratic government and policies which were introduced by a prior government being continued under the next government where they're in the best interests of the Australian people. So it is something we should acknowledge. There are concerns, however, Mr Acting Deputy President, with respect to the lack of detail in the legislation. And as senators know, I have a particular concern wherever it applies, where there isn't sufficient detail in the primary legislation, to understand how this system is going to work in practice. And in this occasion, there are a number of areas where the legislation is lacking, and we haven't seen all the regulations and delegated legislation which actually puts the meat on the bones in terms of a lot of this legislation and how it will operate in practice. So these are some of the significant issues which are going to be dealt with in regulation, which we haven't seen yet. And as we all know, the devil is often in the detail. So these are some of the issues. Eligibility criteria with respect to the items that fall within this legislation, these crucial health items. Listing pathways, specifications for the calculations of cost recovery, regrouping and payments for removal items, etc., etc. And bear in mind that with respect to this legislation, those who are providing private health insurance, private health coverage, providing these sorts of services and these sorts of items in the Australian community were given less than 1 week to consider the draft legislation. Less than 1 week. We need to do better than that. We need to do better than that, surely. And the concern I have when legislation is introduced in a rush, there are always unintended consequences. The devil is always in the detail. And there are fundamental concerns with respect to the process, with respect to this legislation and how it's made its way into the Senate. The bills provide little detail about the extent or specificity of the powers to be implemented through uncited subordinate legislative instruments and mechanisms. So we just don't know what the powers are that underlie this legislation. Who's going to exercise those powers? What are going to be the ramifications of those powers? And it's also done in regulation, which means this place, this chamber, has less opportunity to oversee that legislation and to assert our will, our concerns, through disallowance procedures. Our opposition Shadow Minister, Senator Anne Ruston, the Honourable Senator Anne Ruston, raised specific concerns and asked a particular question. I'll put that particular question here again today. Are there going to be any changes to the ability of private health hospitals, private institutions, to provide particular surgeries and undertake particular procedures? Will they be, let me put it this way, will a private hospital undertaking a type of surgery today be able to do it tomorrow once the regulations come into effect? Now, that's a pretty basic question. What is going to be the impact of the regulations on private health hospitals, in terms of the surgery which they can undertake? Are they going to be prevented through the operation of the regulations from doing a procedure tomorrow that they can do today? That's the sort of detail we should have as we're discussing this legislation. But because so much of the detail, and this happens again and again in this place, so much of the detail is going to be buried in regulations, senators from all states and all jurisdictions from the territories aren't going to have the ability, the transparency, the visibility to identify particular concerns for their constituents. And the system shouldn't work that way. The system shouldn't work that way. We should have that visibility. We should have that transparency so we can raise legitimate concerns with respect to how this legislation is going to work in practice. But at the moment, we just don't have that visibility. And I think the government should reflect on that. It is simply not good enough. It is not good enough for draft legislation to be released by the government of the day, and I don't care which political persuasion. It's simply not good enough for draft legislation to be released and key stakeholders only having 1 week to actually give feedback with respect to that draft legislation. And if there are unintended consequences, as invariably there are, no one's perfect. And the only way we can introduce legislation in this place which is effective, which is efficient, which protects the interests of all Australians, is to have a genuine consultation process with respect to the draft legislation, so we can get the views of those who know the most about how legislation like this applies in practice. And this chamber, the Australian people, have been denied this opportunity because this legislation has been so rushed. And then we also see one of my key bugbears in this place. We've got subordinate legislation which is going to be introduced potentially, and there are questions over whether or not that subordinate legislation is going to be subject to disallowance. And this is, again, unacceptable from my perspective. Any subordinate legislation, any regulations which are going to impact the rights and liberties, the freedoms, the opportunities, which are going to have any impact, negative impact on Australians and their interests, should be subject to disallowance in this place. Should be subject to any of us as senators introducing a vote and saying this isn't good enough, and prosecuting our arguments on the floor of this chamber and trying to persuade a majority of our colleagues to our view. We should have the opportunity to have that debate with respect to regulations which can have such a serious impact on the lives of Australians. So with that, Mr Acting Deputy President, I certainly do support the intent behind this legislation. I do have material concerns with respect to how that intent is going to be translated into the regulations, because those regulations could have a material impact on Australians seeking particular surgery in the private health sphere, and I think we need to have detail with respect to that. But in conclusion, the strength of our health system, is built on two foundations: the strength of our private health system and our public health system. And we get the best health outcomes for all Australians when we have both a strong private health system and a strong public health system. And I say to those Queenslanders who voted Green at the last federal election, we will be reminding you between now up to the next election that the Greens are coming after your private health insurance rebate. They're coming after your private health insurance rebate. And that will be a disaster for the many thousands, over 2 million Queenslanders have private health insurance, but in my view, it would also be a disaster for our public health system, because a successful Australian health system depends on a strong private system and a strong public system.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to offer a brief contribution on these bills and on the topic of private health more generally. As Senator Scarr has pointed out, we do have a health system that is a mix of public and private health care, and our tax system actively incentivises many Australians to hold private health insurance. In fact, from the most recent statistics that I can see, well over half of us now have private health insurance. And that number has been growing since the pandemic. People obviously value their health, and they are taking up private health insurance. Given these incentives and potential extra tax for not having private health insurance, I feel that we as a parliament have a duty to ensure that the system is working efficiently and is delivering the care that Australians need. And the system clearly has its challenges. We have a range of commentators who all have various views, but it's really important that we remember that this is affecting Australians' lives. People are feeling the effects of this when the system, whether it's private or public, doesn't work for them. And this is something that I hear about a lot from my community here in the ACT. People frustrated with what they see as, at times, a lack of value. To give you one example, I recently heard from a gentleman living here in the south of Canberra. He had been to have a treatment at a prosthodontist, which cost him $1,500. He was reimbursed just $57 by his fund, despite estimating that he's paid around $47,000 in premiums over the last 15 years. I don't claim to know the specifics of this case and the level of coverage he had, but it's hard to see that this gentleman received value for his investment in this specific interaction. He's been paying over $3,000 for the last 15 years and is out of pocket $1,400 for a procedure. Each year, the ACCC delivers a report to the Senate highlighting some of the key trends in private health insurance. I thought I would highlight some of the figures that stood out to me in their 2020-2021 report. The average gap expense for hospital treatment increased by 9.5% on the previous year. It has increased by 23% over the last 5 years. Private health insurance management costs have increased by 8%, or about $200 million. That's an extra $200 million in salaries, management costs and bonuses. And at the same time, the number of exclusionary policies grew by 150,000 policies, or by around 4.6%. According to the ACCC, this is part of a long-term trend which has seen the number of policies with exclusions grow from 28.7% in 2012 to 61.3% today, which is likely a function of people cancelling top cover and opting for low-cost basic policies to avoid the added tax expenses. However, in some good news, the industry appears to be making good on their promise not to profit from the pandemic, and has reported returning a total of $2.1 billion to consumers up to the 30th of June last year. It's also worth noting that premium increases have generally been lower over the past couple of years, certainly lower than inflation. However, the cost of living is really hurting Australians at the moment, and every percentage point matters. From the insights delivered by the ACCC, it's clear that the system is just not working as hard as it can for patients. It can work harder. And that brings me to these prostheses benefits, the topic of the bills in front of us today. I've spent a number of weeks delving into this legislation and some of the complexities, and I can report that it is indeed a complex area of policy. It's a system that seems quite precariously balanced between a number of interests. Last year, the government entered into a 4-year agreement with the medical technology industry to drive savings on prostheses benefits. Prostheses benefits will now reduce over the next 4 years and will be aligned with public sector prices. However, the prices won't be able to fall below a 7% floor. They will have to be 7% higher than in the public system. And it should be noted that the ACCC has raised some concerns with these arrangements. To quote from their report, while the ACCC welcomes efforts to reduce the underlying cost of prostheses, the ACCC notes that the MOU's floor on prostheses benefit reductions is likely to have some distortionary impacts on prices for medical devices in private healthcare. I understand this is a complex system, and there are many different factors to take into account. In some instances, it's very hard to compare what's happening in the public system with the private system. But that aside, these savings that have been committed to, around $900 million, almost $1 billion of savings on the table over the next 4 years from the medical technology industry, these should be delivered to consumers. And I have drafted an amendment that would mean that there is an update to the sort of long-standing OPD where the ACCC reports into private health, and it would simply look at how much of these savings are being realised from this agreement and how much of them are being passed on to consumers. Something that I think this Parliament has a duty to do. When these sorts of savings are put on the table for consumers, we can put processes in place that actually just check on them and make sure that they are flowing. We can't have a system where large deals are agreed to by government and then have no scrutiny. And there really is no point in having this generous offer of almost $1 billion over 4 years and that not flow on to consumers, people who are paying their premiums every month for themselves, for them and their partner, or for their whole family, deserve to see a share of that almost $1 billion in savings. So I have circulated an amendment. I believe it is a very minor one. It's simply adding a little bit more scrutiny, and I would hope that the Senate will support it. I do not see a good reason not to support transparency measures, given this generous deal that we've seen that is going to deliver these savings. I'd also like to just finally raise some concerns around the lack of visibility of the delegated legislation. Senator Scarr has also raised this. As a new parliamentarian, I've been pretty shocked, frankly, how much is done by delegated legislation from ministers. I understand that's how it's done, but there should be scrutiny of that. If we don't have, ideally, you have the ability to debate it here, potentially amend it in the Senate. But if there are bills that simply allow delegated legislation, I really believe that there should be visibility over that delegated ledge, so we can have a look at it, have the debate in this context, rather than having to try and use what is a very blunt instrument of disallowance. For me, the first is certainly preferable, and being on the scrutiny of delegated legislation committee, I really would echo Senator Scarr's concerns around non-disallowable instruments. Parliamentarians are elected by their electorate or by their state or territory to scrutinise legislation, and to have a system where there's a whole range of things that are non-disallowable doesn't make sense to me. To me, it doesn't pass the pub test when it comes to politicians being elected to be there to represent the people that vote for them. So I support this bill. I really would commend these amendments to the Senate. I really believe that they add an added layer of scrutiny without slowing up or affecting what is proposed at all. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. Senator McAllister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I do thank senators for their contribution to the debate on the bills. This package of bills supports the implementation of a 2021-22 budget measure modernising and improving the private health insurance protheses list, and, as other senators have observed, arises after an extended period of consideration and reform. So these bills represent the first tranche of legislative change required to fully implement measures that will support modernising and improving the private health insurance protheses list. And the first bill is the Private Health Insurance Legislation Amendment, Medical Device and Human Tissue Product List and Cost Recovery Bill. This bill inserts definitions of medical devices and human tissue products into the legislation, which will better define the kind of products that, along with additional criteria contained in the legislative instrument, will be considered eligible for set benefits from private health insurers. The bill also provides for the renamed Private Health Insurance, Medical Devices and Human Tissue Products rules, and this new name is reflective of the modernised and amended scope of the legislation. The bill also updates the cost recovery arrangements to support predictable and sustainable fee-for-service arrangements. The second bill is the Private Health Insurance Protheses Application and Listing Fees Amendment Cost Recovery Bill. Now, this bill provides for levies payable by medical technology sponsors for the listing of medical devices and human tissue products. These levies are essential as they allow the department to administer the listings in a financially sustainable and appropriate manner. And the third bill is the Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment Consequential Amendment Bill 2022, which is machinery in nature only and does not change any current requirements or obligations. These bills will modernise and improve administrative processes and cost recovery arrangements, and they are long-awaited improvements that will assist in keeping downward pressure on private health insurance premiums by reducing the costs associated with medical devices and human tissue products. I do note the report from the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, and the government has circulated an amendment for the committee stage which goes to that, and we would expect to speak to that in the committee stage. I note too the second reading amendments that have been moved during the course of the debate. The government is not supportive of these amendments. I wanted particularly to speak to second reading amendment numbered 1826. We are aware that some stakeholders report practices between hospitals and sponsors that may constitute anti-competitive behaviour. Now, these are usually investigated by the ACCC, supported by a body of evidence that can support the claims. And the ACCC establishes an annual program of work, and any inquiry into the prostheses list would be subject to the priorities of the ACCC. Given that such an inquiry would take some time to establish and report following a reference from the Treasurer, the government is committed to shorter-term reforms that will make a significant impact. A key component of the prostheses list reform is the development of a new compliance framework, and this will include standard regulatory regime provisions for effective monitoring, investigation, referral and enforcement. Essential to the compliance framework is the ability to gather information from stakeholders and to share information with relevant regulators on matters of non-compliance, and the ACCC and the TGA are key regulators for referring matters of non-compliance. The government is working to introduce legislation in the spring sittings to establish the compliance framework for safeguarding the prostheses list. In the meantime, a number of existing laws continue to apply to prostheses list stakeholders. These include the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989, which regulates the supply and advertising of therapeutic goods, including medical devices, and the Australian Consumer Law, which deals with misleading or deceptive conduct in trade and commerce, and of course the Criminal Code, which deals with providing false or misleading information to Commonwealth entities. Now, we consider these mechanisms appropriate while the broader reforms are being rolled out. In relation to the motion circulated and moved by Senator Steele-John, can I say this? All Australians deserve access to affordable treatment and medical devices to stay healthy and to live full and productive lives. Private health insurance works with our public healthcare system to offer Australians more choice in health services and encourages those Australians who can afford to do so to contribute to the cost of their own health care, taking some of the pressure off public hospital systems and waiting lists. More than half the Australian population, about 14.5 million people, have private health insurance. Australians, it seems, do want to exercise choice about their health care. Private health insurers must ensure their members are getting value for money, and when costs rise, they want to know higher premiums are contributing to system-wide improvements, like higher wages for nurses and other health workers. As I indicated, all Australians deserve access to affordable treatment and the devices they need to stay healthy and live full and productive lives. In closing, I thank again senators for their contribution, for the courteous spirit in which the debate took place, and I commend the bill to the Senate.
Thank you, Minister. The question is at the second reading. Amendment moved by Senator Steele-John. Oh, sorry.
Chamber, please.
Yes, you can. Quorum required?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, ring the
Cheers.
bells. Helen.
Quorum present. So the amendment has been moved. The second reading amendment has been moved by Senator Steele-John on behalf of the Greens. All of that, I'll put that. All of those of that opinion say aye. All of those against say no. The noes have it. The noes have it. Noes have it? Are you calling for a division, Senator? A division? There was only one voice. I'll put that vote again. All of those in support of the amendment, please say aye. All those against? The noes have it. Calling for a division for 4 minutes. Ring the bells, please. Cadell, you're going to be the whip. Yes. Thank you. Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment, as moved by Senator Steele-John, be agreed to. Those of that opinion move to the right of the chair. Those opposed to it move to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim and Senator McArdle for tellers. No. I'm voting no. The result of the division is ayes 13, noes 26. The question is resolved in the negative. I now call Senator Pocock David to move his second reading amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Do I seek leave for this one or just move it?
Just move it.
I move the amendment circulated in my name.
The question is that the amendment moved by Senator Pocock of the second reading amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those opposed say no. Noes have it. Calling for a division. There were two. I heard two voices. There was. We will call for a division. Ring the bell for 1 minute only. It's 1 minute. No, it's not.
Oh, yes. Oh, okay, I got told it was a real clock.
Lock the doors. Senator Pocock has moved his second reading amendment. Those that support that amendment move to the right of the chair. Those who are opposed move to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McKim and Senator Gardell as the whips tellers. Senator Pocock is going to count. Yes. The result of the division is ayes 14, noes 30. The question is resolved in the negative. Now we need to... The question is now that the bill be read a second time. All those in favour, please say aye. All those against, say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. At committee stage? Oh, sorry, Clerk. Jumping ahead. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to private health insurance and for related purposes. A bill for an act to amend the Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Act 2009 and for related purposes. A bill for an act to amend the Private Health Insurance Prosthesis Application and Listing Fees Act 2007 and for related purposes. Just read that
I guess. Is it the wish of the committee that the bills be taken together as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bills stand as printed. Those of that opinion say, Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I table a supplementary explanatory memorandum relating to the government amendment to be moved to the Private Health Insurance Legislation Amendment, Medical Device and Human Tissue Product List and Cost Recovery Bill 2022.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, and thank the Minister. I just would like to get some better idea around the timeframes that are sitting around the additional information around the time frame in which the new bundling arrangements are to come into place. Could the Minister advise when we will be expecting to have an idea of the mechanism of the bundling and the timing of that bundling?
Minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Senator Ruston. And I'm advised that 2 weeks ago we initiated consultation on these questions. It's expected that that consultation will run for another 6 weeks, and then the introduction and the government sometime after that will be in a position to make public the relevant information. The bills, of course, commence on the 1st of July.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Just wondering if the Minister could advise whether the substantive Minister has had any issues raised by the sector as the ability for the IT changes that are going to be necessary to enable the change in the bundling application by the 1st of July, whether you've had any concerns raised by the sector about your ability to meet those timeframes.
Minister.
Senator Ruston, thanks again for the question and apologies for taking time to consult officials. I am advised that the bundling issues that you refer to are not in fact contained in this bill, that they are being dealt with through a separate process.
Senator Ruston.
Could you give us an idea about the timeframe of the requirements in relation to bundling? Is it the 1st of July or is it not till September?
Minister.
I'm advised that it's the relevant time period is the second half of this year, of course, after the 1st of July.
So in relation Senator Ruston, you have the call, and then noted Senator Pocock wants the call.
Oh, sorry. I'll be a few more minutes. So in relation to the changes that are going to take effect as a result of this particular legislation, so in relation to levy, obviously the changes to the cost recovery framework and I suppose they're the two main components. What requirements of industry does the government believe industry will have to put in place by the 1st of July?
Minister.
Senator, I wonder if you could be more specific about the kinds of changes you're contemplating, because, well, you are seeking information about certain steps that you believe need to be taken by industry, and I'm wondering if you could elucidate what they are.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Chair. The industry has expressed concerns to me that they have got IT requirements that they will need to put in place by the 1st of July in order to meet the requirements of this legislation. I'm just wondering whether that's correct or not.
Minister.
The advice I have is that that is not correct.
Senator Pocock, was you seeking the call?
Thank you, Chair. I was just seeking an explanation from the government as to why you don't want the ACCC just to report on whether these savings are going to be passed on to consumers. There's $900 million on the table from the medtech industry. My amendment didn't touch this bill at all. All it said was, here's some transparency about what happens to that $900 million.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the question, Senator Pocock. I did step through that in my second reading remarks, and but I'm happy to touch on it in brief terms again. I think for a number of reasons, we don't consider having we didn't support the Senate making a direction of this kind. The first reason is that essentially this power exists with the ACCC, and the Treasurer has a capacity to require an inquiry of this kind. But we can, in the end, the ACCC has a capacity for investigation, and they establish their priorities according to resources and the issues before them. I think the second one was really one about timeframes. There is a new compliance framework being developed. It includes the ability to gather information from stakeholders and share information with relevant regulators on matters of non-compliance. So there is a framework which is being brought forward. In the meantime, as I indicated in the second reading remarks, there are a number of existing powers which apply to participants in this market.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Minister. Just to follow on from that, I understand that there is a long-standing OPD for the ACCC to report to the Senate on a number of things that regard private health insurance. I'm just not sure why this, given there's a new agreement, $900 million on the table, people keen to ensure they're getting value for money with their premiums, why can't we at least know if that money is being passed on, given the ACCC is looking at this anyway?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Senator Pocock. I'm advised that the issues that you are raising interact in complicated ways with the health portfolio because, of course, the ACCC is a Treasury agency. The public sector advisors here to provide advice today in the Senate are drawn from the Health Department. However, I think Minister Gallagher would be happy to have a further discussion with you about this, but we would need some time to obtain the necessary advice.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Just in relation to the removal or the decision to take a number of items off the prostheses list and put them into general use bundling, just wondering the clinical implementation reference group obviously went through a process to make a decision on these particular items. Just wondering if there's any sort of like brief summary you can give us around the determination of those items. Obviously, there must have been some sort of clinical definition as to why they were removed, and I'm wondering whether it was possible to get the meeting papers in relation to the removal of those items.
Minister.
Thanks very much, Senator Ruston. If I may, I'll take the question about the papers on notice. We will review them and see what may be appropriately provided.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. So, on that basis, does the CIRG have an ongoing role, either in the short term or in the longer term, in relation to not just what is currently on the prostheses list, included or not included, or what happens into the future in terms of exclusions and inclusions?
Minister.
Thanks, Senator Ruston. I'm advised that they only have a role for the duration of the reforms, which will end in 2025.
Thank you.
Senator Ruston.
It could take up more time if we keep doing this. I'm just wondering if you could provide an update as to where this current situation is in relation to the alternative funding arrangements and mechanisms in relation to these items that are now going to go into general use.
Minister.
Senator Ruston, I understand from your question that you're referring to the bundling, and I refer to my earlier answer, which indicated that there's a consultation process on foot at the moment, which I understand will extend for approximately 6 weeks.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. So, is there any truth in the view that the department's preferred mechanism for bundling is by facility type?
Minister.
I'm advised, Senator Ruston, that the consultation paper makes reference to 3 options. It indicates a preferred option, and that is the option that you have referred to just now.
Senator Ruston.
Could you advise whether your early consultations have provided a result that would indicate that more broadly the industry and the sector is seeking for bundling to be done by procedure, not by facility type?
Minister.
Senator Ruston, the consultation process, as I've indicated, has just begun. We intend to let that take its course before drawing any conclusions about the preferences of stakeholders.
Senator Ruston.
That's interesting, and yet you have the preference of the department already out there and try to lead the consultation, and yet you don't have, haven't sought to find out what the preferred mechanism of your stakeholders, the very people who are required to actually implement these changes. So, disappointing. The minister announced in December that the alternative payment structure, whatever it happens to be, would be mandated. Can you advise how long it will be mandated for?
Ruston, I actually, my apologies, Chair.
You have the call, Minister.
Senator Ruston, I just actually missed the specific nature of your question. Were you asking how long? Sorry,
Right, Senator Ruston, yes. You want to clarify that for us?
Yeah, thank you. In December, when questioned in relation to the moving of these particular items into the general use bucket, the minister said, in response to their funding, that the payment of them by the insurers would be mandated. I'm just keen to understand the length of time of the intention of that mandate.
Minister.
Senator, I think I need to take that question on notice, and we'll see what we can find for you.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Minister. You may need to take this on notice as well. I'm just keen to understand what the legislative or regulatory process would be to implement the mandate that I've asked you to find out about.
Minister.
Thank you. And in similar terms, we'll take that on notice and see what information we can provide you, Senator Ruston.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you. So I'm wondering whether the department has assessed the impact of on specific procedures as a result of these removals.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Senator Ruston. The questions you're asking go to matters that are really beyond the scope of the bill before us. I accept that they are related and associated with the ongoing reform process, but in this question again, we may need to come back to you and assess what may be appropriately provided.
Senator Ruston.
Yeah, thank you, and I accept that you've taken it on notice. But I think what I'm trying to get to is the very nature of the fact that we have got this bill before us that actually provides a whole series of enabling capabilities for the government to do things, not the least of which is the removal of in excess of 400 items off the prostheses list that now have to be dealt with by an alternative funding model. I mean, obviously this is of significant concern more broadly because it could potentially have very significant impacts on the delivery of services. So I am, and I accept that you're not the minister, you're a representing minister, and I appreciate you're going to take these on notice. But I think, given that this bill is going to come back a little bit later this afternoon or maybe tomorrow, I'd really appreciate to understand whether you've actually assessed the impacts of how you might proceed forward in terms of dealing with the funding or the payment of these particular items as it actually impacts on actual procedures. As an example, I asked in my second reading speech, can you guarantee, as an example, bariatric procedures which use a significant number of the items that will be transferred off the prostheses list into this new general use area, can you guarantee that these processes will remain cost-effective for the delivery by private hospitals through this insurance mechanism following the changes? Because the thing that I think everybody is wanting to find out about what's going on here is to make sure that the procedures that are currently being undertaken are not going to be detrimentally impacted by the changes. That's all we're seeking to understand. And so it's concerning that we're standing here today without having that information. But we're about to get gonged because we're going to the next stage of procedure in the place, so I'd look forward to perhaps being a bit more detailed when we come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Chair, as it is 1:30 p.m, the committee will report to the Senate. We will now move to 2-minute statements, and I call Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Today I rise to talk about a hidden gem of Western Australia, and that is the Swan Valley. I recently had the pleasure of showcasing the Swan Valley to Kevin Hogan, the Shadow Minister for Trade and Tourism, and the valleys, of course, in the electorate of Hasluck. It was a day of flowers, chocolate and great wine. The Swan Valley is just a short 30-minute drive from Perth CBD. It was my pleasure to showcase where vines were first planted in Western Australia nearly 200 years ago. Our first stop was the award-winning Swan Valley Visitors Centre, where we received a briefing on the history of the valley and also information on the 150-plus wineries, breweries, distilleries and, of course, fine restaurants. And I thank the City of Swan very much for your very warm welcome. Our second stop was an amazing small business, well, actually not so small anymore, called Waffix. This extraordinary family business, through passion and multi-generations of hard work, now have over 100 staff, and they're distributing Aussie flowers to 25 countries globally. Our next stop was the magical Margaret River Chocolate Company and also Providor. which is well known to all West Australians in Margaret River, but not many know that there is also a factory and an outlet in the Swan Valley. So not only did we purchase our Easter goodies, we also got to see how the magic is made and how chocolate Easter eggs and the many other delicacies are made. And it's a must for any— and yes, Senator Choney, I'll bring some next time for colleagues here in the chamber. And it is a must for anyone visiting Perth and the Swan Valley. Our last stop was lunch at the iconic Sandalford Wines, an historic winery, restaurant and major events venue, one of the many wineries in the valley and a mainstay of any winery tour of the valley. I cannot endorse
Senator,
it more.
Your time has expired. No chocolate, no proof of being there. Senator Green.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. A couple of days ago, on Sunday the 5th of March, it was Clean Up Australia Day. This is an annual event that sees thousands of Australians get out and about in their communities to clean up, fix up and conserve our environment. It's good old-fashioned power people, it's a recreational fishing group removing marine debris, it's school students keeping their neighbourhood clean and tidy, it's tree planting groups removing litter from a local reserve. And it's no different in my neck of the woods in far north Queensland, where we are lucky enough to have both the wet tropics rainforest and the Great Barrier Reef on our doorstep. Just this weekend, the Heliki Outrigger Canoe Club, based out of Yorkeys Knob, held their own clean-up event, and it was very well attended. We know the challenge of cleaning up these events is a positive, practical action that makes a difference to the health of our planet. But that challenge goes far beyond one day. I also know that there are individuals and groups and businesses right across this country that are doing their bit day in, day out to help. As Special Envoy for the Great Barrier Reef, I see this commitment every single day in our communities. Groups like Tangaroa Blue Foundation, who I was fortunate enough to join forces with recently to host a community beach clean alongside the Darwell Rangers and local residents. We've removed over 33 kilograms of rubbish from a local beach and waterway that feeds directly into the Great Barrier Reef. I am incredibly proud of these groups and the work that they do, and I'm also proud that as a Labor government we've got straight to work to restore our environmental credibility, to recognise the value of our natural environment and to take real action on climate change. We couldn't do it without the community on the ground. We will back their commitment with real action, and we're seeing that already. Just a few months ago, Australia signed a strong determination to end plastic pollution around the world.
Senator. Your time has expired. Senator Rice.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. 2 hours ago, I walked out onto the lawns of Parliament House and met with hundreds of my fellow Australians who don't have all the privileges that us in this place usually take for granted. The people on the lawns were angry. They felt powerless and they felt that no one cared or was listening to them. They were people who have sought asylum here in Australia, risking their lives to free from oppressive regimes such as Afghanistan, Iran, Syria. Most had been locked up here in Australia or offshore for many years, just for exercising their right to seek refuge. Many had had fast-track visa applications rejected unfairly, and now they exist on temporary or bridging visas, with children not permitted to attend university, some not able to access Medicare, not able to bring their ageing parents to join them here. Karima from Melbourne said to me that she and her family had been in limbo for the past 11 years and have never felt settled in this country that they wish to call home. And they feel betrayed by the government. Some shared photos they'd taken with a smiling Andrew Giles soon after the election. And despite some changes promised by the government, 10 months on, thousands of people are continuing to live in so much pain. I promised them that I would continue to speak out on their behalf, for speedy processing of their visas, for the rights to study, to work, for healthcare, and to bring their ageing parents out with them. Above all, I call on the government to listen and to treat the families I met this morning with care and humanity as fellow human beings, rather than political problems. To Karima, Haider, Hussein, Rachia, Zainab, Ibrahim and everyone I met this morning, I care, the Greens care, and we will keep fighting for you until justice is achieved for you.
Senator Antic.
Welcome to country ceremonies are now as ubiquitous as they are inescapable. Australians are forced to sit through these rituals everywhere from the commencement of Parliament to school assemblies. They're now more common than singing our national anthem. And far from being an ancient practice, these rituals began to be used by progressive activists in the early 2000s. The practice suggests that Australians whose families have lived here for generations, possibly since settlement, are not welcome. The welcome to country is nothing more than something wealthy city people love to do to make themselves feel good. All Australians have the right to call this country home, but the activists and bureaucratic classes want division, as it perpetuates the victimhood mindset which they use to manipulate people. And by the way, when's reconciliation actually going to be achieved? What does it look like practically? Will it be achieved when we've got a treaty? When it will be achieved when Australians are paying some sort of rent tax? Or perhaps when there's a new Indigenous nation that will further divide Australians? The answer is that activists will never be happy, and we all know it, because bitterness and resentment are their bread and butter. So next time you're asked to participate in one of these ceremonies, remember, despite what they say, refusing doesn't make you a racist. So here's my memo to the grievance industry. Thanks for the virtue theatre, but like most Australians, I'm sick and tired of being welcomed to my own country.
Senator Sheldon.
Hundreds of truck drivers and their families are marching on Aldi stores around Australia today, demanding that Aldi take responsibility for the crisis in their supply chain. Now, already 45 people have died in truck crashes this year, including 10 truck drivers. Last week, we saw the collapse of one of the largest cold chain logistics companies in Australia, Scott's Refrigerated Logistics. Scott's had revenue last year of $500 million, but their margins are so razor-thin that they were not able to survive. John Walters, a driver at Scott's, said, and I quote, "Myself and 1,500 others just lost our jobs at Scott's because of the squeeze on transport contracts from the top. One of my mates had just had a baby, now he's lost his job. Retailers like Aldi are responsible for this." End quote. Economic pressure from Aldi, Amazon and others like them has squeezed margins and drivers quite literally to their death to make another truck cost met. Many drivers are forced to overwork, speed and delay maintenance just to make ends meet. 45 deaths, 1,500 jobs lost, countless families ripped apart. Coles and Woolworths have committed to safe and sustainable supply chain practices, and I commend them for that and commend them for turning around and making those steps. But Aldi and Amazon are standing by their deadly practices. The Transport Workers Union has called on Aldi, Amazon and 38 others to join Coles and Woolworths in committing to safe and fair supply chain practices. This government is committed to reform in this space. Blood is on the hands of Aldi, Amazon and other companies at the top of the supply chain operating like them.
Thank you. Senator Bilyk, you have the call.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I'm very excited to inform the Senate of an innovative nationwide project that was started in my home state of Tasmania. The National Assistance Card is an initiative of the Brain Injury Association of Tasmania and has been made possible thanks to the Australian Government's Information Linkages and Capacity Building, or ILC, grants. The National Assistance Card is a personalised card which explains the cardholder's unique areas of difficulty and how you can assist them. A QR code on the card links to more detailed information, and the cardholder can also upload a short video. One situation where the card is particularly useful is when the cardholder's behaviour is misunderstood by others and the cardholder, due to their disability or stress or anxiety, has difficulty explaining their disability and the assistance they need. And a great example of this was when Hobart woman Kate Kerwood, who has an acquired brain injury, was experiencing sensory overload in a store and inadvertently walked out without paying. With the help of her National Assistance Card, she was able to explain her situation to store security. The National Assistance Card is currently available to anyone throughout Australia with an acquired brain injury and is currently being trialled in Tasmania for people with autism. In fact, one of my staff has one for his 6-year-old autistic son. While there is a small fee for the card, the cost per cardholder would be unaffordable without government funding for the project. It has the strong support of many agencies, including police services throughout Australia. And I hope that this project can not only continue but expand to cover people with any kind of disability or severe health condition. I congratulate everyone involved in this project, including the Brain Injury Association of Tasmania, Autism Tasmania, Business Software Tasmania and the Department of Social Services.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise today in March of 2023. Just 2 short months away is May of 2023, where we see the first-year anniversary of this government and we see their second budget delivered. And so they're under pressure now. They have a test from the Australian people as to how they handle the cost of living crisis that is ravaging Australian families in particular. Small businesses, individuals, but families in particular are under extraordinary pressure. And you do have to wonder, given the answers we've heard in this place and in the other place, whether this government actually has any clue as to what to do to the cost of living pressures that families are under. Senator Gallagher, the Minister for Finance, has been asked on numerous occasions, probably more numerous than she'd like to count, in this place as to what the government is doing to alleviate cost of living pressures. And the only things she can name, are policies that the Labor Party announced prior to the last election, prior to the record rises in interest rates and the rapidity of those rises that we've seen over the past 10 months. In fact, most of those policies that she cites as alleviating cost of living pressures were announced in 2021. In 2021, before we saw rises in interest rates, before we saw the rampant inflation that is present in these countries, at a time when the Labor Party was still promising people real wage increases, which they haven't delivered. The Australian people are watching the Labor Party in the upcoming budget.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sterle.
Madam Acting Deputy President, thank you very much. And I know 2 minutes isn't long, but I want to carry on from my dear friend and my colleague Senator Sheldon's comments. And Senator Sheldon talked about the TWU's principles for fair and sustainable standards, a charter that has been signed by Coles and Woolworths, the 2 largest retailers. And as he succinctly said, Aldi and Amazon refused to sign up to it. So I want to share with the world and the chamber what are those standards that Aldi have refused and Amazon to sign up to. They've refused to sign up to safety and fairness when committing to being able and accountable for safe and fair outcomes for transport workers throughout our supply chains from the top to the bottom. They've refused to sign up to transparency to ensure no worker falls through the cracks. We commit to ensuring our transport contracts are transparent about the nature of the work, the working conditions and who performs this work. Aldi and Amazon have refused to sign up to Collective Voice, where they empower workers to collectively stand up and speak out on pay and safety in such a dangerous industry. Aldi and Amazon have also refused to sign up to education and consultation, where the others have said we will ensure ongoing systematic worker and management education and training and supply chain consultation with the TWU to improve safety and sustainability. These pair of corporate, I'll save the word what I'm really thinking, corporate insults, have also refused to sign up to lifting industry standards, where they commit to working with the TWU to pursue industry initiatives that will improve work practices and seek to limit arrangements that provide financial incentives or pressures so they don't engage in unsafe practices, as Senator Sheldon touched on. They've also, listen to this Australia, Aldi and Amazon have refused to commit to any disaster planning. And what this nation's seen in flooding and the pandemic, I condemn Aldi and Amazon.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today, the Diversity Council of Australia released groundbreaking research on the experiences of culturally and racially marginalised women in leadership, and it contains disturbing findings. Code switching and white adjusting to adapt their behaviour closer to whiteness are a sad reality for culturally and racially marginalised women. 83% of women reported experiencing pressure to act, look and sound like existing leaders, who are often white men. 75% of women reported that others assumed they worked in a lower status job and treated them as such. 85% felt that they had to work twice as hard to get the same treatment. 61% of the women reported experiencing racism at work in the past 2 years, while 48% experienced sexism at work over the same period. I can relate to many of these intersectional experiences. When racism and sexism intersect, it is visceral and it is damaging. Yet it is denied and ignored, and women of colour keep being marginalised in workplaces. Australia has a blind spot where racism is concerned. The Diversity Council notes that for many in Australia, particularly those experiencing racism, the current language of culturally and linguistically diverse is outdated and problematic. The Council found that many women prefer the term calm, culturally and racially marginalised, over cold, as it is more accurately capturing their experiences. Terms like cold, I think, have had their day. They bunch together people whose experiences are very different under the same label. They might sound nice, but can make invisible the people who face racism on a daily basis and the harm that it causes. To have a meaningful conversation about building an anti-racist Australia, we have to tell it like it is, that race and racism are used to marginalise people and its impacts on women are compounded, and this has to change.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Pocock-Davey.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Many Canberrans have seen the news of another building company facing financial difficulties, and I want to raise the urgent issue of security of payments for subcontractors and their staff. This has been a long-running issue, and that it has been an issue that hasn't been addressed by politicians, and that needs to change. We have to look after the tradies who are doing the work to build our towns, our cities, all the infrastructure that we rely on. John Murray produced his report in 2017, and we've seen no action from either side. Subbies, at best, can write off these payments that they were meant to have as losses. At worst, we're hearing stories of subbies going bankrupt, going into financial difficulty, some tragic cases where subcontractors have committed suicide after a number of projects fall over and they don't get paid for work that they have already done. Tradies have the right to be paid for work that they complete on a building site. We have this report. We have ways of making this happen. What we need is the political will. Labor, in the election campaign, committed to implementing the Murray Review, and I would really like to see this progressed and see this happen, because tradies cannot continue to be on the end of payments, to be the ones that bear the brunt of building companies going under. We can't continue to let this happen. We have the solutions. What we need is the political will and the government to get on with implementing the Murray Review.
Thank you. Senator Askew, you have the call.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. And I rise to speak today about an exciting project that has been under development in our home state of Tasmania for several years and will come soon to fruition. The fermentation hub at Legana in Tasmania's north was planned as an innovative centre for excellence for the state's flourishing fermentation industry. Ferment Tasmania was granted $7.5 million via the Coalition Government's Building Better Regions Fund in 2021, and the hub is expected to open next year. The 1,800 square metre facility provides space to test and develop fermented beverages, food, nutraceuticals, which is products derived from food that have health benefits or medical foods, and green energy on a small scale with a view to scaling up. Working together with other producers and fermentation mentors, these new products can be perfected before being launched. It means innovations in wine, cheese, spirits, chocolate, miso, condiments, yoghurt, sourdough, and products we haven't even dreamed of yet. These will be researched and developed in Tasmania for a wider market. Aspiring fermented product developers are now submitting expressions of interest to be part of the hub's starter culture. They include applicants from agribusiness, agritourism, education, food and beverages, and hospitality. Entry to the hub starter culture cohort includes space, access to equipment and expertise, training opportunities, advice on scaling up for commercial production and diversifying product offerings and more. The Fermentation Hub team will also help producers with commercial-focused research with support from industry experts at the University of TAFE and the Institute of Brewing and Distilling. I applaud the work that has gone into Ferment Tasmania's vision for this project, and I look forward to visiting the hub once it's finished.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. With the election of the Albanese government and the backing of the Greens, Labor has relaunched its war on Australia's farmers. Kevin Rudd took away their water in the Murray-Darling Basin. Julia Gillard slapped a knee-jerk ban on live cattle exports over a heavily biased ABC report about slaughtering practices in another country thousands of miles from Canberra. And under Green Labor climate policies, farmers, energy, fuel and fertiliser costs have all skyrocketed. It's said you shouldn't bite the hand that quite literally feeds you, but Labor is doing it all over again with its clear intention to destroy the live sheep export industry in Western Australia. This industry supports thousands of jobs and hundreds of businesses along the supply chain and is a mainstay of regional economies. Labor does not have a mandate to destroy sheep farming in this country, but Labor, of course, does not care about jobs in the bush or regional communities and the money it brings into the country. And mark my words, this is just the beginning of a strategic attack on all livestock industries in Australia, unfairly demonising livestock producers as climate polluters. The ultimate aim of Labor and the Greens is to force us all to become vegetarians. Their first step is to ban live exports. Then they will take away the rest of the water needed to irrigate pastures and water stock. We've already seen them abandon dams into Queensland. After that, they will force crippling emissions reduction targets on producers. By then, meat and fresh milk will be in short supply that most Australians won't be able to afford. And I mention short milk because Labor has done nothing about the labour industry and are continuing to put the nail in the coffin of these dairy farmers. We won't be able to afford fresh milk. We'll be importing it from New Zealand in powdered milk.
Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
The Greens are deeply concerned about the current situation in Israel. While hundreds of thousands of Israeli citizens go out on the streets to protest the undemocratic measures being taken by the new government in relation to the judiciary, the blood spilled in recent weeks in Jenin, in Jerusalem, Nablus, Jericho and other places in the West Bank that have reached a peak of mass violence in Herrera remind us all that there can be no democracy while there is also occupation and inequality. A state that denies rights to millions of people and systemically discriminates against a fifth of its citizens cannot be considered a true democracy. The Israeli military is standing idly by while hundreds of settlers go on a rampage, freely killing and injuring Palestinians, burning down their homes and destroying their property. Only 6 Israeli settlers have been arrested despite the availability of video evidence of their egregious human rights abuses. And now the Israeli government is turning its police on its own citizens. The new changes in Israeli policy must be called out for what they are: the de facto annexation of the occupied Palestinian territory and a subversion of any pretence of Israel's democracy. The Greens have always rejected and condemned the promotion of violence, whether perpetrated by a state organisation or individual. Whilst recognising the right of the Palestinian people to resist Israeli occupation in accordance with international law, we also recognise that the rise of far-right extremism in the State of Israel has contributed to an expansion of the occupied territories. The Greens are calling on the Australian government to immediately end all engagement and trade with the Israeli military and be clear in its condemnation of the Israeli.
Senator Davey.
Thank you. Look, we should be getting used to this government failing to live up to its promises, and none more so than on water. In October, following the Ministerial Council meeting of Murray-Darling Basin ministers, we were told the government would prepare a water recovery strategy for consultation by Christmas. Now, that web page has disappeared and no such consultation paper was produced. Then, a mere 48 hours before the next Ministerial Council meeting, the government dropped all pretext of consultation and announced open tender buybacks under transparency in 6 catchment areas, including my own. And then they said that they would consult on the framework and how those open tender buybacks would be conducted. Well, consultation. Just 48 hours prior to information sessions being held, only a handful of stakeholders in my hometown of Deniliquin, where there would be much interest in understanding how this process is going to take place, a handful received email invitations inviting them to register for the information sessions. But you can't register if you weren't the recipient of that email. So a business owner who might have other things on in 48 hours' time cannot nominate a delegate to attend on their behalf. The sessions have not been publicly advertised on the departmental website, and zero contact with stakeholders. Where is the transparency? Where is the openness?
Thank you, Senator. Senator Walsh.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I rise to speak about the life of Lorraine Bird. Lorraine Bird was a school cleaner and a union member. Her passing at the age of 69 reminds me of just how much one person who believes in something bigger than herself can achieve when they stand together with people who feel the same. Lorraine was a leader in the campaign for school cleaners to win back good jobs after 4,000 public school cleaners were sacked and then asked to reapply for their jobs on less money and hours as contractors. In the years that followed, Victorian schools were awash with wage theft, fly-by-night contractors and dirty classrooms. Lorraine and her husband Ian, also a school cleaner, stood up and spoke out. In the beginning, it was Ian who led the charge, but when he died, Lorraine told me it was her time to step up and speak out. Lorraine was only small in stature, but I can tell you she had a big heart, a big smile and an even bigger voice. Her determination pushed the Victorian government to finally end decades of insecure contracts in 2018, and her legacy lives on in the working lives of thousands of school cleaners. Lorraine and Ian epitomised what union really means. It means family, a family of people standing together for the betterment of all. And it means dignity and real respect for hard work. Today I'm thinking of Lorraine's grieving son, her stepchildren, grandchildren and great-grandchildren, her wonderful friends and her union family who were there for her in the end too. So after a life of hard work and inspiring work, Lorraine, rest in peace. You deserve it.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. We'll move to question time, and I'll call Senator Birmingham.
Thank you very much, President. President, my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. During the 2022 election campaign, Mr Albanese said, and I quote, "We've said we have no intention of making any super changes." Given Labor's track record of proposing higher taxes on retirees at the previous 2 elections, it is inconceivable that Labor wasn't planning its doubling of the super tax or something very similar when Mr Albanese made this promise at the last election. Why, Minister, is it that Mr Albanese deceived the Australian people before asking them to vote for him?
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President, and thanks to the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate for the question. And it gives me the opportunity to remind him and those opposite and all that, in fact, the changing of these tax arrangements for a very, very small proportion of Australians will not take effect until 2025. 2025, after the next election. And it may be that those opposite like to forget about this and like to focus on, as always, their pathology of conflict. But the reality is, what we have inherited is $1 trillion worth of debt. We have inherited a budget in a position that is unsustainable, and we are making sensible decisions about how to deal with that. And they include changing the concessional tax treatment of super balances over $3 million. And it is important, despite the rhetoric again of those opposite and their talk about doubling, to remind us all, those of us in this chamber who are on above-average incomes, that there is still tax concessionality associated with these balances above $3 million, earnings on these. Still tax concessionality, which is effectively funded by the sorts of workers. The sorts of workers
Senator
on the
Cash.
sorts of incomes that Senator Walsh was describing just before question time. And I, for one, don't believe that cleaners and people on the factory line should be subsidising tax concessionality for people with superannuation balances of $3 million. It is a very small proportion of people. It affects fewer than the superannuation changes, fewer than your superannuation changes that you made, possibly when you were finance minister. I can't recall. And I know that those opposite want to run a scare campaign.
Your time has expired. Just a moment, Senator Birmingham. I called order at least 4 times there, and Senator Cash and Senator McGrath, you continued to interject. I would ask you to listen quietly, Senator Birmingham. First supplementary.
Thanks, President. Supplementary question. The minister just made a passionate defence of her beliefs that people shouldn't be receiving this concessional treatment. Given such strongly held beliefs, Minister, why is it that you and your government and your Prime Minister weren't honest with the Australian people before the last election?
Minister.
Thank you. I again make the point that this is a change that affects 0.5% of people, and it will not take place until after the next election, 2025.
Order.
Now, I would also make the point that those opposite, and I'll take the interjections.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Order. Minister, please continue.
Always happy for Senator Gallagher to take questions. He answers them brilliantly.
Exactly.
Answers them brilliantly, as she demonstrated yesterday. I just would also make the point, I would make this point. Those opposite have really demonstrated to Australians whose side they're on.
That's right.
Yeah, they're not on the side. They're not on the side of people doing it tough. They're not on the side. They're not on the side of per people on minimum wages. They're not on the side of households whose electricity prices are finding it hard to make electricity prices, voting against the packages they wanted. They're not on the side of people who need skills. They're not on the side of manufacturing jobs.
Your time has expired. Senator Birmingham, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. The government, including Senator Wong, keep referring to their alleged small number of Australians impacted. Indeed, Senator Wong on social media yesterday was posting about 99.5% of Aussies not facing any changes. Yet Senator Gallagher yesterday made clear in this chamber that 10%, 1 in 10 Australians would actually be impacted. When was the government advised of this? Will they set the record straight? And will Minister Wong delete her social media post?
Order. Order. Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Minister, Senator Wong, please resume your seat. I'm not going to call the minister until we have silence on both sides. Minister.
Does anybody know how many people in 30 years will be affected by the concessional contribution threshold change to superannuation that they made? 30% of income earners.
Order.
30%. 30%. That's 1 in 3 of income earners will be affected by the changes you made on super. So let's be clear about the long-term effect of non-index changes. Senator Gallagher was up front yesterday about ours. I don't remember you ever saying that. Oh, by the way, 1 in 3 Australians will be affected by Mr Morrison's changes. The Australian people are onto you. They are onto you and they know what you are about. And you are not about average income earners. You are not about families who are struggling to pay ends meet. You are all about yourselves and you're all about confidence.
Order. Really, Senator Hume, when I've just brought the chamber to... beg your pardon, Senator Henderson. There's so much noise, it's hard to not be confused. Order. Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Wong has still 12 seconds on the clock.
Finally found some people that the Leader of the Opposition will fight for. Not women fleeing violence, not an Australian manufacturing, not businesses looking for energy security, not cheaper childcare, not cheaper medicine, not those looking for energy bill relief, but those with three...
Senator Wong, resume your seat. Order. Order. Senator Watt. And on the left. Order. Order. Senator Cash. Senators on my left. Order. Senator Hume. And Senator Ruston. Order. Order. Senator, I don't have any senators. Senator Ruston, I have no senators on their feet on a point of order. I simply have rude, disrespectful interjections across the chamber. Thank you. Thank you. Senator Ruston. Senator Wong.
I will withdraw. No, let me...
Senator Ruston.
I withdraw.
Senator Ruston.
I withdraw. And by way of explanation, I made clear I was referencing the housing fund that you opposed, which will be accommodation, including for women fleeing violence. So you wear it.
Order. Senator Ruston, I asked you 3 times to sit down, and I'm going to ask that you sit down. Order. Senator McGrath and Senator Watt. Senator Ruston, no, I'm going to have the call. I have no idea what happened because there was so much interjection in this chamber, except I had a bunch of unruly senators on my left and a bunch of unruly senators on my right. So I really have no idea. If someone has said something objectionable, you stand to make a point of order. You don't scream out, about 7 of you, from your seats. It is disorderly and it's clearly disrespectful, and it's taken me a long time to get control of the Senate. This is not appropriate. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. I was wondering if I could seek your indulgence to perhaps have a look at the transcript and perhaps Senator Wong might then like to reflect on the fact whether she wishes to unconditionally withdraw her statement.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Wong.
I withdraw.
Thank you. Right. I have Senator White.
My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. What is the Albanese government doing to revitalise Australian manufacturing and address key national challenges?
Thank you, Senator White. Senator Watt.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator White for a question about jobs and about manufacturing. And of course, we on this side understand that one of the major pressures on our economy is disrupted supply chains. As the Reserve Bank has said, supply chain issues are responsible for up to 2/3 of inflationary pressures in the economy. So to relieve this pressure, we need to be a country that can make things here. And stand on our own 2 feet, and that is what the National Reconstruction Fund is about. It is a fund that represents one of the biggest ever investments in Australian manufacturing capacity, revitalising Australian manufacturing, creating secure Australian jobs, making things here, investing in new industries like critical industries, and in seizing the opportunities for renewable energy. The National Reconstruction Fund is good for jobs, good for manufacturing, and good for the economy. So I suppose it makes sense that that's why those opposite would oppose it. That's right. Because these are the parties that neglected our supply chains and failed Australian workers, but they are very good at saying no. Just like they said no last year to providing families and businesses with relief from energy prices. They're more interested in the same old negative politics than you don't like the truth, do you? You don't like it. It's really amazing, isn't it? They vote against stuff in here and they don't like to be politically accountable for the things they voted against. I have never seen an opposition actually vote against price relief.
How about
Who
that?
would have thought? Who would have thought? Always negative, always on the attack, even if Australia loses. They said no to the Housing Australia Future Fund. And I know those opposite don't like it, but that is additional housing for women and children, including those escaping domestic violence. You are accountable for that decision. You may say no to making super stronger for the future.
Thank you, Minister.
And no
the
to
time
ending
has
confinement.
expired. Senator White, first supplementary.
Why is the National Reconstruction Fund important to all Australians?
Thank you, Senator White. Minister.
I'll take the interjection from the expert on the other side, Senator Scarr, who talks about debt. Isn't that interesting? He thinks there's more debt. He doesn't want debt associated with a fund that's about investment, but he's happy with debt that's associated with a tax break for people with $3 million in super. Well, there you go. There you go. Thank you for being very clear about your political priorities. Very clear about your political priorities. I mean, he's entitled to those views. I don't think they're the views that most Australians share. But I return to the question. Thanks to a decade of neglect and failed policies from the Liberals and Nationals, we do not have the manufacturing capacity to do what we need to do, and we saw that during the COVID pandemic. We couldn't make enough PPE to protect ourselves. Our fund is about building a more resilient, more diversified economy with more jobs in regional Australia, so we don't have to rely so much on other countries for some of our critical supplies, and to ensure we have the jobs and skills we need for the future.
Your time has expired. Senator White, second supplementary.
What are the obstacles to revitalising manufacturing and addressing these key challenges?
Minister.
Well, of course, the biggest obstacle, of course, is those opposite. The biggest obstacles are those opposite. And one wonders why they'd be so opposed to revitalising Australian manufacturing. Why they'd be so opposed to securing our economy. I mean, why don't they support Australian manufacturing? Why is it? Why don't they support economic sovereignty? Why don't they support Australian jobs? You know, I mean, we see a coalition that simply wants to say no. We have a plan to address the key challenges facing the Australians and the Australian economy: relief, repair, restraint, investment in Australian capacity, investment in Australian jobs. Those opposite have no plan. They left us with $1 trillion in debt, a massive skills shortage, a hollowed-out manufacturing sector, and now they're standing in the way of the solutions to the very problems they created.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Yesterday, Senator Gallagher, you said to the chamber that the purpose of the government's new doubling of super taxes was to make the super system sustainable. But the Retirement Income Review, published in 2020, said that the evidence indicates that the Australian retirement income system is effective, sound and broadly sustainable. Isn't Labor's doubling of the super tax simply another tax grab to prop up Labor's rampant spending, one that the now Treasurer explicitly promised not to do prior to the election because he knew Australians would never support it?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Well, the answer to that is no, but I welcome the opportunity again to remind those opposite about the mess we inherited from them and the seriousness that we are paying for the first time in a number of years around budget repair. we have $1 trillion of Liberal Party debt that we are managing, that we have to manage. We have pressures coming towards the budget that are increasing, not decreasing, and we can go through it again. Aged care, Medicare, hospitals, defence, all areas where pressure is increasing, not decreasing. We have a $50 billion structural deficit that we have inherited from you. That is what we are needing to repair, and that is what this very modest change to this concessionality of tax for high balance accounts over $3 million. It's a sensible change. It assists with budget repair. It means that we can make room for some of those pressures that you ignored but that Australians value. Things like paying for aged care workers. How about that? Making investments in those types of areas against a background of a budget that was riddled with waste and pork barrelling and failure to deal with the pressures. And this view, remember the back in black mugs, we all remember them. That budget was never going back into balance because we had a range of pressures heading their way, but we also had this very nifty way of budgeting, which is to budget for 1 year or 2 years for programs that are ongoing. I mean, the dishonesty in your budget when you were in government is galling, and we are fixing it. We take our responsibility seriously and we will get on with it.
Time for answering has expired. Senator Hume, first supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. The Retirement Income Review also stated that the home is the most important component of voluntary savings and is an important factor influencing retirement outcomes. Given this important part of the retirement income system, will you rule out any changes to, including repealing, the First Home Super Saver scheme, which helps first home buyers enter the property market?
Thank you, Senator Hume. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much. Well, we've made clear what our position is on this announcement that we made last week. The Prime Minister has made it clear on other aspects that have been raised in the last week. We have been very clear. It is a very modest, it is a very small change. It affects a very small number of fortunate people who have managed to save more than $3 million in their super. Good on them. Good luck to them. Their concessionality will be slightly reduced compared to what—
Senator Hume.
Madam President, the question was about the First Home Super Saver scheme and whether the government would repeal it or abolish it.
Senator Wong.
The question also started with the reference to the family home, hence the minister's answers entirely relevant.
Thank you, Senator Wong. It did have a couple of sentences before then, Senator Hume, and I think the minister's being relevant, but I'll continue to listen. And if the minister isn't being relevant, I'll remind her of the question. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. And I did answer the question in my first remarks. Yes, I did. I said we have announced the changes that the government has agreed upon. We have announced them. You have the detail. You're opposed to it. We hear that. We know that you're going. We know that you are going to die in a ditch for people with balances over $3 million, regardless of what's happening in other parts of the economy. I have answered the question. We have been clear with what our position is. The change was announced last week.
Thank you, Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Hume, second supplementary.
Minister, as you referenced yesterday, Treasury modelling predicts that without indexation, 10% of Australians will be impacted by your new tax in the next 30 years. Will you table this modelling?
Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. That is information. That I had around the indexation. I'll check if there's further information I can provide. But I would say, in 2016, the changes you brought in affected 4% of people. In 30 years, they will affect 30%. That's what happens. 30%. 30%. 30%. Senator Hume. This is a very modest change. It allows for some budget repair to occur because of the budget that we have inherited. We have spent the last 9 months going through the rorts, the waste, the unfunded promises, the legacy funding cliffs, the zombie
Senator
measures,
McGrath.
billions and billions of dollars buried in that budget that you were not upfront about. We have gone through them. We are making sensible changes to assist with budget repair.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Minister, last month the RBA said that as much as three-quarters of the increase in inflation is a result of supply shocks, including corporate profiteering, that their models are not well suited to supply shocks and that there is very little that monetary policy can do to offset supply shocks. So here we find ourselves today with an RBA responding to a problem it doesn't understand with a solution that doesn't suit. Minister, do you believe that the RBA smashing renters and mortgage holders with interest rate increases in response to inflation driven by supply-side shocks and corporate profiteering is the best economic policy that this country can muster?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much. And I thank Senator McKim for the question and for his ongoing interest in the performance of the Reserve Bank. I think the bank has a very difficult job to do, and I think the government has a job to work hand in hand with monetary policy. I await the decision of the bank today, but I think the bank has explained it's a narrow path that they are following. They have a difficult job to do. They are independent of government. I would say we have our review of the RBA. It's not linked, obviously, to the tightening cycle. We had announced that review. Well, it's looking at the issue, Senator Dunian can chuckle, but it's looking at the broader issue that's raised about how fit for purpose the bank is and the fact that it hasn't been reviewed for a period of time. For some 30 years, I think. And so this review, I think, is timely in the sense that we will get, some the three panellists' view on whether there needs to be changes to any settings, the mandate, etc. The government was aware of that. Obviously, it was election commitment before the last campaign, so I think that review in itself will allow us the best information available to check to see, how to make sure that the RBA remains fit for purpose for the job that it's got to do. But having said that, I'm not linking that in any way to the tightening cycle. We do have an inflation problem in this country. The bank has a very clear mandate to ensure that inflation sits between the 2 to 3% band and ensure full employment. So they are following their mandate and they make their decisions independent of government.
Thank you, Minister. Senator McKim, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, real wages declined at the fastest rate on record in December. The Treasury Secretary said at Senate estimates that the risk of a wage price spiral remains low. Does your government believe that 9 going on 10 consecutive interest rate increases to avoid a non-existent wage price spiral is to the greatest advantage of the people of Australia?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Minister Gallagher.
Well, I don't think the tightening cycle is being pursued in response to concerns about wages. I mean, the RBA has been, the bank was being clear when those opposite were in government and it was sitting at about 2% and not growing, that the bank was concerned at that point about wages. I think the comments they've made since when wages have started to lift is that they would keep an eye on wages. That's the general comments from the bank. But again, I think in terms of the job that they have to do, the risk of persistent high inflation is devastating, and it's devastating on people on lower incomes who will feel that the hit from inflation harder than those, I would argue, who are on higher incomes. And so, let's not pretend there isn't an issue here with inflation in this country. There is, and we have to manage it, and we have to make sure—
Thank you, Minister. The time has expired. Senator McKim, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, banks, supermarkets and fossil fuel corporations are all booking mega profits. You said that the government needs to work with the RBA. So will your government introduce a corporate super profits tax to drive down inflation and fund cost of living relief for Australians who are being smashed by inflation, interest rate increases and the cost of living crisis?
Thank you, Senator McKim. Minister Gallagher.
Well, that isn't the government's policy to introduce a tax, as Senator McKim suggests, although I give him credit for persistence in asking me that question, but my answer remains the same. However, the point you raised on cost of living is real. I think the challenge for those of us looking at the right way to respond and how we do need to work hand in hand with the bank or on the monetary policy side is what meaningful difference can we make in a cost of living sense that doesn't have an inflationary impact. And they are the issues, they are the decisions we've taken around our investment in skills, the National Reconstruction Fund, making investments in housing, our cheaper childcare, our cheaper medicines. All of those are sensible investments which do come with spending attached, but sensible investments which don't put upward pressure on inflation but assist people with cost of living, and that's the energy cost relief is another area, and we'll continue to do that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Polley.
President, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Industry and Science, Senator Farrell. Can the Minister please update the Senate about what the government is doing to support the Australian manufacturing, including through the National Reconstruction Fund?
Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. And can I thank Senator Polley for that very insightful question, and of course acknowledge her very long-standing support for Australian manufacturing, particularly in her home state of Tasmania. As we all unfortunately discovered during the pandemic, the goods that Australians assumed would be there when we needed them were not available. Across a range of products, our supermarkets and pharmacies couldn't get what we needed. Who can forget going to supermarkets with the long lines of empty shelves and the sense of disappointment that we all felt when we couldn't get the products we needed? That was when the seed of the National Reconstruction Fund was planted. After a decade of neglect under the Liberals and the Nationals, it was time to reinvest in our manufacturing capability. Now that the government is seeking to make the NRF, the National Reconstruction Fund, a reality, it's once again the Liberals and the Nationals that are standing in the way. The government plans are to grow from our strengths, places where we already have natural resources or the human capital to compete with the best in the world. The National Reconstruction Fund will attract investment. It will help grow the Australian economy, but most importantly, Madam President, it will deliver high-quality, high-paying jobs for Australian workers.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Polley, first supplementary.
President, my Minister, as you know, manufacturing is a vital employer in many regions around the great state of Tasmania. What role will the National Reconstruction Fund have in revitalising regional manufacturing after the decade of Liberal neglect?
Thank you, Senator Polley. Minister Farrell.
Thanks, Senator Polley. Well, I'd have to disagree with you there slightly, Senator Polley, because it wasn't just Liberal neglect; it was Liberal and National Party neglect that has brought us to the situation where we need a National Reconstruction Fund. And sadly, it was the former Liberal National Government that did neglect manufacturing right across Australia. I've seen it firsthand with Holden's and unforgivable decision to kick that company out of this country. And this is despite the fact that 1/3 of manufacturing jobs are in regional and remote Australia. Manufacturers are based across regional Australia because of the access to natural resources, from minerals to agriculture to forestry and to much more. The NRF determined to continue that focus on our regions.
Senator Polley, second supplementary.
Yes, my question, Minister, is what threats are there to the government's plans to deliver more skills, more high wages in manufacturing jobs and higher skills in regional Australia?
Thank you, Senator Polley. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Polley for another very good question. Well, there they are, right across there. They're the obstacles to the creation of a National Reconstruction Fund. There are the threats for those opposite to improving our national self-sufficiency, investing in Australian ideas and turning them into great Australian businesses. Those opposite threaten plans to attract international investment and to deliver jobs, many of which will be right in your regional areas. The biggest threat to our plan for a National Reconstruction Fund is those senators sitting across the chamber. The coalition. They say no investment, they say no opportunity, and they say no self-sufficiency. The Liberals and the Nationals say no, no, no to Australian jobs and Australian manufacturing.
Thank you, Minister Farrell. Senator David Pocock. Order on my left.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Housing, Senator Farrell. The Productivity Commission's latest report on government services showed that over a third of people seeking homelessness accommodation last financial year couldn't find any. 1 in 3 people looking for somewhere to sleep can't find somewhere to sleep. Does the government acknowledge the growing demand on homelessness services, and do you have any plans to increase their funding?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and I thank Senator Pocock for that excellent question, and I appreciate very much that he has a deep interest in this issue and a deep concern about the issues of homelessness in this country. And can I say the government generally shares your concern, but in particular the Minister who has responsibility for this, Minister Collins, is very focused on dealing with this issue. And I mean, they're all extremely serious issues, but regrettably, at the last census, there were over 116,000 people experiencing homelessness in this country. And of course, that is an issue that we must address. It's unacceptable that so many Australians are now forced to couch surf, sleep rough, or live in temporary or overcrowded housing arrangements. Now, I understand, Senator Pocock, that you've had on a regular basis discussions with our Minister, and that you have the opportunity to raise these issues and try and deal with these issues that require, obviously, negotiation between the states and the territories. Unlike the previous government, Senator Pocock, we are taking the issue of homelessness seriously, and we have started the process of delivering on all of the things that the previous government failed.
Thank you, Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. I appreciate your concern for the homeless, but I'll take that as no new funding. I understand that the government has written to state and territory governments offering to extend the National Housing and Homelessness Agreement by 12 months while the new National Housing Plan is developed. Can the Minister please confirm if this offer included a 12-month extension of the payment for the Equal Remuneration Order?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Pocock for his question. Well, I would have to say in response to that question that I don't think it's fair to say that the government has no new funding in this area. If I can explain some of the things that
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. Sorry to call it a point of order here. I'm just really interested if the 12-month extension for the equal remuneration order has been offered?
Yes, Senator Pocock, and in the first part of your question you also talked about no new funding. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. Thanks, Senator Pocock, for that clarification. There are ongoing negotiations, and I don't think at this stage it's fair to draw any conclusions about how those negotiations might end up. Unlike the former government, we are serious about addressing the issue of homelessness in this country. We are engaged in a serious set of negotiations.
Thank you, Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is—
beg your pardon. Sorry. My apologies, Senator Pocock. Second supplementary.
Thank you, President. I understand that the equal remuneration order hasn't been offered, which is $65 million worth of funding, and Homelessness Australia, whose CEO, Kate Colvin, is in the gallery, has said that without that money, some 650 frontline workers will lose their jobs. Given 1 in 3 homeless people can't find accommodation, how do we justify that?
Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Pocock for his questions. Look, I don't think I can be any clearer in response to that question and the earlier question. This government is serious about addressing the issue of homelessness in a way that the previous government wasn't even interested in talking about. There are discussions.
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston, your constant interjections are disrespectful and disorderly. I would ask you to remain silent for the remainder of his answer, Minister.
Thank you, President. Thank you for that protection from this unruly rabble on the other side. Yes, that's right. That's right. Senator Pocock, this is a serious issue. This government is serious about addressing the issue of homelessness. There are discussions underway. I'm not going to preempt those discussions at the moment, but rest assured that this government is going to take action.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Farming families are frequently cash poor, but they make a living off farmland that's value has tripled over on paper in recent years, value that will remain unrealised potentially for decades for intergenerational farming operations. Will farmers that hold such land in self-managed super funds be forced to pay tens of thousands more in taxes under Labor's doubling of the super tax due to nothing more than paper fluctuations to commercial property prices?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Mackenzie for the question. As senators in this place would know, under prudential requirements, all superannuation funds are required to consider diversification and liquidity when making investments, and if funds are doing this, they should have some liquid assets to meet any tax liabilities. There are a range of cash flow requirements within an SMSF, not just tax liabilities, which trustees must consider. This includes, for example, accounting administration costs, investment fees and the costs associated with maintaining real assets such as property. For SMSFs with balances in the retirement phase, liquidity is also required for the purpose of meeting pension payments, including on those minimum drawdown requirements. Individuals can also hold their assets in super and elect to pay the tax or any tax liabilities they have using savings outside of superannuation to avoid paying from their business assets. So we have been clear what this change is about. It is for those with high balance accounts over $3 million. We know that there are accounts with hundreds of millions of dollars in them. Superannuation is primarily about having a dignified retirement and being able to have savings available to you during your retirement years. What we are doing is making a very modest change to the concessional arrangements that remain concessional for those with balances over $3 million. As to individual superannuation advice, I'm not in a position to give it, but I have made clear
Minister,
what the—
please resume your seat. I believe I have Senator Mackenzie on her feet, Senator Scarr. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam President. On relevancy, point of order. With the last 10 seconds left in the minister's ability to answer, the question was, due to the change made, will farmers now be subject to tens of thousands of dollars of additional tax as a result of unrealised gains?
Minister is being relevant. Minister.
Well, as I've said, and I'm not here to give individual tax advice to people, to arrangements I have no knowledge of. Okay, I have set out the government's policy. I have already.
Minister, your time has expired. Senator Mackenzie, first supplementary.
Can the minister advise the number of registered primary producers that will be impacted through the government's proposed superannuation changes? Given her first answer, if not, why not?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Gallagher.
Around 80,000 account holders who will be impacted by this very modest change. Well, thank you, Senator Scarr. You are the most patronising of all senators in this place. Honestly, your interjections, they're pathetic.
Order.
They're pathetic.
Order.
I know.
Order.
You can't help yourself.
Minister.
You can't help yourself.
Minister Gallagher.
You can't
Minister
help
Gallagher,
yourself.
please resume your seat. Order. Order. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam President. Point of order on relevancy. How many primary producers will be
Senator
impacted by the government's
Senator Mackenzie,
policy?
you do not need to repeat the question. The minister is being relevant. Please continue, Minister.
Thank you. And if there is further information I can provide, Senator Mackenzie, I will undertake to do so. But the change affects around 80,000 account holders. Now, a number of them will be in SMSF arrangements, and another subset of them will have farms as part of their assets. So I will undertake to come back to you, but the whole group that is affected is in the order of 80,000.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mackenzie, second supplementary.
Thank you. The National Farmers Federation has been critical about the complete lack of consultation from the Labor government on the superannuation changes. Why didn't the government consult before announcing changes that will result on an unfair new tax on the family farm?
Thank you. Senator Mackenzie, Minister.
Thank you. Well, as we've made clear in the announcement last week, that by announcing it ahead of the budget, but foreshadowing that it will be in the budget, allows for a period of further consultations. Now, that will be happening. Treasury will be undertaking a public consultation process on the implementation details, and we are open to stakeholders' views, whether they be through the NFF or others, around any refinements or any unintended consequences of these changes. That is the purpose of the consultation period. But I would also say to those that are defending this or opposing this change, this is a very modest change to raise a very small amount of revenue. We have a $50 billion structural deficit in the budget left by you. That's every single year. This raises about $2 billion.
Thank you, Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Lambie.
Thank you,
just a moment. I'll just check that your mic's on. I'll call you again. Senator Lambie, please start again.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Housing, Senator Farrell. Minister, the cost of housing, living pressures are hitting Tasmanians hard. The current average rent is $550 a week, and it is getting worse. The cost of groceries, fuel, energy and everyday living expenses are skyrocketing for Tasmanians. Life is basically getting harder. The waiting list for public housing sits at around 4,500, and that's on a good day. This list is growing and growing and growing. My question is in relation to the Housing Australian Future Fund. When will the detail of the investment mandate be finally released?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank Senator Lambie for her question. As I indicated in my previous answer to Senator Pocock on the issue of housing and homelessness, the government obviously recognises that this is a significant issue. The former government, in almost 10 years, did nothing in this space, and so of course we have to make up for 10 years of neglect. Yep. We're doing that, Senator Lambie, and as we speak, there are discussions underway in respect of the fund that you just mentioned. I'm sure if you would like, I can organise for you to have some discussions with the Minister responsible in this area about these issues to get some update on the latest state of play with these issues. But look, can I give you this assurance, Senator Lambie? This government understands that there are problems here, understands that there's been years and years of neglect, understands that we've now got the obligation of dealing with this issue, correcting the problems of the past, and making sure that we deal with this issue into the future.
Please resume your seat. Senator Lambie.
Respect, Madam President. I was just wondering whether I could have the detail of the investment mandate will be released. It's a simple detail. What date? What month? Simple. I just would have thought that was simple.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. There was also quite a long introduction to that question. I do believe the minister's being relevant, but I'll continue to listen, and if he's not, I'll draw him to the question. Minister.
Thank you, President. I thought I had directly answered your question, Senator Lambie, but I'll restate it. The investment mandate is currently being considered. Of course, the legislation hasn't yet passed the Parliament, and we understand, of course, that the coalition is opposing it.
Thank you, Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Lambie, first supplementary. Order. Senator Lambie.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, Australia currently has a skills shortage across every sector. It is very hard to find tradies to do any work at the best of times on any home. We know a trade takes 3 to 4 years to complete, and that TAFEs in Tasmania are still training with Cold War equipment. Can the minister explain how the government will achieve 30,000 homes with no qualified tradies and with Cold War equipment in our TAFEs?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Lambie for her question. I mean, it's not the housing industry that's the only area that have labour shortages, as I'm sure you know. Labour shortages are a relic of the inaction of the previous government, particularly in the pandemic area, where you sent lots and lots of people home who might have been here, who might have been here to help build some of these houses. One of the significant policies that we took to the last election, of course, Senator Lambie, as you would know, was the fee-free TAFE courses. Now, I appreciate that that doesn't come in overnight and it doesn't solve the problem overnight.
Thank you, Minister Farrell. Your time has expired. Senator Lambie, before I call you for your second supplementary, you do need to be in your designated seat. Thank you. Senator Lambie, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President, for that correction. My last supplementary question is this. Minister, as my colleague Senator Tyrrell has brought to your attention, Tasmania has an entitlement of 1,200 homes. So why is it that we have the Housing Minister who represents Tasmania and we're only getting 600 of that? Will the government today, right now, guarantee me that Tasmania will get what it is entitled to and get their 1,200 homes for Tasmania over the next 5 years?
Thank you, Senator Lambie. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Lambie for her supplementary question. Look, I'd have the greatest of faith in Minister Collins. I was recently down in Tasmania with her, going to a range of places, and I'm sure that there's no better person in this government that understands the problems of housing and housing shortages and all of the issues associated with it than Senator Collins. And I think you should. Sorry, Minister Collins. No, I've upgraded it to the Senate status. Of course,
Senator Farrell, please resume your seat. Senator Lambie.
With all due respect, Madam President, I just want to know whether we're going to get the 1,200 homes that we actually should be getting and not the 600, and whether that's going to be made right now. I don't want the waffle. Tasmanians just want to know we're going to get our what we do for 1,200, or you're going to take half it off us.
Thank you, Senator Lambie. I'll draw the minister to your question. Minister.
Thank you, President. Well, as I've said, I don't think there's any better person in this government to deal with the issues of housing in Tasmania than Minister Collins.
Thank you, Senator Farrell. Your time has expired. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Madam President. My question is to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry. Minister, how will the government's $15 billion investment in the National Reconstruction Fund support a very important industry, the agriculture industry's ambition to exceed the $100 billion farm gate output by 2030?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Ciccone, someone who I know has a very deep and long-standing interest in the agriculture industry in our country. Well, today, Senator Ciccone, I have good news for Australian farmers, farm workers and all in the agriculture supply chain. Today's latest release of data from ABARES shows that the agriculture industry is well on its way towards its goal of exceeding $100 billion farm gate output by 2030. In the last financial year, the agriculture industry reached the $90 billion mark, an all-time record, and I congratulate every farmer, every processor, every worker and supply chain member for this achievement. Now, this was done off the back of what were, with some exceptions, great seasonal conditions, which have meant record farm cash incomes for broadacre and dairy farms over the past 2 years. But of course, the context to this is that input costs for farm businesses are rising, impacting farm profits. Years of failed energy policies and chronic underinvestment in skills development have come home to roost. As a result of this and global factors, agriculture input costs have risen sharply since mid-2021, particularly the price of fertiliser, which has more than doubled, putting intense strain on farming businesses to balance the books. And that's why the National Reconstruction Fund is so important. We need a future made in Australia, and that applies to agriculture just as much as every other industry. We should be value-adding, and we should be making more things here. The ability to make things here is vital to not only reduce input costs, but also increase the value of the final product that our agriculture industry rolls out. And that's exactly what the National Reconstruction Fund will do. Co-investing with industry, including agriculture, to grow our primary industries and turn raw products into even higher value ones. The Albanese Labor government wants Australia to be a country that makes things again, and we are backing our agricultural manufacturing industry to ensure that that happens.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Ciccone, first supplementary.
Thanks a lot, President, and thank the Minister for that answer, particularly given the number of farmers in town today, given the ABARES conference being held today and tomorrow. Minister, how is the government, the Labor government, prioritising the agriculture sector in the National Reconstruction Fund?
Minister Watt.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Ciccone. Well, I'm very pleased to say that the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund, it even has the word national in it, a key election commitment from the Albanese government, has a $500 million portion sectioned out for investment in local manufacturing to support agriculture. Once established, that money will be available to co-invest in more food processing, in bringing down energy costs and more value-adding. And a great example of something that could potentially fit in that category that we should be making here is fertiliser. We have the raw materials here in Australia that we export to other countries, so why shouldn't we be making more fertiliser here in Australia? And why shouldn't the government support industry to get it started? And that's exactly what our National Reconstruction Fund would be available to do, co-invest with industry to boost value-adding. I've been speaking about this with farmers and industry in recent weeks, grain growers, meat processors and many more. It's vital the NRF passes the House and the Senate, and we encourage everyone to get behind it.
Thank you, Minister Watt. Your time has expired. Senator Ciccone, second supplementary.
And thank you for mentioning communities, particularly those right around regional Australia, Minister. So how will the National Reconstruction Fund support those very communities that rely on the ag sector across regional Australia?
Minister Watt.
Well, thank you, Senator Ciccone. More jobs, more exports, more opportunities and a better bottom line for regional Australia. Who wouldn't want that? Well, unfortunately, quite a few of those members opposite, it seems, are anti-manufacturing and anti-jobs. Whether it's Mr Dutton or Mr Littleproud or the Liberals and the Nationals here in the Senate, the Coalition only want to say no to this fund. More manufacturing in our regions? No. More value-adding in agriculture? No. More tax concessions for the top 0.5%? Oh, yes. Now, I am surprised that the Nationals in particular are opposing the National Reconstruction Fund. Not only does it contain the word national, but in the past they've claimed to support Aussie manufacturing. And instead, in fact, it wasn't that long ago that Senator Canavan was saying, quote, "We've all seen during the coronavirus how important it is to have industries that can produce things in the medical field to keep our food production and food security going, and after coronavirus we're going to need to have a strong manufacturing industry to recover." Well, Senator Canavan, have I got a solution for you?
Senator Watt, your time has expired. Senator Cash.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Prior to the election last year, the now Treasurer said, "This is a full-blown cost of living crisis, a triple whammy of skyrocketing costs of living, falling real wages and rising interest rates," and said, yet since the election, inflation has skyrocketed to its highest levels in 30 years, wages aren't keeping up, energy prices continue to rise, and just now, as we all know, the Reserve Bank has announced their 9th rise under this government. Minister, is it correct that under Labor's full-blown cost-of-living crisis, an average family with a $750,000 loan taken out prior to May will now be paying $1,470 more per month, or $17,688 a year extra on their mortgage?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Cash for the question. The senator is correct that the Reserve Bank at 2:30 today increased interest rates by 25 basis points to 3.6%. It's the 10th interest rate increase since they began in May 2022, prior to the election, when we entered the tightening cycle because of what was happening with the inflation challenge. So I do not accept the proposition put by Senator Cash that this is something that has occurred since the election. It was started before the election. It started before the issues that have led to the tightening cycle, which have been impacted by some of those global factors, which I think we all accept, started before the last election. On the cost of living, this is the real issue facing households, and it's good that we've come to it because the cost of living pressures are real on households, and that's why the government has been making some difficult decisions around the cabinet table because of the difficult decisions people are making around their kitchen table. That is why we have energy power bill relief coming in the budget to deal with it that you oppose. So don't sit here Don't you dare sit here and cry crocodile tears about a cost of living crisis.
Order. Order. Minister, please continue.
Crocodile tears about your concern for a cost of living crisis when you opposed and have opposed the sensible measures we put in place to assist households with some of those increases in power bills. Remember that? Remember that? We won't let you forget it. As those bills come in, we will be reminding people that you voted against any support for cost of living relief in households across Australia.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Won't Labor's $45 billion in extra spending make inflation worse, while your productivity-sapping industrial relations sabotage agenda will make business weaker? Why are your government's policies making a difficult situation worse?
Minister.
Cash clearly hasn't read the budget papers. So a couple of things there. The funds have been factored into the budget and the forward estimates, okay? And the inflation forecasts are also there. So no, the answer to that is no. On no surprises here, and Senator Cash, no surprises here. Why are you putting in place laws that make sure that vulnerable workers can get decent pay rises? That is now the offence of this government, that we're putting in place laws that support affordable, sustainable wage increases for the most vulnerable of workers. We know you're opposed to it. We've just lived through 10 years of your deliberate design feature of your economic architecture being wage stagnation. The investments in the funds are about driving jobs, investment in supply chain and dealing with the housing crisis. And you're opposed to every single one of those measures.
Thank you, Minister. Your time has expired. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Given Australians can expect further rate rises in the months ahead, why hasn't the government delivered the cost of living relief it promised last year for Australians to help with their energy bills? Why is the Albanese government all talk but no fix when it comes to addressing the cost of living pressures that Australians are facing?
Order. Order on my right. Order. Senator Cash. I'm not calling the minister until there's silence in the chamber. Senator Watt. Minister.
Thank you, President. I fear that someone who didn't like you wrote that question, Senator Cash. How could you possibly ask us, how could you possibly put to us, when you opposed the billions of dollars that we want to flow through the budget to give households energy bill relief? It is staggering that those who opposed it in December, and we will make sure that all the way to the next election, everyone knows that when we came to the parliament and said, here's $1.5 billion we would like to distribute to households and businesses across Australia to assist with some of the increases in energy prices, the no coalition said no. You know what? No, you don't deserve it. You don't deserve this cost of living relief. And then the high to come in here and ask about what we're doing about cost of living relief on energy bills. Well, thank you very much for that, Dorothy.
Thank you, Minister.
Senator.
Your time has expired. Senator Wong.
I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Thank you. I'll just wait.
Senator McGrath.
Ministers to all questions asked by coalition senators.
You have the call.
What we saw in question time today, Mr Deputy President, is a Labor Party who have fundamentally failed to understand that they've broken the trust with the Australian people. Because once you break one promise, and we've seen that, we know they're going to break more promises. So if they're going to go after people with $3 million in their super accounts, what's to stop them going after people with $250,000 in their super account? So that is what this is all about. It is about the fundamental breach between a political party who are elected into office and those who voted for them. And what we've seen about super is the Labor Party are forgetting the main principle of super, that it's not the Labor Party's money, it's not the government's money, it's not Canberra's money. It is your money. It's money that you've put away. It's money that your employer has put away on your behalf so you can have a safe retirement. But what we've seen with the Labor Party over the last few weeks is a Labor Party who went to the last election, promised one thing, and now have swooped in like a bunch of angry magpies wanting to steal people's money from them, because that's what this debate is about. It is about the Labor Party taking your money from you. The Prime Minister, the now Prime Minister, before the election, specifically ruled out any changes to the super system. That's what the Prime Minister said. Treasurer Chalmers said the same thing. They're not going to be any changes to taxes. There will be no tax rises. But what has happened is that they are doubling the taxes on people's super accounts. Now, Treasurer Chalmers is someone who has what you'd call an eccentric economic legacy that he's inherited, because he is a child of Paul Keating. Treasurer Chalmers did his PhD on Paul Keating. Paul Keating, who most famously broke a promise before an election when he said that those tax cuts would be LAW, law tax cuts. Keating broke that promise. Then Treasurer Chalmers, Mr Deputy President, went on to great heights and worked for that other great Labor treasurer, Wayne Swan, and he was his Deputy Chief of Staff and then Chief of Staff. So this is the person who is in charge of Australia's finances, someone who is Treasurer Chalmers is the love child of Paul Keating and Wayne Swan. And if that doesn't scare you, then the full realisation that Labor are coming after your super accounts should scare you. Because a Labor minister has said in relation to your super accounts is that it's honey. It's honey. Now, just think about that. Now, I'm a big fan of Winnie the Pooh, and Winnie the Pooh is a great fan of honey. But that's Winnie the Pooh's honey. How dare the Labor Party treat your money that you've worked so hard for, as their money, but also their honey, to be given away, to be put where they want it. Leave people's money alone. Look, I don't know anyone who's got millions of dollars in their super account. But guess what? Good on them. They worked so hard for it. It's not like they won gold lotto. They got to roll over and went, yippee, I've got $3 million in my bank account. These people worked for it. And what the Labor government is saying to these Australians is, we're taking that money off you. But what should concern you even more, and I'll repeat myself here because certain people in this building are hard of hearing and probably come from the shallow end of the gene pool and don't understand basic economics, is that if they're going to come for super accounts with $3 million in it, they're going to come for super accounts with $250,000 in it or $300,000 in it, because once you break a promise, you'll break other promises. So this is the strongest message that has come out of today's question time, is that Labor have no shame whatsoever about breaking promises, but also have no shame about taking your money that you and your family work so hard for. But the mob over there, the mob on the left side of politics, don't understand that, because they've never had a real job. These are the people who have never worked on a farm, have never worked in a business. These people have worked in the public service. Good on people who, by the way, work in the public service, except when you end up on that side, being that bunch of economic vandals who are destroying Australians' retirements.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Deputy President. I just want to start by thanking Senator David Pocock for advocating for people who actually need government support, and that is people who are experiencing homelessness or at risk of experiencing homelessness. Senator
Scarr.
Irrelevance.
Well, I think the honourable senator hasn't had long enough to make it. Senator Stewart, I'm handling it. I don't require assistance from you on handling a point of order. So just let me finish it, and then I'll give you the call in a moment. Senator Scarr, the senator hasn't had long enough to even attempt to be irrelevant. Senator Stewart.
Thank you. I'm getting there. Thanking Senator Pocock for advocating for people who really need help from the government, unlike the hill that those opposite are going to die on for 0.5% of the population, who have over $3 million in their super balances. An absolute disgrace. This is the hill they want to die on, but sure, some sensible questions coming from over here, but here is just absolutely ludicrous. We know what side they've chosen, and it is not the side of the Australian people. It is not the side of the Australian people. But we know that the tax changes that they made to superannuation affects 1 in 3 people. 4% of the population, 1 in 3 people. It will affect in 30 years' time, but sure, have a crack at us. They don't want to support things that will actually ease the cost of living pressures for Australians, like cheaper childcare, cheaper medicine, skills, housing. 0.5% of the population is who they're focused on. Things that, the people they're advocating wouldn't necessarily care a whole lot about these things. They don't care about secure jobs. They don't care about Australian manufacturing. They don't care about affordable housing, power bill relief, or wage increases for our lowest paid workers across our economy. Veterans at risk of homelessness, women fleeing family violence, businesses looking for energy security. They don't care about any of these things, but they're advocating so hard for 0.5% of the population. It wasn't just Labor who inherited $1 trillion of debt from the absolute derelict management of the budget. It's the Australian people who inherited that debt. Australian taxpayers are having to pay for the $1 trillion of debt that they left them. So I just want to make sure that we understand the problem that we are facing as a country, and that Australian taxpayers are having to pay the bill for. An absolute neglect of responsibility on their side. So what's been really clear over the last couple of weeks is whose side they are really on. They're on the side of 17 people who have over $100 million in their super. That's whose side they're on, not on the side of the average Australian person. They are on the side of the one person who has $400 million in their super. But they want to absolutely try to deny $1 an hour wage increase for our lowest paid workers. $1 an hour is all they were asking for. They want to absolutely say that's off the table, but they want to go in hard and die on a hill for people who have over $3 million in their super balances. What an absolute disgrace. What an absolute disgrace. They want to be on the side of 0.5% of the population. It's worth saying that Labor built super. We will always protect it. We know that they have a whole lot of things that they want to say no to: secure jobs, Australian manufacturing, affordable housing, power bill relief, wage increases. But what they want to say yes to is borrowing billions of dollars to give 0.5% of Australians a tax break. 0.5 billion of dollars. This will give the budget $2 billion in its first year. They have no solutions, no ideas, no alternatives, just no. Their idea for trying to repair some of the budget damage that was done
is to go after some of our most vulnerable Australians. And of course, I'm talking about robo-debt. And let me say from Alan Tudge, he said, "We'll find you, we'll track you down, and you will have to repay those debts, and you may end up in prison." Trying to track down some of our most vulnerable Australians, but advocate hard for those with over $3 million in their superannuation.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. Senator Bragg.
President, and I rise to make some remarks in relation to Senator Gallagher's answers. Now, the now government made a number of promises before the election about not wanting to touch super. Several statements were made on the record. Then, of course, further to that, there were statements made about not wanting to touch franking credits. This week we've seen legislation introduced to change franking credits, to destroy the franking system, and of course a new policy to introduce a new tax on super. Now, all of these ideas may have been held in the Treasury Department. The government is facilitating these ideas because they are not wanting to restrain spending, which is what they should be doing. They're spending $45 billion on off-balance sheet items, which of course are fueling inflation, and we've seen another interest rate rise today thanks to the Labor Party. Now, of course, the government could also be looking to bank the gains from the commodity price increases, but rather than do that, they've decided to introduce this new tax. And so far, the government have had two policies on tax in relation to super, or sorry, two policies on super. The first policy has been to funnel more money to the unions, and the second policy has been to put in place a new tax. So if they're not locking it up and taxing it, they're locking it up and shipping it off to the union. Those are the two policies the Labor government has on super. Now, in relation to this particular taxation measure, it does introduce a very novel, very strange concept of unrealised gain. So if you're a company, you don't pay tax on revenue, you don't pay tax on sales, you pay tax on profit. Now, you deduct your expenses from your revenue, and that is your profit, and you pay tax on that profit. And the same thing goes for the super funds today. They pay tax on earnings, because of course this recognises that it's very hard to pay a tax if you haven't actually got some money in your hand to pay the tax man. But the government want to pursue this very strange idea of unrealised gains, which of course will result in superannuants having to sell lumpy assets in their funds in order to pay the tax man. Now, that is a foreign concept in Australian taxation law, so it remains to be seen how that will happen. Perhaps the most important point, though, is the judgment call not to index this idea. Now, for the party that says that super is their favourite thing, this is the thing that is going to wreck the system, because why would anyone want to put money into a system for 30 or 40 years now knowing there's going to be a great big tax at the end of it? Now if you are 30 years old, you are going to be the cohort that is going to have the greatest tax disincentive because of the time value of money. So because it's not indexed, why on earth would people put money into this scheme? So if I wanted to wreck the system, and I personally think it's a very bad system because it doesn't work very well for workers or for the taxpayer, I would do what the Labor government is doing, which is to not index the scheme. Increasingly, Australians will look at other ways of saving for retirement. Now, one of the great differences in this chamber is we believe in the individual. We believe that Australians are smart enough to make their own judgments. The Labor Party believe in paternalism, and they think people are too stupid to save for themselves, so therefore they have introduced— I can't hear over the interjections, Deputy President. You might need to come and bail me out. Now, of course, that the Labor government believe in paternalism, and so they think people are too stupid to save for themselves, so they've introduced this savings scheme, which takes away— I can't hear over the interjection, sorry.
Order on my right. I can't hear the—
Thank you. I can't hear myself think here. So they've introduced this system. It's very paternalistic, and now I think they're going to kill it with this design feature. Of course, this policy, though, this new tax policy, works in tandem with the another Mr Stephen Jones initiative to introduce an objective for super, which of course the government want to introduce to stop people from taking money out when there's an emergency, like a pandemic, or to take money out to pay for a first home deposit. Because of course their only objective here is to keep the money in the fund so that they can be transferred over to the union. Because of course in the government for vested interests, the only objective is to feather the nests of the rent seekers and the bloodsuckers at the unions and the super funds. They don't give a rat's about the workers.
Senator Allman-Payne. Sorry, Senator Payman.
It's okay. It's very similar. I've got them mixed up before. Senator Bragg, I can't believe you just said that it's wrecking the system. Senator Hume earlier mentioned something about how this is another tax credit to prop up rampant spending. So can we just get the facts straight here? Those opposite thinking increasing wages of our lowest paid workers is rampant spending? Are you saying that increasing paid parental leave is rampant spending? Are you saying that cheaper medicine to help all those vulnerable Australians is rampant spending? Are you saying that accessible and affordable housing is rampant spending? And now you walk away. Now listen to this. Are you serious?
Senator Payman, I've got the point of order. You cannot reflect on the movement of an individual, of a senator.
I withdraw. Have a great day, Senator Bragg. Getting back to the context of the matter, I'm having too much fun, clearly. We will not allow those opposite to lecture us on honesty and transparency. This is a modest and meaningful change that has come before the government, and the government, who was elected by the Australians as a responsible government to fix up the mess that we were left with, $1 trillion in debt. And not only that, there was a decade of delay, denial, destruction. That's triple Ds on your report card, but debts in the trillions as well. I don't think your parents would be happy. Now stop blaming COVID for your poor policy choices. You had a decade. What did you do? And it's exactly. Thank you, Senator Stewart. Those opposite love spreading fear. They don't realise that this change is going to not affect 99.5% of Australians out there. 99.5%. These are Australians who are doing it tough out there with the cost of living, the rising pressures that are on their families, and
Senator Henderson, Senator Henderson, please don't. Senator Wong.
Yeah, no, they don't. When it comes to them,
Senator Payman is handling. It's not a discussion. I'm very interested in what Senator Payman is debating in the chamber. Can we just allow her
President.
to speak in silence?
Thank you. So, going back, it's fewer than 0.5% of Australians with super balances of $3 million. They will enjoy generous tax concessions, not as generous as they have been. And I don't think that's asking for a lot. When we're talking about what the government has delivered so far for people who are doing it tough out there, including making medicines cheaper, creating 180,000 fee-free TAFE places, delivering on the 20,000 new university places, establishing 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave, making sure that we had a Jobs and Skills Summit to hear from stakeholders, to hear from locals about what were the issues in those industries that we needed to address. We've established a National Anti-Corruption Commission. We've got wages moving again after a decade of stagnation that we've experienced. And we hear from those opposite of all this being rampant spending to take some sense of responsibility and to actually fix the mess. It's really tough to just sit there and hear all that, as Senator Stewart mentioned earlier and quoted one of your leaders. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to mention their names, but last week we heard that the member for Fadden admit to the Royal Commission that he lied about robo-debt because loyalty to his colleagues mattered more, not what it did to Australian people. So many Australians suffered under this scheme. For what? Now, what a perfect summary of this entire time in government, loyalty to themselves and not to the Australian people. And you sit here thinking that Australians should listen to you, to your scare campaign, to you neglecting them, putting yourself first. It really is a matter of not just shame, but for you to really reflect. I would highly advise that those opposite should really reflect on the last decade that you've been in government and what you've done with that time, and maybe take a leaf from our book of what we've achieved in the short time we've been in power.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. And I'd say, Senator Payman, I've got my own library. I don't need to take a leaf out of anyone else's books, but I did enjoy seeing her having fun in terms of making her contribution here today, and I acknowledge her contribution. There are two fundamental issues we have in relation to this issue of the superannuation changes. There are two fundamental issues. The first is the legitimate expectation of the Australian people, for people who are elected to this place, especially if they're from the governing parties, to say before an election what they plan to do and to actually then do it, and also to say before an election what they're not going to do and don't do it. And that's the issue we have. That's the first issue. That is the first issue. And let's go through it chronologically. This is all on the public record. Our Prime Minister Albanese, said on 31 January 2022, "We have not planned for any changes on superannuation." End quote. We have not planned for any changes on superannuation. Barely 1 year later, promise broken. Our Treasurer, the Honourable Jim Chalmers, member for Rankin, quote, "Look, we've said about superannuation that we would maintain the system. We would maintain the system." End quote. And our Treasurer said that on ABC Insiders, 27 March 2022, less than 12 months ago. Promise broken. And then our Prime Minister again, quote, "We've said we have no intention to make any super changes." That's our Prime Minister, now Prime Minister, 2 May 2022. Promise broken. And that is the fundamental issue in terms of this debate. Broken promises from the now Labor government. They said in opposition that they wouldn't do certain things. They get in the government less than 12 months later. Less than 12 months later, they do exactly the opposite of what they promised not to do. And that will quite legitimately shake the Australian people's belief in the integrity of this new government. They have said one thing before an election to get elected and then do the opposite thing after an election. And to be frank, it impacts all of us. It impacts all politicians, because we all suffer a bit when someone makes a promise before an election and doesn't carry it through. And that's the problem. That's the fundamental problem we have here. The government saying one thing in opposition and doing the opposite when they get elected. The second issue we have here is the notion that you should tax unrealised capital gains. I don't know where this concept came from. but it doesn't make any sense. In terms of superannuation, you want to keep your investments stable over the longer term. You shouldn't be forced to sell them in order to meet a tax liability. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know where the government got this advice from. And in terms of my colleague Senator McKenzie asked a very, very legitimate question to the Finance Minister with respect to the position of farming families who hold the family farm in a self-managed super fund. Now, quite reasonable, the tax is paid in terms of the rent that's paid by the individuals to the self-managed super fund which owns the farm. Quite reasonable. No one's going to quibble with that. Quite reasonable. Wouldn't cavil with that at all. But the problem is, under the laws as proposed, if the price of the farm fluctuates upwards because high rainfall, the markets are good, etc., it can create a tax liability which requires the liquidation of the farm in order to meet the tax liability. That is the fundamental issue. And it isn't just me saying this. It is the National Farmers Federation. This is what they said, not my words, not the words of a politician, but the words of the peak body representing farmers. This is what they said. Australia's peak farming body has warned that superannuation changes announced by Treasurer Jim Chalmers could cool investment in agriculture unless the detail is worked through with farmers. Quote, yesterday's announcement throws up significant uncertainty for family farms, with scant detail on things like grandfathering, treatment of revaluations, or how this might impact lending in a climate of rising costs and interest rates. End quote. Not my words, not the words of a politician, but the peak body representing farmers. And the farmers of my home state of Queensland deserve to get answers in relation to those questions from the Finance Minister.
I put the question to the motion moved by Senator McGrath. Those for the question say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Senator McKim.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that the Senate take note of the response to my question from the Minister representing the Treasurer. Well, as I stand here to make this speech, the RBA has just raised interest rates again. This is the first time in Australia's history that there has been 10 consecutive interest rate rises. Now, the RBA itself has found that the current inflation spike is being primarily driven by supply-side shocks and corporate profiteering. The RBA itself has admitted that its models are not well suited for supply shocks, and also that there is very little that monetary policy can do to offset supply shocks. The RBA said today that the monthly CPI indicator suggests that inflation has peaked. Yet here we find ourselves, colleagues, 10 consecutive interest rate rises. The RBA is responding to a problem it admits its models can't understand with a solution that it admits is the wrong tool for the job. This is a form of institutional madness. The central bank is out of control and it needs to be reined in. And this is where the government should act. Specifically, Treasurer Jim Chalmers needs to wake up from his slumber and take action to save the renters and mortgage holders of Australia by being smashed by the RBA's relentless and dogmatic interest rate rises. Now, the Treasurer has the power under the RBA Act currently, and he should exercise that power rather than sitting idly by while the RBA risks tanking the economy and smashing renters and mortgage holders. So instead of sitting on his hands, he should intervene on the RBA. But what else he should do is introduce a corporate super profits tax. Now, let's all be clear about where we find ourselves at the moment. Real wages are declining at the fastest rate on record in Australia, yet corporate profits are going through the roof. We are through the looking glass here, colleagues. This is the dead end of neoliberal economics, where people are starving while the corporations announce mega profits, and the government does nothing about it because they are blinkered by their neoliberal orthodoxy, and the opposition the same. Now, this is where we find ourselves. The Treasury told Senate Estimates Committee that the risk of a wage price spiral remains low. But here we are, renters and mortgage holders getting smashed by interest rate rises in a circumstance where the RBA itself has found that the majority of the inflation spike is being driven by supply-side shocks and corporate profiteering. And the government seems to believe that 10 consecutive interest rate rises, smashing people, renters and mortgage holders into poverty, is the right response to a non-existent wage price spiral. Figures out today have showed that the volume in retail sales is in decline. People are buying less because they can't afford to buy stuff. The poorest Australians, those who can least afford to be made worse off, are being left behind while the wealthiest Australians continue to make off like bandits. And yet all the government can do is offer some ashen-faced commentary while people are being smashed into poverty, while the banks, the fossil fuel corporations and the supermarkets announce mega profits. We need to tax corporate super profits, tax the wealthy, freeze rents, put dental and mental health into Medicare and raise income support. So we could all do it all tomorrow if the government would work with the Greens.
I put the question as moved by Senator McKim. Those for the question say aye. Against no. The ayes have it.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? There being none, I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? No. I remind senators that the question may be put on any proposal at the request of any senator. I shall now proceed to formal business, and I start with government business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that government business notice of motion number 1 relating to the consideration of a motion concerning Ukraine be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Wong.
I thank the Senate and I move the motion.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Wong be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call Senator Wong.
Thank you, President. And at the request of Senators Billick and Van, I move the motion on behalf of those senators. It is with sorrow and resolve that I move this motion marking 1 year since Russia's illegal and immoral full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Sorrow for lives lost, futures disrupted, civilians recklessly targeted by Russian missiles. The hunger and hardship deliberately inflicted on the vulnerable of the world by a criminal Russian regime, by the deliberate damage it has wrought on global markets for grain and energy. But the courageous people of Ukraine can do little with our sorrow. So I also move this motion to demonstrate our government's and our nation's resolve. As Olena Zelenska, Ukraine's First Lady, has said, we are not commemorating a year of war. We are celebrating a year of resistance, a year of courage, a year of solidarity, a year of Australia and our partners doing what we can to support the people of Ukraine. We have imposed travel bans and targeted financial sanctions on more than 1,000 of the individuals and entities in response to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. We have committed more than $500 million in military assistance to Ukraine, including, most recently, $33 million for additional uncrewed aerial systems. In late January, I had the privilege of visiting the training grounds where the ADF personnel are training members of Ukrainian armed forces as part of a UK-led multinational training program. And we do many things in this job which are moving, but that was amongst the most moving of engagements I've had. I was deeply moved by interactions with the new Ukrainian soldiers who only a year ago were teachers, farmers, professionals and more, now standing ready to fight against Russian aggression. See, Mr. Putin and Russia have underestimated the courage of Ukrainians like these soldiers, and they underestimated the resolve of the global community. As I said in the UN last year, Russia is to be condemned for its illegal and immoral invasion, and it should be condemned as an attack on all smaller countries, because what it represents fundamentally is the assertion that a larger country is entitled to subjugate a smaller neighbour. On the 24th of February, Australia was one of 141 UN member states that again rejected this assertion. 141 countries voted in support of a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. Only 7 voted against. Russia's illegal and immoral invasion of Ukraine has prompted many of us to look back at our history, at the horrors in Europe and Asia that led humanity, that led the global community to establish the Charter of the United Nations. For many living through those times, it must have seemed that power and lies would succeed. In 1942, George Orwell published his reflections on the competing propaganda that swirled around the Spanish Civil War. He saw competing propaganda and lies, what we would now call disinformation. And he wrote of his fear that the very concept of objective truth is fading out of the world. But we know now that he was wrong, that the truth at great cost eventually won out. So I say this to Russia, and I say this to its apologists and to its cronies. Your crimes and your lies will not stand. And in fact, you have only strengthened our collective resolve. You see, we have reflected anew on the type of world order we treasure, the lives lived to potential, the dreams and ambitions fulfilled, and the common aspiration around this world that our children prosper in peace and live better lives than our own. Russia has reminded us again that these treasures, important to so many people around this world, these treasures are born of a system of rules and order respected by all. So, 1 year on, let us commit anew to these rules and laws, and in doing so commit anew 1 year on to stand with the people of Ukraine.
Thank you. Senator Wong. Senator Birmingham.
Ara Lunskaya is a young woman, a university student, a young university student with dreams and hopes. But Ara is from Mariupol. Ara is one of so many human faces with human stories that have been told as part of the bloody war that has struck Ukraine. Ara has buried her friend's parents, helped her disabled father to flee, seen her mother trapped in Russian territory and lived on stinking mattresses in the basement of her former building. In Ara's words, "We lived in building number 7. There is no building left. I went to Mariupol State University. There is no university left. There is no city left. Putin liberated us from our home, from our studies, our work, our future. We in Australia, some thousands of kilometres away, care about the war in Ukraine because there are important principles at stake. We condemn the barbaric, illegal and immoral actions of Vladimir Putin and the Russian government he leads. To do otherwise would be to imperil us all by tacitly condoning the actions of violent autocrats. But amidst our important principles and our strong condemnation, we should remember Ara and the countless other stories of unnecessary loss and suffering. UNICEF analysis suggests that 80% of Ukrainian children are now living in poverty. These children are not just facing the obvious physical risks of war from shelling, firing and combat. Such children are not just facing the mental health scars that will stay with them throughout their lives. Their lives and long-term health are imperilled in other ways. The destruction by Russia of more than 800 Ukrainian health facilities mean children are missing out on vital vaccines that would otherwise shield them from future disease. And then there are the horrific instances of war crimes committed by Russia. The Organisation for Security and Cooperation in Europe has identified mass graves, massacres and torture chambers. In one of its reports, the OSCE spoke of the mutilated bodies of murdered men, women and children discovered in a basement. Some had their ears cut off while others had their teeth pulled out. Amidst such horrors and crimes, it would be easy to be despondent. But if there is one thing Ukraine has shown itself to be the antithesis of, it is despondency. Ukraine has come to be defined by defiance, stoicism, bravery, resolve and triumph. Putin expected a quick victory, but Vladimir Putin was as wrong in his military strategy as he is in his moral compass. This war was unprovoked, unjust and unacceptable. 31 years ago, the fall of the Iron Curtain, proud Ukrainians rose up, seized their national identity to once again recreate their nation. Using their rights under international law, Ukraine embraced their sovereignty, celebrated their nationality and built their nation. Though imperfect like all of us, Ukraine has much to be proud of and much to defend. Ukraine and Ukrainians can be especially proud of their defence of their nation. They and much of the world have been inspired by the acts of courage and bravery. Inspiration has come in many forms, most visibly the leadership of President Zelensky. As President Zelensky said, Ukrainians made a choice on the 24th of February last year, not of a white flag, but of a blue and yellow flag. He has spoken not only in defence of territory or people, but of principles, the right to self-determination, to security, and to live without being threatened. These principles form the basis of our call to arms, Australia's call to arms, even from the other side of the world. No small or mid-sized nation should tolerate seeing another invaded by or made subservient to a bigger or more powerful regional neighbour. In helping to defend Ukraine, we defend the principles, the norms and the international laws that help to defend Australia. The previous coalition government proudly stepped forward with $225 million of defence military equipment, $65 million in humanitarian assistance, thermal coal to support energy supplies and humanitarian visas for Ukrainians forced to flee. We applied financial sanctions against hundreds of Russian individuals and entities as part of coordinated action with like-minded partners. The Labor government has built upon this foundation with more support and more sanctions, and our bipartisan support for these actions is emphatic. We will continue to encourage and welcome further actions and encourage further humanitarian assistance for people like Ira and others, as well as encouraging the reopening of Australia's embassy in Kiev. If democracies have suffered from self-doubt in recent times, the Ukrainian spirit reminds us to have confidence in ourselves, confidence in the enduring nature of our values, confidence to speak truthfully about threats to freedom, and confidence to show resolve in confronting evil wherever it lurks. As we acknowledge this first anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we say confidently, Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. Senator Bilyk.
Thank you. On the 24th of February this year, the Ukrainian community throughout not just Australia but the world joined with supporters to commemorate 1 year since Russia's illegal and immoral full-scale invasion of Ukraine. And I was honoured to be invited to speak at the Hobart rally and vigil. We couldn't bring on this motion that day because Parliament was not sitting. However, bringing it on today ties in well with this evening's launch of the Australian-Ukraine Parliamentary Friendship Group, which I understand is now the largest friendship group in the Parliament. As chair of the group, I would like to thank those members and senators who have joined, encourage anyone who hasn't joined to join, and I'd also like to thank Senator Van for serving as deputy chair. I'm looking forward to the launch tonight and catching up again with the Ambassador of Ukraine, His Excellency Vasyl Miroshnichenko, with whom I have developed a great working relationship. I'd also just like to acknowledge two members of the Ukrainian community in the gallery here today. There are other members already in the building having meetings with various ministers and people, so thank you for being in the chamber. Thank you for coming to the Parliament. Please be assured you have very, very good friends in this place. It gives me a great sense of pride that Australia is one of the largest non-NATO contributors to Ukraine. We've provided $65 million in emergency humanitarian assistance and over $500 million in military assistance, with our most recent support including sending ADF personnel to the United Kingdom to train Ukrainian soldiers and $33 million in drone technology. Our significant assistance to Ukraine is complemented by actions to impose costs on Russia, including sanctions targeted against more than 1,000 organisations and individuals, and import and export sanctions against a number of commodities, including Russian oil, refined petroleum products, coal and gas. Our assistance to Ukraine has been maintained through the transition from a coalition to a Labor government and has continued to have bipartisan support through both. In fact, I understand it has the unanimous support of the Parliament, at least I haven't heard any dissent. There was no better demonstration of Parliament's support for Ukraine than when both houses gathered for a group photo with the Ambassador, in which the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition stood shoulder to shoulder with the Ambassador. That was an historical moment. The Australian Parliament has never done that before. But Parliament doesn't stand alone in its support for Ukraine. Our stance is a reflection of the overwhelming support of the Australian public. Australians understand that, even though we are almost on the other side of the world, Australia needs to be in this fight with Ukraine, not just for Ukraine's sake, but for our own national interests. Russia's actions threaten the stability of the rules-based order that governs international relations. Australians understand that Russia's actions are a threat to every country and the rules-based order that maintains global stability. I'm certain the assistance given to Ukraine and costs imposed on Russia by Australia and our allies have been instrumental in ensuring that Russia's invasion has been a monumental failure. But international solidarity with Ukraine is not the only thing holding Russia back from achieving its objectives. What is also standing in their way is the patriotism, resilience and fighting spirit of the Ukrainian people. I'm in no doubt that Russia underestimated the Ukrainian people and that they expected to be in a much better position than they are now. While the 24th of February marks 1 year since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, it is the culmination of over 30 years of Russia's attacks on Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Since Ukraine gained its independence in 1991, Russia has interfered in the domestic politics of Ukraine, illegally annexed Crimea and backed separatist militias in the Donbass region, the very militias who were responsible for downing Malaysian Airlines flight MH17, murdering 298 people, including 38 Australians. Now, a lot of people know that my interest in this conflict, like our nation's, is motivated by an aspiration for global stability and security, but my interest is also very personal. My surname is Ukrainian. I have family ties with Ukraine by marriage, and my husband Robert, who is of Ukrainian descent, still has a strong connection to his Ukrainian heritage. We are both involved in the Ukrainian community in Tasmania and have been for many, many years. So we see and hear how Ukrainians are suffering, and it affects us deeply. So given this is personal, I actually have the following message for Russian President Vladimir Putin. Mr Putin, the blood that has been spilled in this illegal and unprovoked invasion, Ukraine and Russia, is on your hands. You have failed to appreciate that Ukrainians are a proud people with their own language, their own culture and their own identity, who have embraced democracy and want to determine their own future. For this reason, your invasion will fail. That is inevitable. The important question for you is, how much more blood has to be spilt before that happens? I commend the motion.
Thank you, Senator Bilyk. Senator Van.
Thank you, President. And I'd like to thank Senator Bilyk for being chair with me of the Parliamentary Friends of Ukraine since I came into this place in 2019. We've worked very well together on this issue, and I do thank her for her hard efforts. While we're celebrating the anniversary of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, February 24, 2022, it can't be lost on any of us that this war has been running since 2014 when Russia annexed Crimea. We've learnt lessons from that, as have the Ukrainian army. So where we're now seeing a complete rout of the Russian troops, they have effectively lost this war. They've certainly lost the war that they set out to fight, and that is to decapitate the Zelensky administration in Kiev and then go over and take over the country. That is never going to happen again. And why isn't it going to happen? Because like-minded nations have stood side by side with Ukraine and given them the arms, material, financial aid that they deserve. And they deserve it richly, because as we've seen, they've fought these fights. We've seen these Russian tactics before. whether it be in Aleppo in Syria, Grozny in Chechnya. But we've since gone on and seen how they fight a war of attrition in Mariupol, now in Bakhmut. These aren't new tactics for the Russian army, but they are tactics that are bound to fail as long as the West keeps on arming them, as long as the West keeps on giving them the weapons they need to fight the war. I've been saying for close to a year that the West needs to supply the main battle tanks and fighter jets. Thankfully, we've seen those main battle tanks promised, and some delivered. What we need to do now is convince our like-minded countries to send in those fighter jets that are so desperately needed for air defence and ground strike, to hit those dug-in trenches where the Russians are hiding away through this winter. As most of you will know, and particularly our Foreign Minister, I visited Ukraine in August last year. And it wasn't unauthorised. I was invited by the Ukrainian government. And it was an incredibly eye-opening trip. But I went for two reasons. Firstly, to go there, and I did a lot of interviews with media there, to tell Ukrainians that we haven't forgotten about them, that even a country as far away as Australia remembers what they're going through and are there to support them. But then also to be able to come home and say to Australians, we need to stand with Ukraine. I've seen the damage that this Russian army has done in Ukraine. It's not pretty, and I wouldn't suggest anyone go there just for sightseeing purposes. I went there and I saw the Bushmasters that we donated that are being used in this battle and used incredibly well, and met with the troops that are using them. Sadly, now some of those troops are no longer with us. They've been lost in this war. But it reminds me every day that we in Australia and all our like-minded countries need to do more. We need to do far more. Yes, we've promised $475 million in military aid. Sadly, not all of that has made its way into the country yet, and I encourage this government to speed up those deliveries. On my first morning in Kiev, I went for my morning run and I ran past our embassy. We share a building with the Canadian embassy. You could see the Canadian flag flying there, the Australian flag's not there because our ambassador's not there. But the most important thing I learnt while I was there was the resilience of the Ukrainian people. Every person I met was waiting to be called up. Whether it be your taxi driver, the barista making your coffee, anyone you met in the street, everyone was saying, I'm up for this fight. I'm up for this fight and I'm dying to go. And every person I spoke to, and I think every person in that country, will fight to a person to defeat Russia. And we need to be doing our bit to support them. And we must. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Van. Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, President. War is a most terrible thing. And those leaders, so-called leaders, who would pursue wars of aggression, to dominate, to subjugate, to profit from their neighbours for political purposes, are committing in that act one of the highest legal and moral crimes possible in the human community. In their illegal and unjustified invasion of Ukraine, Vladimir Putin and his regime have joined a dark pantheon of despots, of dictators, and sometimes of democratically elected officials who have committed such vile crimes. And in speaking to this motion today, I once again extend the solidarity of the Australian Greens movement to the people of Ukraine in their struggle to retain and to reassert their sovereignty in their struggle to face down this vicious dictator and his brutal regime. In doing so, I also reiterate the cause of the Australian Greens for all nations party to the United Nations Charter to work collectively in accordance with Uniting for Peace Resolution number 3378 to deliver coordinated international support to the people of Ukraine. It is absolutely incumbent upon Australia to work as part of the international community to ensure that the words of solidarity that are so often and so easily spoken in political chambers throughout the world are translated into material action. Now, one of those ways in which those words must be translated into that material action is to begin now organising an international programme of debt relief for Ukraine, to support them in the urgent work that will need to be done for the rebuilding of their communities. Right now, as we sit here, the Ukrainian army is engaged in a great battle with Russian forces over the city of Bakhmut. Much has been said in relation to the military strategic value of this engagement and this location. But we must not forget that this is a town which before the war hosted 70,000 people. 70,000 people called Bakhmut home, and it is now little more than rubble. Should the Ukrainian army and their allies achieve their strategic objectives, should tomorrow the Russian forces be thrown back over the border, should Crimea be liberated, the very next day the residents of Bakhmut will have no more home to return to than they do right now. And there is a profound moment of danger for the people of Ukraine in that moment, in the aftermath of victory on the field, that the international community declares mission accomplished and moves on. We cannot let that happen. We must ensure that the Ukrainian government is provided with that plan of debt relief so that they can invest in the rebuilding of their communities and the re-knitting together of those communities, to be able to once again have the services and supports that people need to ensure that a state is able to function in a time of peace, to do more than simply deliver ammunition and material and troops to a battlefront. Because if we fail in that moment, if we turn away, if we say you've got your battle tanks, but it's a very hard conversation for us to have with the IMF or the ECB or global money lenders in relation to your national debt, then in that moment we will condemn Ukraine to struggle to re-establish itself as a sovereign nation and a functioning, peaceful nation. We will continue this work. We will continue to advocate alongside the Ukrainian community for these actions. And in closing, I'd say simply this: Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Mackenzie.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of the National Party, I rise to support the motion and honour the bravery and strength of the people of Ukraine who continue to courageously fight a war not of their making. A war President Putin expected to last just 3 days, which has now passed the one-year mark in duration. This illegal, unprovoked and unjust conflict has resulted in the deaths of thousands of Ukrainians by Russian forces, according to the UNHCR, with more than 7,000 civilians killed and 11,000 injured, including 177 girls and 221 young boys. The UNHCR reported in September last year that 12.3 million people had fled the Ukraine, while 7 million had been displaced internally. That's 18 million Ukrainians that have left their homes. Many thousands more have been forcibly deported to Russia. Historic cities that have taken hundreds of years to build now lie in ruins. Ukraine estimates that Russia has caused $1 trillion worth of damage since the start of the full-scale invasion last February, and that it is not even allowing for the costs in Crimea and parts of Donetsk and Luhansk, which were invaded in 2014. The Ukraine government has estimated that 150,000 residential buildings, 1,500 schools and 20,000 kilometres of roads have been destroyed. And Russia, in its indiscriminate attacks, has targeted hospitals, schools and energy supplies. Russia's blockade of the Black Sea ports is equal to economic blackmail, with some of the world's poorest people now paying higher prices for food, energy and the very means to survive. In the areas liberated from Russian forces, Ukrainians have uncovered mass graves, as well as evidence of rape and torture on an unimaginable scale. It is President Putin who is responsible for this. He could stop it at once by withdrawing his forces from Ukrainian land, but he continues with his delusions of imperial grandeur and expansion. He blundered into a war that he cannot and will not win. Ukrainians were always going to resist a hostile attack aimed at wiping out their country, as Russia was warned that if they instigated the conflict, Ukrainians would defend their homeland ferociously, and they have. Today, Ukrainians are more unified, proud and determined than ever, and the overreach of Russia has united the world in the common purpose of peace and to defend the principles of the UN Charter. All Australians remain united and resolute in our support for Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity. And today, to be in the chamber and to hear the Labor government, the Liberal and National parties in coalition, the Greens, independent senators, stand as one, united in our support for Ukraine, is demonstration of what is occurring. This is a microcosm of what's actually occurred, particularly across Western democracies around the world. We as a nation are doing our part in helping Ukraine fight this illegal war and abate the global economic impacts Russia has caused. It is the former coalition government that stood with Ukraine 12 months ago, offering substantial humanitarian, economic and social support, and that has been continued by today's Labor government, and we thank them for that. We played a major role in food supply and fuel for Europe and the wider economic community. We've donated 70,000 tonnes of thermal coal to support Ukraine's energy security. We've banned the import of Russian oil, petroleum, coal and gas, banned the export of alumina, bauxite and luxury goods to Russia, and introduced an additional tariff of 35% on imports from Russia and Belarus. And we will continue to provide bipartisan support to the Australian government to ensure we provide more military and humanitarian assistance. Our former coalition government committed $285 million of defence military assistance, including 40 Bushmasters from my home state in Victoria, produced in Bendigo, and $65 million of the humanitarian assistance in Ukraine's fight for freedom. I'm proud to say that Bendigo Bushmasters have played a central role in Australia's military assistance. This is a David and Goliath battle, and as a middle power in the global order, Australia stood strong at the very start, and I think it was particularly our efforts at the beginning of this war that really, I don't think it was an assured assumption that everyone was going to come to the table 12 months ago and stand as united as the Western democracies in particular have against the aggression of this illegal war. So practically and philosophically, this nation stands with Ukraine. We stand for peace, but it's not peace at any price. The sovereignty of this nation matters, and we won't stop supporting them until they can be sovereign again and Putin and the Russian forces are behind their own borders.
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. I thank the Senate for this opportunity. I thank you, the fellow senators, for their contribution. We've watched on for over a year now at the horrors of the war in Ukraine, a country being invaded, a people fighting bravely and against all odds for their families and for their country. And The world has rightly grappled with what to do with such an immoral, illegal and unjust invasion. I believe we can learn much from the words of a moral giant, I believe, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, a German Lutheran pastor, who grappled with this question in the face of Hitler and what to do in that situation. And he has some wisdom, left some wisdom for us. Silence in the face of evil is evil itself. God will not hold us guiltless. Not to speak is to speak, not to act is to act. The global community has made clear the condemnation of Putin's actions. We must call for an end to this war, and we must call for peace. We must stand alongside the Ukrainian people, and I'm really proud to represent so many people here in the ACT who have been protesting, have been fundraising, have been looking after Ukrainian refugees. Many of them have put their lives on hold to focus on this. And I'd really like to use this opportunity to read out some of the words from a few of them. The first one, Kamberin Mauricia Jakashin. My parents were forced to leave their beloved homeland, Ukraine, due to the twin horrors of Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia. They were never to return to their families. Our family arrived in Australia in July 1949. Australia provided a safe haven and hope to rebuild their shattered lives. My late parents worked tirelessly for Ukraine's freedom, sovereignty and independence. This was passed on to their children and grandchildren. The Ukrainian community in the Canberra region, with their loyal friends and supporters from many countries of origin, have protested for over 12 months every Saturday outside the Russian embassy, not just in support of Ukraine's fight for self-determination, freedom and democracy, but for that of the free world. I urge the Australian Parliament to continue to provide bipartisan support for Ukraine with humanitarian aid, military aid and economic aid. This full-scale war waged on Ukraine by the Russian Federation impacts on all of us. Thank you, Australia. Slava Ukraini. The next one is from Andrew Lisinski. We're 12 months into this war, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, and the Ukrainian community here is still outraged about the invasion. Ukraine is a sovereign nation and is grimly defending that sovereignty. The Ukrainian community here and all over Australia and the rest of the world continue to protest this Russian aggression and will continue to do so whilst Russian forces are in Ukraine. Let's make no mistake, Putin is trying to destroy everything Ukrainian: identity, language, culture, religion and cultural icons. But he will not win because Ukraine, led by President Zelensky, is strong in its resolve. Ukraine is determined to defend all things Ukrainian, and the world is showing massive support because this is simply wrong. Putin will lose and Ukraine will prevail. Lastly, a contribution from Dmitry Kun. Thank you, Australia, for supporting Ukraine. We must continue the support. Russia's disregard for international norms and laws must be stopped by Ukrainians now. Or else we may find that other dictators, inspired by Putin, start territorial conflicts and wars. That is not a good prospect. We stand with Ukraine and we call for an end to this war. Slava Ukraini. Clearly this is an issue that we need to continue to speak up about. I thank the major parties for their support of Ukraine at this time, and for the many thousands of Australian people who in their own way have protested or shown their support to people in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. Senator Goodell.
Thank you, Madam President. As we know, on the 24th of February 2022, after months of Western intelligence agencies' warnings and Russian denials, the armed forces of Russia invaded the lands of Ukraine. We saw on TV live pictures of helicopters landings in Hostomel Airport, armoured columns advancing on suburbs and cities, and the Ukrainian population filling bottles of Molotov cocktails, sending children away from their homes and arming themselves in response. In what was meant to be a three-day easy victory, as we've heard, we're now only on day 377, and they retain control of a very small portion of Ukrainian sovereign territory. We have seen war crimes, we have seen targeting of civilians, we have seen and been reminded of the horrors of war over and over again in Bucha, in Mariupol, and now in Bakhmut. Even overnight, there is a video of a Ukrainian prisoner of war being executed on camera, whose last words are "Glory to Ukraine." But we've also seen the best of humanity, people coming together with unity of purpose, helping each other, protecting their country, their way of life, working to survive. Across the globe, there has been humanitarian and military aid in response to the needs of Ukrainians and their government. Just hours after the invasion, President Zelensky was quoted as saying, "The fight is here. I need ammunition, not a ride." The world has heard that, and it has answered. The people of Ukraine, inspired by its armed forces and political leadership, turned the tables and drove the invaders completely out of western Ukraine. With the famous tractor corps of Ukraine kept claiming hundreds of pieces of military equipment that could be repaired and then reused against the invaders. The world is not fueling Ukraine's ability to fight. Ukraine's ability to fight is fueling the world's appetite to stand up to what is right and what is wrong. I searched for better words than the German foreign minister, but I couldn't find them. And she said, "If Russia stops fighting, the war stops. If Ukraine stops fighting, there is no more Ukraine." It is that simple. But this is not going to be a defeat of Russia. It is a defeat of decency. It is a defeat of diplomacy, and it is a defeat of humanity. We must do better. Russia had a right to its own security and to feel safe within its own borders. It does not, however, have any right to act with such hostility across and within the borders of another sovereign country. That is not the way to achieve this. To Russia I say, tell the world what security you need to pull all of your forces and all of your arms back to the borders of 91. What can the world do to stop sending the sons of the Rodina to their deaths? What can the world do to halt your illegal and immoral corrupt slaughter of the innocent and the destruction of such beautiful, historical and productive lands? For it's not just the future of Ukraine you hold in your hands, it is the future potential of Russia. No one wants to see a generation of young men taken away from their families, their homes and their jobs. These men that Russia is sending to slaughter deserve so much better than that. The Stalinist phrase, "Quantity has a quality all of its own," should not be measured in body bags. This war must end because no one will win it. The war must end with guaranteed safety of Ukraine and Russia within their own borders. And in Australia, we've done our bit. We have sent our aid, we have sent our arms, we are sending our trainings, and we've sent our love and support to Ukraine. Respected, independent, open-source intelligence site Oryx has observed the loss of 6 of our Bushmasters and 3 of our M113 APCs. It is likely there is more, but we have seen these put to action, and the crime is that people have died while they are in them. We must continue to seek opportunities to assist the Ukrainians. We must continue to seek opportunities to support peace. And when all of this madness ends, we must seek opportunities to support reconstruction and reconciliation, for the absence of armed conflict does not in itself represent peace. But the war rages on. People are dying today. They will die tomorrow. And the risk is we all become so used to it, we become desensitised to it, we stop caring and we stop helping. So I say to Ukraine, I will not stop caring. Australia will not stop helping. We must do whatever it takes to deliver peace to your country and your people. And please, until that day, stay safe, fight hard, and we salute you.
Thank you, Senator Goodell. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, President. First, before I make my remarks, I wanted to pay tribute to Senator Billick, my good friend Senator Billick, and also to Senator Van, because I think the way they have come together in order to provide leadership to the Friends of Ukraine is just an outstanding example of what this place does at its best. So thank you very much. President, on 25 February 2023, I attended a rally in King George Square in my home state of Brisbane. And in that place, in King George Square in Brisbane, the Ukrainian spirit was there for all to see and feel. It was there in King George Square. The spirit of freedom, democracy, sovereignty, a spirit that has survived the horrors of Stalinist Soviet Union, which survived World War II and which now, against all odds, is surviving. But also in that square with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters, were brothers and sisters from Iran, representing the Iranian community. There was our wonderful Vietnamese community, representatives of our African community, our Indian community. This was the best of Australia. This was the very, very best of Australia in that square in Brisbane on Saturday, 25 February 2023. And there were leaders from all major parties. Member Graham Perrott MP was there, my local member, and I was there representing the Coalition. Cameron Dick was there representing the state Labor government. David Crisafulli MP, the opposition leader at the state level, was there. The Deputy Mayor of Brisbane was there. There was unity of purpose in that square on that day, the very, very best of Australia. And I say to the Ukrainian people, please know that we are standing with you on this journey. We are standing by you, shoulder to shoulder, with you on this journey. And in doing so, we are standing shoulder to shoulder with everyone in the world who believes in freedom, who believes in democracy, who believes in a rules-based international order. And we are there for the long term, for this journey, until it comes to an end and peace and sovereignty once more reigns in Ukraine.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. I ask senators to stand to assent to the motion. Thank you, senators. Now move to formal motions, and I'm going to deal with government business formal motion number 2, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher. Senator Chisholm.
I ask that government business notice of motion number 2, proposing a reference to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Chisholm.
I move the motion and table a statement in relation to the work.
So the question is that the motion, as moved by Senator Gallagher, Senator Chisholm, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We now move to general business notice of motion number 162, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young. Is that you, Senator McKim, or Senator Waters?
I can take that. Thanks, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 162, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young, relating to Australian carbon credit units, be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Waters.
Thank you, President. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 162, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young, moved by Senator Waters, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. We'll now move to general business notice of motion number 160, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Duniam.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that motion number 160, standing in his name, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Duniam.
I'll move the motion.
So Senator Chisholm.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Thank you, Senator.
The government will be opposing this motion. It would be inappropriate for a report into a confidential workplace investigation to be tabled in Parliament. Tabling such a report would represent a significant breach of privacy for the subject, complainant and witnesses, and could potentially act as a deterrent for any future complaints.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 160, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Oh yes, I forgot about that. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 160, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart as teller for the noes. Yeah. Order. There being 40 ayes and 19 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I advise senators there may be one further division. I now move to general business. Notice of motion number 161, standing in the name of Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, President. I ask the general business number 161 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Steele-John.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm.
Seek leave to make a short statement.
I believe leave is granted for 1 minute. Thank you.
The government will not be supporting this motion. It is the long-standing practice of governments not to disclose legal advice. A parliamentary committee is currently reviewing how Australia makes decisions to send service personnel into international armed conflict, with the terms of reference referred by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence, the Honourable Richard Marles MP. The Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade will soon be reporting on its inquiry into international armed conflict decision-making.
Thank you. So the question is that general business notice number 161, standing in the name of Senator Steele-John, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 161, standing in the name of Senator Steele-John, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator O'Sullivan as teller for the noes. It's all right, I'll get... No. Order. There being 12 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We now move to urgency motions. I'm going to deal with the urgency motion put forward by Senator Pocock. So Senator Pocock has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75. It's shown on item 14 of today's order of business. Is the proposal supported? Thank you. I understand that informal arrangements have been made to allocate specific times to each of the speakers in today's debate. With the concurrence of the Senate, I ask the clerks to set the clock accordingly, and I call Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I move the motion.
Thank you.
Australians elected the 47th Parliament with a mandate for real and ambitious climate action. The government may have their mandate of 43%, but there are many MPs and senators with their mandate for action more in line with the science. Scientists have spent decades telling us that we need to act now to hold global warming to 1.5 degrees if we are to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. Effects that we're already seeing. Communities across the country are experiencing. The costs are mounting up. We're seeing natural disaster after natural disaster, and we're not seeing the kind of action from politicians that we need. The safeguard mechanism presents an opportunity for us to show the children who come through here and watch Senate proceedings, children across the country who have asked the government, who have taken the government to court to say you have a duty of care to look after us, and we've seen the Australian government challenge that and say we don't have a duty of care to young people and future generations. We have an opportunity with the safeguard mechanism to begin to bring our climate action in line with the science. The safeguard mechanism has to work. It has to actually reduce emissions. And this means ensuring that emissions reductions are real and not just on paper. Under the proposed reform, Australia will join Kazakhstan as the only two countries in the world that allow unfettered access to offsets. And it's obviously no good. There is a huge amount of evidence and agreement on the need for an emissions reduction hierarchy. Companies must first avoid and then reduce their own emissions. Offsets can only be used as a last resort. And to quote the former chief scientist, Professor Ian Chubb, offsets can't be a device which big emitters use not to change their behaviour and not to do something about reducing emissions. I have no doubt that coalition senators will stand up and speak about how the safeguard mechanism will put industries at risk and push up prices. What they're missing is the opportunity for industry in a low-carbon economy. What they're missing is the moral obligation to act on the biggest challenge humans have ever faced. We're blessed with an incredible wealth of resources in this country. We hear a lot about resources, and resources will be a big part of our future, but not fossil fuel resources. We need to focus on the resources of the future and stop allowing politicians to conflate the two and present people who want a livable future, who want to transition away from fossil fuels, as someone who is against resources. Our major trading partners are decarbonising and starting to give preferential treatment to low-carbon imports. That is a massive opportunity for Australia with our incredible mineral wealth. From the government, we'll likely hear that finally something is being done and put in place for real climate policy, but we don't have time for incremental changes. We can't just say we're heading in the right direction. The fires and floods of the last few years should be a wake-up call for all of us. We owe it to those communities. We owe it to Australians. We owe it to Australians who haven't been born yet to deal with this now, and we have an opportunity with this legislation. We'll likely hear that a hierarchy of mitigation is assumed in the legislation, but there is nothing explicit to ensure that we are avoiding emissions, we're reducing emissions, and then as a last resort, we are using the land sector to offset. So I commend this to the Senate. This is a really important policy, but we have to get it right, and we have to ensure that it reduces emissions in this country.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Duniam.
Acting Deputy President, and I thank Senator Pocock for the opportunity to speak on this matter of his urgency motion relating to the Safeguard Mechanism reform, which of course is a live issue in this parliament and something that there's been much deliberation upon. I note in the matter of urgency that Senator Pocock put before the chamber, he references global warming and keeping it to 1.5 degrees, and of course goes on to talk about the design needing to be based on an emissions reduction hierarchy, which we've just heard him speak about, that delivers genuine emissions reductions while also ensuring a future for essential industries. I think it's important to focus on a couple of points in that as I provide a response from the Coalition on this issue. The issue of climate change is, as this motion does actually point out, a global one. It's one where there is a global responsibility. So it is right for us to do what we can here in this country. I think it is imperative that a country that should show responsibility and do what it can to minimise its impact on the environment, including when it comes to carbon emissions. But the problem with the matter we're dealing with when it comes to the safeguards mechanism, that currently is something that is a subject of consideration here, there is a difference of opinion in this place about exactly how best, under what is being proposed, we can achieve what it is we seek to achieve, minimising human impact on the environment, and in this case minimising carbon emissions, without having an undue and damaging impact on the economy. It's something I've talked about a couple of times here. For what it's worth, in terms of the Coalition, our view is that the proposal that has been put forward, that is referenced in the motion here in broad terms, is one that we haven't properly seen assessed in terms of its impact, both on an environmental level, what impact it will have on emissions reductions. We actually don't know. There are some projections. A lot of the modelling we know, as we've just dealt with a motion in this place, around some of the modelling the government refuses to reveal to us. We don't know what the impact is going to be, what reliance on carbon credits. Similarly, we don't know what impact such a proposition will have on the economy. It is something we've flagged as something that needs more serious consideration and more thought put into it. The second part of Senator Pocock's matter of urgency, talking about there, particularly at the tail end, when delivering genuine emissions reductions, ensuring there is a future for essential industries. And I think that is absolutely important. Part of the concern the Coalition has around what is currently before us, of course, is the idea that we will see industries that cannot meet emissions reductions mandated under this legislation and matching regulation, cannot access carbon credits, either through the Safeguard Mechanism credits or through ACCUs, faced with this increased cost of doing business here. And the end result, despite promises that there will be a scheme to protect these businesses, these trade-exposed industries, like cement manufacturing, for example, or aluminium production, will be protected through a formula. We're not convinced that that is the case. The proposal doesn't ensure a future for essential industries, and that is as important as making sure we get right what we need to when it comes to reducing emissions, because if you don't get both of those things right, then we're failing on both counts, and no one is better off. And indeed, when you don't protect these trade-exposed industries and try and bring them on the journey with you, try and work with them to invest in innovation and technology, to work with academic and educational institutions, to provide better technology to minimise the impact on the environment. When you're not doing that, those businesses, because of the increased cost I talked about before, this $275 penalty per tonne of carbon above the baseline, they will either reduce production here, in the best case, or simply shut up shop and go offshore. And those emissions will be generated that we could otherwise be working with them to minimise here, will be generated offshore somewhere else. And so back to that original point, it's a global responsibility, it's a global problem, and we can't simply offshore our problems and make someone else try and deal with them, because we will still have the issues that Senator Pocock talked about before. That's why it is right to expect the information, to understand the government's proposal, and to ensure we're getting it right when it comes to what it is we're putting in place to reduce emissions, but also to minimise the impact on the environment for our future generations.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Senator McAllister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Thank you, Senator Pocock, for bringing forward this afternoon's urgency debate. Action on safeguards is urgent, and this is something that we can both agree on. It is exactly why the government has legislation before the parliament right now that alters the safeguard mechanism so that facilities covered by the mechanism must reduce their direct emissions in the future. And we can also agree, I think, that reforms to the safeguard mechanism must ensure that Australia's biggest emitters do their fair share when it comes to emissions reduction. It's on that basis that we're happy to support the motion, have this conversation here in the Senate, but we think it is important to be clear about the safeguard mechanism reforms that we propose and what we are doing, because we don't agree with the whole of the senator's contention in the motion. Now, our government is unapologetically focused on transforming Australia's domestic economy to a low-carbon economy. It is the most important thing we can do to support the ambitious international action that is necessary to contain global warming to 1.5 degrees. It's why one of our first acts in government was to legislate an ambitious but achievable emissions reduction target of 43% by 2030, a floor, not a ceiling, and our safeguard reforms have been carefully designed to support that and to support Australia's biggest emitters to remain competitive in a decarbonising global economy whilst reducing their emissions. A fit-for-purpose safeguard mechanism does provide the policy certainty for business to invest in decarbonisation and seize the opportunities from global energy transformation. Now, the mechanism we propose will progressively lower baselines consistent with our legislated target. We estimate it will deliver 205 million tonnes of abatement to 2030. And with respect to Senator Pocock, this is not trivial and this is not, as characterised, incremental. These reforms are significant and they are designed so that all facilities, whether they are existing or whether they are new, reduce their emissions. And the proposal creates strong incentives for facilities to reduce those emissions on site and for the industrial sector to decarbonise. Of course, for facilities who may reduce emissions below their baseline, they will have the opportunity to create and sell safeguard mechanism credits. It is part of arrangements for flexibility that secure both our economic capacity and emissions reduction. We want to ensure that these facilities meet their obligations, but also that they can grow. We know that many safeguard facilities are in hard-to-abate sectors, like cement and steel, where technologies have not yet been demonstrated or aren't yet commercially available. And the access to flexible options is incredibly important for these sectors. ACCUs are part of this. The land sector is part of this. And an ACCU represents a tonne of emissions avoided or sequestered. We are strengthening confidence in that scheme to ensure the continued integrity of that abatement. We've done that through the Chubb recommendations, which found that the scheme is sound. Of course, Professor Chubb made recommendations for reform and we're committed to implementing those. But let's be real about this. These ACCUs contribute to our legislated targets, and they are not a free pass. Facilities that choose to use ACCUs will have to buy them on the open market, and many businesses will choose to permanently reduce emissions in their own facilities on site. Now, of course, as indicated just now and in recent weeks, those opposite have made themselves irrelevant to this process by opposing a policy that they themselves proposed to implement when they were last in government. The former government, of course, had grand plans for safeguard crediting. In fact, it was their policy right up to election day, included in their election document, Our Plan for Resources. And yet here we are, coalition senators repeating the same old lines. After a decade of delay, of denial, of dysfunction, all that there is on offer is half-baked scare campaigns that are made up from the same old talking points. But for the first time in a decade, we have a parliament comprised of members and senators who are willing to deliver what the Australian people have been crying out for a decade: action on climate. They called for action loudly at the election, and now they have a government that is willing to deliver. But we cannot do this on our own. We require a majority in this place, and when the legislation comes before senators, it will be a choice of real significance. We can seize or squander the only chance before us to get emissions down from our largest industrial emitters. I thank senators for their constructive engagement with Minister Bowen and with the government, and I look forward to the debate proper when it commences in this place.
Thank you, Senator McAllister. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. To have any chance of getting the climate crisis under control and meeting even this government's weak emissions target, there can be no new coal and gas projects, not one. The inquiry into Labor's safeguard mechanism heard from expert scientists and economists. The conclusion was clear. Under the safeguard mechanism, as it is currently proposed, actual pollution from coal and gas goes up. We're not talking about incremental progress that the Greens just don't think goes far enough. We are talking about a flawed scheme that will actually make the climate crisis worse. Surely the measure of a good climate policy is whether it makes pollution go down. On that measure alone, the safeguard mechanism fails to deliver. Throughout the inquiry, the government was asked repeatedly to show evidence that the safeguard mechanism would bring down pollution from coal and gas. They made no such commitment. The department offered no evidence. Their own projections confirm that emissions from gas will increase. The emissions from the first 5 years of the Scarborough Gas Project alone will wipe out the entire claimed benefit of the safeguard mechanism. It is difficult to have any confidence that the scheme will do anything to curb business-as-usual behaviour from coal and gas companies. It's no wonder that it has the support of Woodside, of Shell, of Rio Tinto, of Origin. The safeguard mechanism only targets Scope 1 emissions, and only 4.9% of coal and gas entities covered by the scheme will face a price signal. Any cost impacts imposed on this fraction of overall emissions can be completely offset, with facilities able to buy their way out of the scheme at a very low price for a very long time. Already contracted ACCUs, or Australian Carbon Credit Units, account for nearly 70% of the total abatement goal. So not only can coal and gas pollution continue to rise as long as enough offsets are bought, but more than 2/3 of the modest ambitions of this scheme will have been achieved without a single dollar of new investment. LAC's exit arrangement for government contracts will see 84 million land-based offsets from the Mr Angus Taylor era flooding the private market to be scooped up by coal and gas companies planning new projects. This could push out exposed industries that actually need assistance to abate their emissions. The Greens want genuine Australian industry and manufacturing to thrive. Aluminium, steel, bricks, fertilisers, glass and cement all have a future in the clean economy, but coal and gas don't. We should be supporting genuine Australian industry to transition, not asking them to make room in a finite carbon budget for more coal and gas. We must limit the use of offsets and ensure that offsets have integrity. The scheme allows entities to keep going on as long as they buy enough dodgy offsets. It's It's a clever accounting trick, but it won't fool the planet. The Greens have made an offer to support the Safeguard Bill if the government commits to no new coal and gas. But we've also said that we're open to other ways of achieving that end, including through a climate trigger. This nation has squandered the last critical decade for climate action under a climate-denying government. We need this government to design a scheme that makes pollution from coal and gas go down, not up.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. The government will be supporting this urgency motion today. However, we do not support all of the substance of Senator Pocock's motion. Let me be clear. The Albanese government does agree that action on safeguards is urgent. We agree with Senator Pocock on that point. That urgency is exactly why the government has legislation before the parliament right now that will alter the safeguard mechanism to ensure Australia's biggest emitters do their fair share when it comes to emissions reduction. And I was with the Energy Minister, Chris Bowen, in Gladstone at the start of the year when he announced this policy and set out the details of the consultation process that we will go through. We have proposed a fit-for-purpose safeguard mechanism that will provide policy certainty for businesses and the regional communities they support and will deliver genuine emissions reductions. The safeguards legislation will be a test for senators in this place. For the first time in a decade, we have a parliament of senators and members willing to deliver what the Australian people have been crying out for: real action on climate. At the last elections, Australia has voted for an end to the division on climate wars that have plagued government policy for a decade. And now they have an Albanese government that is ready to deliver and wants to deliver. We're getting on with the job and taking action on climate just as Australians expect us to do. But we cannot do that on our own. We require majority support in this Senate. So I say to Senator Pocock and other senators, what will you do when the safeguard legislation comes before the Senate? Because there is going to be a clear choice that will need to be made. Senator Pocock can join with the government and take decisive action to get emissions down, to take 205 million tonnes of emissions out of the system to 2030, the equivalent of taking 2/3 of Australian cars off the road. Or it can choose to join the obstructors. And let's be clear, they have been obstructing action on climate change in this chamber for decades, both in government and in opposition. That is their record. He can sit alongside the climate wreckers and climate deniers on the opposition benches and block action on climate. That is the choice that senators will be facing. We know what happened when the Greens faced that same choice in 2009 and 2010. Instead of voting for the carbon pollution reduction scheme, they sat with the Liberals and Nationals of Tony Abbott and blocked climate action. Their choice derailed climate action for a decade is the reality. So I say to Senator Pocock and other senators thinking of standing in the way of safeguards, do not let history repeat. There are good faith discussions happening between the government, the Greens and other senators, including Senator Pocock. I thank these senators for their engagement, which stands in stark contrast to those opposite, who, under the Leader of the Opposition, are determined to oppose everything and take no responsibility for cleaning up the mess that they created. The Albanese government will continue to work constructively with those who are willing to be constructive and important partners on this task as we look to reduce emissions. But this is an opportunity too important and too urgent to miss. That's why we agree that this is a matter of urgency today, and we will be acting on this issue as a matter of urgency in coming weeks. But if Senator Pocock really believes this is a matter of urgency and wants to keep faith with the people of the Australian Capital Territory, who have been national leaders when it comes to climate action, then he will back our legislation when it comes to the Senate later this month. As I mentioned, I was with Minister Bowen in Gladstone when he announced our proposals around the safeguard mechanism, and the important point about that is that we want to work with industry to ensure that they can lower their emissions, because a lot of these industries are very important to our national supply chains, but also the task that we face in rebuilding manufacturing in this country as well. So unlike the Greens, who operate in a silo on these issues, we know how important it is to work constructively with industry, who want to bring down their emissions, and we want to provide the government leadership to enable that can happen. And that's what we want to do through the safeguard mechanisms. That's what Minister Bowen announced when we were in Gladstone in January, and that's what the government intends on delivering on over the coming weeks in this chamber. So I'd call on all senators to engage in constructive discussion to ensure that we can pass this safeguard mechanism, because it is of vital importance for Australia's future, but it is also of vital importance for Australia's industries, that they can continue to operate and also deliver the employment that so many regional families rely on. That's what we want to deliver.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. Senator Steele-John.
The Northern Jarrah forests of my home state of Western Australia are some of the most beautiful, diverse and vulnerable forests on planet Earth. The preservation of these forests and their continued contribution to action on climate change is paramount. And they have indeed been identified as an ecosystem of particular risk due to the increasingly drying climate, which is a reality of climate change. It is places like this that I want to see protected. It is places like this and the contribution that they make to our planet and our community which should call on us, among so many other things, to pass climate laws which take on corporations and actually tackle the climate crisis. Corporations, for instance, such as Alcoa, have gotten away with far too much for far too long. Not only have they been clearing our forests, just last month it was revealed that they have built a pipeline carrying toxic waste across Western Australia right over the top of a key water supply dam. Toxic waste flying over the top of a drinking water reserve. This toxic waste contains forever chemicals known to cause serious adverse health issues, including cancer and impacts on reproductive health. Now, this wasn't sort of unforeseen accident. This wasn't an unfortunate whoopsie. Alcoa made an application to build this pipeline. The application was under assessment, and Alcoa went ahead and built the thing anyway. Now, you'd rightfully assume that such willful disregard for human health and the law would result in harsh penalties, significant fines, criminal charges strike me as appropriate. So what happened? Well, Alcoa was forced to purge the pipeline and no, nothing. That's it. That's all. That's all they were required to do. This is, again, not something that went unforeseen. Alcoa knew that this was exactly how it would play out, just as Rio Tinto knew when they misplaced a radioactive capsule somewhere in the Pilbara, and the worst they faced was a $1,000 fine. In WA, mining companies know that it is better for business to ask forgiveness rather than permission. These corporations must be held to account via climate laws for their impact on the climate crisis.
Senator Steele-John. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy President. It was good to hear Labor senators today acknowledge that millions of Australians, after more than a decade of climate inaction in this place, voted to get climate action in this parliament. And isn't it ironic that the first piece of legislation we have before us in this parliament is an ex-Tony Abbott piece of legislation? Now, soon we are going to debate whether you can polish a turd, but let me tell you right here and now, the only thing this legislation will safeguard is the profits of big polluting companies. The only thing this legislation will safeguard is the cosy relationship between the Labor political party and the Liberal political party and their big fossil fuel donors. It won't safeguard the children who are here in the chamber today watching this debate and their futures. It won't safeguard our climate or our environment or our communities, that are suffering and have been in parliament this week urging us not to pass this safeguard mechanism as it is. You can't fix a problem by making it worse. We are not going to let this opportunity pass. The 1.8 million Australians who voted for the Greens to give us the balance of power in this place to make sure we get climate action in this parliament, because it has been too long. Some of us have been in this chamber day in, day out now for over a decade trying to get climate action. And I thank Senator Pocock for bringing this debate here today. We will not be locking in failure, Senator Ayres. I'm happy to take your objection. I don't know why you keep writing Julia Gillard out of the history books, because she was able to come in here and with the Greens negotiate what was the gold standard around the world for climate action. We were very proud of that. I'm not sure why you and the Labor political party keep writing her out of the history books. Going back to 2009. Well, the world's changed since 2009. In case you haven't noticed, the physical world is changing. The Barrier Reef is bleaching. You can laugh at the Barrier Reef bleaching, which you always do, Senator Canavan, and I hope the cameras once again come in close on your smiling face while we're talking about the death of our natural world, our forest burning, the loss of biodiversity, the shifts we're seeing in nature. You might think that's funny, but we're in here to get climate action. That's what Australians put us in this place for, and we will not let them down.
Thank you, Senator Wilson. So the question before the chair, well, there are 8 seconds left. If anyone wants to take the final 8 seconds. No. Well, the question before the chair, therefore, is the motion moved by Senator Pocock. Senator David Pocock. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Okay. Division required. Division required? Yes. Ring the bells. 4 minutes. Yeah, they.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the urgency motion standing in the name of Senator Pocock be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pratt as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 32 ayes and 27 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative.
The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Canavan, which is also shown at item 14 on today's order of business. Is the proposal supported? Excellent. Okay. All right, everybody sit down. I understand that informal arrangements have been made to allocate specific times to each of the speakers in today's debate. With the concurrence of the Senate, I ask the clerks to set the clock accordingly, and I call Senator Canavan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Acting Deputy President. Well, some might still say the government is in its honeymoon period. It has broken more promises than any newlywed in history. In just 10 months, as a government, only 10 months since the election, I've got a list here of 10 broken promises from this government. 10 broken promises, one for each month they have been in government. They're not little promises either, they're not small ones, but they were all sweet nothings that the Labor Party whispered to the Australian people over a year ago during the election campaign to reassure them, to tell them that they thought they would deliver for them. And instead the Australian people have been completely dudded, and these promises have been completely broken. At the top of this list was their long, oft-repeated promise to cut people's power bills by $275 a year. In fact, Mr Acting Deputy President, the now Prime Minister made that promise 97 times before the election. 97 times did Anthony Albanese say to the Australian people he would cut your power bills by $275. Guess how many times he's made that promise or repeated that promise since the election? Guess how many? Zero, nada, zilch. He doesn't mention it anymore. It was something, as I say, it was a sweet nothing said before the Australian people walked down the aisle with the Australian Labor Party, and once the vows were said, once the rings were on the finger, he has completely forgotten about it, as if he never said it before. Because we all know, I don't know if you've opened up a power bill in recent months, they certainly haven't gone down by $275. My power bill hasn't. It's skyrocketed up in the opposite direction, and now the Labor Party won't even give an inch of support to the fact that they made this promise. The Labor Party also said there'd be no changes to superannuation. The Prime Minister said that on radio many times, said he had no plans. He said on the 31st of January last year, we have not planned for changes on superannuation. Well, the last 2 weeks, of course, we've seen a doubling of superannuation tax rates. For now we know 10% of Australians, thanks only to the Senate yesterday, we know 10% of Australians. The Prime Minister, now Prime Minister, also said that he would increase real wages for the Australian people, increase real wages. In fact, a couple of weeks ago it was confirmed we've had the biggest reduction in real wages on record, on recorded history. Another promise broken from this Prime Minister. We had a promise that there'd be no increase in the tax burden. As I said, that has already been breached by the superannuation promise, but we've also had a Treasurer out there in the last couple of weeks saying that he might tax the family home too. He hasn't ruled that out of contention. Well, who knows? Who knows? Who would know? Who could trust you what you say today when what you said last year you're definitely not keeping up with now? The Australian Labor Party also promised that people's franking credits wouldn't be touched. Remember that? They wouldn't be touched. And now we learn this week they're back on the agenda to be taxed. This is when the Australian people elected the Labor Party last year, they thought they were getting Anthony Albanese as Prime Minister. In fact, they're actually getting Bill Shorten, because all of these policies are what Bill Shorten took to the 2019 election, and the Labor Party tried to drop and hide for the 2022 election. But Bill Shorten is back. He is back with his agenda of taxing superannuation, taxing franking credits, and we expect probably in the future they'll be taxing the family home, taxing investment properties as well, just like the Labor Party wanted to do in 2019, which was rejected. The Labor Party also said there'd be no return to industry-wide bargaining. Well, that was removed late last year. Another promise broken just before Christmas. They promised wage rises for aged care workers. Well, they're like the rest of us, seeing our real wages go down. The Australian Labor Party, Bill Shorten, not Mr Bill Shorten, Mr Anthony Albanese, promised that he would deliver cheaper mortgages for the Australian people. He promised cheaper mortgages, and then today, just in the last couple of hours, we've seen the 10th increase in interest rates, 9 on this government's watch, 9 interest rate increases in the space of 10 months from this government after promises of cheaper mortgages. He finally promised that Australian families would be better off, and clearly with rising interest rates, rising power prices, increasing taxes, Australian families are not better off in this government. No one could make that claim. Now, my opponents here will get up and say, oh, there was all these problems. We've had the Ukraine war. We've had all these things. Guess when Ukraine was invaded? February last year, 3 months before the election. It happened then. Guess when inflation started peaking? It was about 18 months ago. He should have known that then. The Labor Party knew they were telling fibs to the Australian people a year ago. They tried to hide it. It's been exposed, and now they've got a litany of broken promises that are going to be held around their neck until the Australian people have their say on how they think broken promises should be treated in 2 years' time at the next election.
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Senator Polley.
What a desperately written MPI from an opposition that couldn't even navigate their way back to port in calm waters, let alone when there's been a storm. Public trust in government has been at the all-time low after a decade of the Liberal coalition government. I will put up Anthony Albanese as the PM against Scott Morrison any day at all. And the Australian people finally saw through the Liberal coalition under Scott Morrison for their rorts, dishonesty and lies. They made their judgment based on what they had experienced for over a decade. They were caught out time and time again for the lies, the corruption, the rorts of grants. That is what this opposition will be remembered for some time to come. But it's unfortunate, very unfortunate, that those opposite have the audacity to come in here and make these claims in relation to broken promises when, in fact, the Australian people still see us as the government of hope, the government that will put their interests first, a government where they know the Prime Minister is the Prime Minister, not a Prime Minister who tries to take on other ministers' portfolios.
Thank you. Senator Hughes, yes.
And I nearly said Madam Deputy Chair for that. Mr Deputy Chair, point of order on relevance. It's not addressing the question at all that was put by Senator Canavan. If you could bring Senator Polley back to what the actual urgency motion is.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. It is a wide-ranging debate, and I'm sure that Senator Polley has addressed the issue and will continue to address the issue.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President, for your protection from— you always know when you're hitting a nerve when they take frivolous points of order that has no relevance whatsoever. But this gives me the opportunity to continue to talk about the trillion-dollar debt that those opposite left the Australian government of today. It's not just the problem of the Australian government, it's actually Australian people's debt that we have inherited from a lacklustre, dishonest, rotting government. They're the facts, so it doesn't matter how many times those opposite come into the chamber and want to rewrite history and make everyone feel that they haven't been looked after, or the promises that we made at election times have not been committed. They know that they have cheaper medicines. They know that they have affordable childcare. They know that we will be addressing climate change. They also know that there's 180,000 free-fee TAFE places, something that this government were very proud of, the fact that they were running down TAFEs with their state colleagues in Tasmania and the coalition government, who obviously did nothing about building Australia's skills. They have done nothing to protect manufacturing in this country. Not a thing. What we have seen under the former government was manufacturer after manufacturer leaving this country, going overseas. Why? Because they never were on the job. And now they come in here and bleat about 0.5% of the population who have $3 million in their superannuation fund. They want to speak up. They're crying crocodile tears for those people, but they don't give a damn about the average Australian who has $120,000 or less in their superannuation. Never hear those opposite come in defending Australian workers. We saw them do nothing to address the concerns and the crisis in aged care when we can't get people to work in aged care. We didn't see them doing anything about legislating to bring more nurses back into aged care. We heard absolutely nothing. We heard nothing for them when it came to instilling the support of their government to skill up Australians. They did nothing for low-paid workers, and they come in here now and trying to rewrite history. Well, the Australian people saw through them. They are still seeing them for what they were, and I will guarantee one thing about history will actually hold Anthony Albanese as the Labor Prime Minister of this country in much better esteem than the history will ever show of Scott Morrison and his government and the rotting, dishonesty, and the fact that he had so much faith in his colleagues, in his ministerial colleagues, he took over responsibility for their portfolios. I mean, come on, give me a break. Give me a break. It is just ludicrous for those people to come in here and try and defend their record, the record of rotters, cheats and people who are dishonest with the Australian people.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. As a servant to the many different people across Queensland and who make up our amazing Queensland community, I'm speaking to Senator Canavan's motion, Matter of Public Importance. This MPI quite fairly criticises the Albanese Labor government for their record of broken promises already, including a promise not to raise taxation and a promise not to change superannuation. The Prime Minister is now raising tax on unrealised earnings of large superannuation funds. Oh, way to go! Labor are running a 2-for-1 sale on broken promises, just in time for the New South Wales state election, where 5.5 million voters are going to ask themselves, do I trust Labor with government? Will they keep their promises? To be fair, the Albanese government has not resorted to dividing promises yet into core and non-core promises yet. But wait, it's early days, and the promise to bring down the cost of living is already broken. Today, Brisbane's Courier-Mail newspaper reported that an average household in Queensland now has to spend an additional $1,150 a month to pay their bills and keep a roof over their head. $1,150 is a hell of a lot of money for everyday Australians to find every month. The Labor government is wrongly trying to blame international pressures for gas price rises. Gas was already increasing rapidly before the Ukraine conflict. The gas price rise has nothing to do with war between countries and everything to do with the war on coal. As the government closes down energy-intensive coal power and introduces more weather-dependent solar and wind power, the grid needs more and more gas to firm the supply and maintain reliable power. Household gas is costing more as large electricity generators bid in the market for the gas they need to keep the electricity grid functioning. Increasing gas prices is demand inflation. Housing price rises are demand inflation. 400,000 new Australians arrived in the last 12 months. 400,000, all needing houses in which to live. Of course the price was going to rise. No wonder the Albanese government changed their election promise from cheaper power to power going up less quickly. Every cool room on every farm and dairy, in every coal store and every supermarket is now more expensive to run. Every bakery, restaurant, butcher and every store and every shopping centre is passing on huge increases in power prices. Mortgage repayments are rising because the previous government's money printing caused increasing interest rates. Labor went right along with them with those measures and is equally to blame for the inflation that's now caused. Last week, Treasurer Jim Chalmers recklessly, wrongly, uncaringly claimed the worst of inflation is over. Oh really? On what basis? New South Wales voters should not believe that for a moment. Inflation is a direct result of this government's core energy and spending policies. And this government is not going away until 2025.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy President. Of course, I might just begin by saying, of course, we have to discount a motion coming from the Liberal National Party around broken promises. A party that seems to think it's okay to lie to the Australian people to maintain cabinet confidence, which of course we've just found out about in recent days. But I do want to say to the Labor Party, if the safeguard mechanism that you are bringing to parliament is your plan for climate action in this parliament, that will be a broken promise to the millions of Australians who gave you and the Greens and the crossbench a mandate for change in this parliament at this really important and absolutely critical time of history. If the best we're going to get is an ex-Tony Abbott scheme adopted from the Liberal Party and from Angus Taylor, if that's the best we're going to get, Australians are going to be bitterly disappointed. And they will see this as a broken promise when you campaigned on climate action. But that's okay, because the Greens are here to help. We're here to help. It might feel like a thin green line some days, but we are here to hold that line for the millions of Australians who voted for climate action and make sure that we do put our communities, our country and nature first. and make sure that we actually get an outcome on reducing emissions, because the legislation that you are bringing to Parliament, that we've had a good look at now, does nothing to reduce emissions. It does nothing to act on our climate emergency. You can't fix a problem by making it worse. And this is the greatest challenge of our time. Guess who said that? Yep, an ex-Labor Prime Minister. Well, this is a chance to fix it, and we're happy to work with you to make sure we have no new fossil fuel projects in this country.
Expired. Senator Bragg.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, there are so many broken promises here to choose from, but so little time to speak. So it is very regrettable that there isn't more time. But I think just for the enjoyment of the chamber, I'll just focus on a couple that are known to me in some level of detail. Now, in the 2019 election, there was a policy statement by the Labor Party that it would turn off refundable offsets and thereby effectively destroy franking credits for many retirees. Now, this was an agenda that was put forward by Mr Bowen, Minister Bowen now, and he said famously in a radio interview in Sydney that if people didn't like that policy, they should vote for the coalition effectively. Now, that's what people did in 2019, and of course this time they've come back and tried to attack franking again. Now, franking is a policy that the Treasury probably doesn't like, and I'm sure that the Treasury advice to the government is that they should try and damage franking, much to the chagrin of former Prime Minister Paul Keating. But rather than being upfront with the Australian people and saying, look, we want to stuff franking, the Labor Party said they wouldn't touch franking. And in fact, the quotes here are really quite good. On the 4th of March 2022, Mr Albanese said in Perth that they are not touching them when referring to franking credits. And then just 2 weeks later he said that Labor won't have any changes to the franking credits regime. And then, of course, the Treasurer, or the now Treasurer Jim Chalmers, told Queenslanders that when it came to tax, we won't be doing franking credits. We won't be doing them. I couldn't be clearer than that. Well, he's certainly doing them. He's doing them over. And what you've now seen is a very sneaky, underhanded way of taking on franking credits. Rather than removing the ability of the funds to receive them, they're trying to turn them off from the corporate end, and thereby trapping $86 billion in credits on balance sheets today. So it's very interesting. If you read the explanatory memorandum, it says if any entity has never previously made a distribution, then the entity will not have a practice of making distributions. And that is the key test in this bill, that it will effectively stuff franking by removing the ability of a company to pay a franked dividend when they've capital raised at any point in the past, possibly. The link between a company raising equity and then paying a distribution is going to be there in the bill. Therefore, the whole franking system is frankly at risk. And this could have very serious consequences for Australia as a competitive jurisdiction. It'll be less likely that people will invest in Australian companies. It'll be harder for Australian companies to raise equity, and Australian companies will be more reliant on debt as a result of this change. So, but the political point here is that the government should have been up front and said, look, we are going to change franking, but instead they wrapped themselves in these promises. So very disappointing. And secondly, whilst the time is remaining, I do want to talk about the other broader promise that was made here, not to touch super. So hilariously, there's a gentleman in the House called Mr Stephen Jones. He's the Assistant Treasurer, and he gave an address to the 2022 SMSF Association where he said, Anthony Albanese wanted me to deliver a particular message to everyone in the sector today, and it's about stability and certainty. And he says, we want you to have peace of mind in retirement. We want you to make the case that your nest egg, your retirement savings are always going to be safer under Labor. There you go. You couldn't make it up. That's a good quote, isn't it? So basically, all the government has done since the election has been to move the goalposts. Clearly there's been an agenda to try and feather the nests of their favourite rent seekers, but in relation to the substantial tax change, that is really going to be a significant change to the system over the long term, because over the long term it's going to be younger Australians that will pay a much higher level of tax. Now, yesterday we heard in this chamber that 10% of people would be hit by the tax over the long term, and in the short term it'll be about 100,000 people. But the point is, if you've gone to an election saying you won't change the tax settings on super and your promises last less than a year, it shows that breaking promises is part of your DNA. And whether it's in this policy area or climate or a range of other things across the board, the government has shown itself to be very unreliable when it comes to making promises and keeping them.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. It's unbelievably galling to be lectured by those opposite on broken promises. And the ridiculousness of it is they actually made an art form of breaking promise after promise. Tony Abbott on the election eve in 2013, no cuts to education, no cuts to health, no cuts to the ABC or SBS, and I'll take that interjection from Senator Bragg as he leaves the chamber. Yeah, it was 10 years ago, and then you just got better at lying over the 10 years. It got worse and worse and worse.
Senator O'Neill, Senator Hughes.
That was disparaging of a colleague. If we could ask, can we ask that to be withdrawn?
Senator O'Neill, I will remind you that it is disorderly to cast aspersions on reasons why senators might be leaving the chamber during your remarks, so I will remind you of that in making your contribution.
I withdraw.
Thank you, Senator
I didn't know that was the bit that was offensive. I thought it was. I thought you were taking umbrage at me actually calling the former Prime Minister a liar. But if this is just about Senator Bragg leaving the chamber, that's okay.
Senator O'Neill, I would also remind you that it is best to be careful when using that particular word in reference to other members of the parliament. Please continue your remarks.
So 10 years, it made an art form of it. $4.7 billion in funding to universities, cuts hundreds of jobs to ABC, SBS, scrapped the last 2 years of the Gonski reforms. And that was just the warm-ups. It just got worse and worse and worse. Billions and billions in entrenched cuts that devastated the services that everyday Australians rely on, including the $56 billion tearing up of the National Health Partnership Agreement. And ask any Australian, how hard is it now to get into a doctor? They were the kind of broken promises that we saw day after day, year after year, 9 wasted years in Australia's history when we could have been really advancing on so many fronts. Mr Morrison, the PM with so many portfolios, he failed to do his jail job and failed to fulfil his promises. He promised a religious discrimination bill, with his own party revolting against it. He promised a National Integrity Commission. He didn't even get up to bringing it into the parliament, didn't even introduce it to the House. I haven't got enough time to list the litany of pretences that was the former government. So I'm absolutely not going to take any notice of the crocodile tears from those opposite when they come in here and talk about broken promises. It's a joke to see the coalition going into bat for the richest superannuation holders in Australia at the very same time as the scandalous robo-debt program that they instituted is unfolding before the eyes of Australians in the Royal Commission. Minister after minister, day after day, admitting to covering up systemic theft, illegally raising debts against their own people. And they dare to come in here and have a go at a government that's actually making a positive difference in the lives of Australians. Let me tell you, when I'm out there, people are saying to me, I'm so relieved, I am so relieved to wake up in the morning and not feel like there's a disaster landing on my head, because that was the characteristic of the former government. People know that the former government were happy to send illegal debt notices out to hundreds of thousands of Australians, hound them with debt collectors and then systematically lie and bully their way out of accountability for this tragedy, supposedly to improve the budget bottom line. Yet they've left Australian taxpayers with $1 trillion in debt. That's their record on economic realities. Now, Labor instead is undertaking a responsible cabinet-style government, not seen in generations here. Orderly, predictable, making sure that we bring Australians along with us on facing the challenges that we face. The world changes, And our world needs a careful response from the government who pays attention to the detail. We know that fair and sensible measures need to be undertaken to restore our nation's finances. Those opposite think it's just fine for those people with millions and millions of dollars in super to actually pay a smaller marginal tax rate than a pay-as-you-go earner on a $44,000 a year salary. And they think it's fine to borrow billions of dollars to keep those tax arrangements in super for people who have balances over $3 million in place. Now, I love the endeavour of people who get into business and create jobs and get the benefits of business. And if you've got $3 million in super, good on you. But if you've got more than $3 million in super, I don't think you should be getting a tax break, more than has been applied in this option of 30 cents in the dollar. I think there are people in your community who probably need to be able to see a doctor. I think people need services from this government. And the people need services a lot more than somebody with $3 million needing the protection of those opposite, who are standing up for 0.5% of Australians who are clearly not doing it that tough. Now, we're going to continue on with our plan to support workers, families and small businesses. Cheaper medicines, cheaper childcare, wage growth, more paternal leave, more paid parental leave, game-changing reforms that are real and will make a difference to the bottom line of families across Australia.
Expired. Senator Babbitt.
Thank you. Now, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese was elected to government in no small part because he insisted that his government would be one of integrity. In Feb 2021, Mr Albanese told the nation it's time to bring integrity back to politics. Well, it's been almost a year now and we're still waiting. Where's the integrity? Should we expect integrity anytime soon? Will Mr Albanese bring it back this year, perhaps next year? Perhaps in 2024, that's when we'll see the integrity. Now, don't tell us that the war in Ukraine means that the government can't do integrity anymore because we've used that in this place as an excuse for absolutely everything else. Or is integrity something that he needs the crossbench to support to deliver? Well, good luck getting the Teals to agree to that one. And you know what's funny? The only thing that Mr Albanese talked about more pre-election, more than integrity, was $275 off your power bill. Well, almost a year in, we're still waiting to see a sign of integrity, and of course the cuts to power bills are nowhere to be seen. Perhaps when the PM promised integrity, what he actually meant was dishonesty. Like when he promised the $275 cut to power bills, he made that promise, might I remind everyone in here, 97 times. Maybe he actually meant rises in power bills, not cuts. Kind of like when he promised no changes to super. That's what he promised. Maybe what he meant was changes to super. Much like when he promised that Labor had a plan, a clear plan for cheaper mortgages. Maybe he meant that the Labor Party would preside over 10 consecutive interest rate rises now. 10. Less than 12 months into the Albanese government, we are actually seeing quite a clear pattern. The government promises one thing, and the government goes and does something else. Now, how's that for integrity? They say this, but they go and do that. Now, the Prime Minister says you can absolutely, most definitely, rule out changes to capital gains tax on the family home. Just like he said, you can rule out changes on superannuation, and then he goes and announces changes to superannuation and he doubles the tax rate. Why would you believe a word that this government says? Meanwhile, the Deputy Prime Minister, he was so confused by the constant changes to super policy, a policy that, of course, we were assured before the election wouldn't happen, that he couldn't answer basic questions when he was on Sky News recently with Peter Stefanovic. No wonder the Deputy PM was confused. He has no more faith in this government and the policies than the rest of us do. Now, it takes a special kind of dishonesty to promise integrity and then break so many promises to the people that believe the claims of integrity. Now, Mr Albanese, he can sure walk across the Harbour Bridge in a Pride March, but you know what he can't do? He can't walk in a straight line. That's what he can't do. Now, the Treasurer, Super Jim Chalmers, can write 6,000 words on remaking capitalism. That's what he did. But he'd be hard-pressed to write 60 words on what it means to operate with integrity. It's time that we bring integrity back to politics, Mr Albanese. It's time. We're all waiting for it. We're waiting for integrity from your government, the same way that Mr Chris Bowen is patiently waiting for his taxpayer-funded Tesla. That's what he's waiting for. We're waiting for integrity from this government in the exact same way that Tanya Plibersek is patiently waiting for her chance to assume the top job. Actually, the way this government's going, there is far more chance of seeing that than of seeing any integrity. Mr Albanese, he started with so much promise. What a pity he hasn't kept any of them. Does Mr Albanese not understand that democratic nations run on trust? The citizenry grant permission to government to exercise authority in exchange for a government's commitment to act honestly and to act fairly. That's the deal, and Mr Albanese, he has trashed that deal in less than 12 months. The litany of broken promises shows us all that. Next election, vote differently.
Thank you, Senator Babet. And with that, the time for the discussion on the MPI has expired. I shall now proceed to the consideration of documents. Senator Cadell. I should have also said before I called you Senator Cadell, the documents are listed on page 4 of today's order of business. Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. I take note and seek to leave to continue my remarks on item 7 on page 4 and item 18 on page 5. On page 4 would be wonderful.
Thank you, Senator Cadell. Senator McKim.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. We're not at reports or government responses yet, are we?
We are currently at documents.
In that
Senator
case, you
McKim.
could safely ignore me until fractionally later.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator McKim.
I'm seeking the call again, and I thank Senator Urquhart for her prompting. Yes, for her assistance. Acting Deputy President, I seek leave to table a document which is in the form of an open letter signed by 502 medical professionals expressing their concern about the harmful effects of Australia's offshore detention system and calling on the Parliament to bring all consenting refugees and asylum seekers currently held on Nauru and Papua New Guinea immediately to Australia.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted. Any other senators wishing to take note of the documents on page 4? If not, I will move to the tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. Senator Urquhart.
I might do these as a job lot, if that's okay.
Oops, that is fine.
Okay. On behalf of the Chair of the Education and Employment Legislation Committee, Senator Sheldon, I present additional information received by the committee as listed at item 16 on today's order of business. And on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, I present the report of the Committee on the Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill 2022, and I move that the Senate take note of the report and seek leave to continue my remarks. And on behalf of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works, I present the committee's first report of 2023. And I think I'll do this other one later. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Urquhart. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I present the 183rd report of the Committee of Privileges regarding a possible obstruction of the work of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Law Enforcement. I move that recommendation 2 of the report be adopted. The report relates to the committee's inquiry into whether Senator Thorpe, and I acknowledge Senator Thorpe's presence in the chamber, failed to declare a relationship with Mr Dean Martin to the Joint Committee, whether her failure to declare a relationship with Mr Dean Martin to the Joint Committee amounted to an improper interference with the committee's work. More specifically, the Senate required the Privileges Committee to consider whether Senator Thorpe's failure to declare a relationship A. obstructed the work of the Joint Committee, B. if so, whether this amounted to an improper interference with the work of the committee, and C. whether any contempt was committed in this regard. The media reports which prompted this inquiry suggested Mr Martin is a former member of an outlaw motorcycle gang and that the Joint Committee was conducting an inquiry or held briefings which examined matters relating to such gangs. In considering whether Senator Thorpe's failure to declare the relationship obstructed the work of the Joint Committee, the Privileges Committee examined not just the specific impact of her failure to declare the personal relationship, but also whether there was a wider impact on the operation of the Joint Committee. The committee sought and considered submissions from Senator Thorpe and the Joint Committee. This matter relates to alleged conduct which, if proven, could only be addressed by the Senate exercising its power to determine and punish contempts. Media coverage of this matter was clearly intended to suggest that Senator Thorpe had utilised her membership of the Joint Committee to further the interests of an outlaw motorcycle gang. A senator using his or her position on a committee to access sensitive information from law enforcement agencies in order to further the interests of a criminal organisation would, of course, be amongst the most serious possible contempts. To the extent that it was conduct forming part of the proceedings of Parliament, it could only be sanctioned by the Senate. However, the evidence to the Privileges Committee demonstrates that the media coverage of this matter was inaccurate in some important respects. In particular, the implication that Senator Thorpe used her position inappropriately or even had access to information of the type speculated about in the media coverage is not borne out. The Joint Committee advised that it had no evidence that Senator Thorpe had declared a possible conflict of interest in relation to a personal relationship. Senator Thorpe accepted in her submission that she should have declared this possible conflict. The committee agrees that Senator Thorpe should have declared her relationship as a potential conflict of interest with her work on the Joint Committee. It was possible that she would receive sensitive material of interest to outlaw motorcycle gangs through her work on the committee. However, on the basis of evidence it has received, the committee is satisfied that no disclosure of such material has occurred and that the operations of the Joint Committee have not been impeded. The committee therefore concludes that a contempt should not be found in relation to the matters referred to. The committee also wishes to make some recommendations concerning the strengthening of the process for declaring conflicts of interest. The committee urges all senators to exercise caution in relation to possible conflicts of interest, as well as the perception that their personal relationships may conflict with their official duties. All senators should take a scrupulous approach to such matters. Where there is any doubt, they should seek the advice of colleagues or of the clerk. Senators must be aware of their responsibilities to perform their roles in the public interest, to declare any possible conflicts, and to comply with the standing orders by not sitting on a committee where they have a conflict of interest. Transparency in relation to such matters serves to resolve most issues and is critical to maintaining the confidence of submitters and witnesses in the integrity of committee proceedings. To support a more consistent approach on these matters, the committee has recommended that declarations of any conflicts of interest should be a standard agenda item at all private meetings of all committees. I would like to thank my colleagues on the committee for their considered approach to this matter. I commend the report to the Senate, and I do wish to say the manner in which the Privileges Committee has dealt with this has been very much in the interests of the Senate as a whole. It is not just a bipartisan committee, it is actually a non-partisan committee. And certainly Senator O'Neill, as the Deputy Chair, and I know she has made this reflection on a previous Chair, Senator Abetz, that the operation of this committee for a long time has been non-partisan. And I certainly hope as Chair, and it is my intention, that it will stay that way. And once again, I commend the report to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. Senator Thorpe.
Acting Deputy President, I seek leave to make a response. I'm not sure if that's what we do in this.
You don't require leave, Senator Thorpe, so you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and thank you, Senator Brockman, for reading out the findings of the Privileges Committee, which over months and months my family and my children have had to wait with bated breath about the process, the outcome and the transparency in this whole situation. I was basically mauled by the media in that time, mauled by the media. I had no relationship with that person. I was given legal advice by the Greens lawyer to say that I had to say that I dated this person. I got a call from that person and said, "Oh, did we date? We kissed once at a rally. Kissed once at a rally on the 26th of January. Had no idea who this person was or his background. My legal advice was to say I dated this person. And I got mauled by all of you. I got mauled by the media and Senator, whatever your name is down the front with a big laughter on your face, Holly Hughes. You were one of them. So I am sick of being torn down by...
Order.
I have a disabled child in my family too, excuse me. This is not about disability. This is about respect and shutting your mouth
Order, Senators.
when I am speaking. So, I am sick of the racism.
Order, Senator Thorpe. Senator Hughes.
Withdraw for disparaging comments she just directed towards me.
Senator Thorpe, thank you.
So,
yes, order, yes, order, Senator Hughes. Senator Hughes, thank you. Thank you. I'm going to rule on the point of order. Senator Thorpe, please withdraw the remarks, and if you could avoid repeating them. Thank you, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you,
have the
Acting
call.
Deputy President.
Thank you.
I got mauled by the media. I got mauled by all of you in here for something I did not do. Yous all had fun. All the cartoons of me riding Harleys, all of the disgusting comments I got on my social media, the comments I got from the media, you demonised me all. And today I have been cleared of any wrongdoing. I didn't come to this place to do wrong by the committees I sit on. I take that job very, very seriously, and I respect all of those members around any committee that I sit on in this place. To think all you people thought that I had been running off with some bikie gang telling secrets about what goes on in this place. What kind of person do you think I am? I think I deserve an apology from the Leader of the Greens, for one, because I lost my position as well. For what? For a kiss on Invasion Day with some black man at a rally who happened to be an ex-biker. I didn't ask for his resume. How you going, love? So, I'm glad, thank you to the Privileges Committee, for looking hard into this situation. And I, for the record, put myself up to the Privileges Committee because I wanted them to investigate me, because I knew I had done nothing wrong. But my family and my community were hurting from the racism that I copped. Social media.
Order.
So thank you very much. I'll end my comments there.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. And I would remind senators to direct their comments through the chair during this debate. Senator Brockman, are you on the same?
I'm moving on.
No, well, I was going to put your motion before we moved on, if that is all right. So the question before the chair is that on the motion of Senator Brockman, that recommendation 2 of the 183rd report of the Privileges Committee be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I present the 184th report of the Committee of Privileges entitled Persons Referred to in the Senate, Mr Jason Riley, and I move that the report be adopted. This report forms part of a series of reports recommending that a right of reply be afforded to persons who claim to have been adversely affected by being referred to in the Senate, either by name or in such a way as to be readily identified. On the 15th of December 2022, the President received a submission from Mr Jason Riley relating to a speech made by Senator McMahon in the Senate on 30 March 2022. The President referred the submission to the committee under Privilege Resolution 5. The committee has considered the submission and recommends that Mr Riley's response be incorporated into Hansard. The committee reminds the Senate that in matters of this nature it does not judge the truth or otherwise of the statements made by senators or the persons referred to. Rather, it ensures that these persons' submissions and ultimately the responses it recommends accord with the criteria set out in Privilege Resolution 5. I commend the motion to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. The question is that the 184th report of the Privileges Committee be adopted. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator McGrath.
I rise to take note of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters report, Referendum Machinery Provisions Amendment Bill, that has already been tabled by the Government Whip. And I wish to make some comments in relation to that report. The Coalition strongly believes that any discussion or consideration of constitutional change should be in itself considered, measured and balanced. The changes proposed in this bill will set a precedent for future referenda and should not be considered as temporary or to be adopted lightly. The Government's decision to rush this inquiry over the Christmas and summer holiday period is disappointing. This has limited the ability of JSCAM members to effectively scrutinise witnesses and the proposed legislation. While there are a number of sensible and constructive changes included in the bill, it is clear that the Government has put forward other changes that not are in the interests of informed and robust process for conducting a referendum. We are pleased to note that the Government has agreed to our recommendation that there should be the publication and communication of an official pamphlet. However, Coalition members are very disappointed that there will not be a designation of official campaign entities, in addition to the adequate and equal funding of yes and no campaigns. And in particular, we believe that our recommendations negate recommendation 2 of the Chair's report, and we are concerned that the Government's report puts at risk a successful referendum process with integrity and appropriate protections against misinformation. The Coalition, along with numerous stakeholders and submitters, remain greatly dissatisfied at the government's decision not to create and fund official yes and organisations. We believe, regardless of your view on the Voice, that the cases for and against should be dealt with in an appropriate and adult manner across the community, and that the referendum should be managed in a manner that is most similar to how a federal election has been run, considering that a referendum has not been conducted in this country for over 20 years. And it is for that reason that the Coalition do not support the passing of the bill, and further comments will be made, Acting Deputy President, when the bill comes before the Senate chamber later this week.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Are you seeking leave to continue your remarks? Thank you very much. Senator Watt.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. I present the government's response to the report of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security on its inquiry into national security risks affecting the Australian higher education and research sector, and seek leave to have the document incorporated in Hansard.
Thank you, Senator Watt. Senator Askew.
I just rise to take note of that Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence Security government response and seek leave to continue remarks.
Thank you very much, Senator Askew. Senator Dodson, I believe you had a report you wish to take note of.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I wish to take note of the Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders Affairs report on the inquiry into community safety, support services and the job opportunities in the Northern Territory. As chair of the committee, I tabled the report out of session last week. I want to first thank those who engaged in this inquiry, specifically the community members, Aboriginal organisations and frontier service providers who gave evidence. Unfortunately, it was not possible to get across all communities in the Northern Territory due to the timeframes. However, we did visit Darwin and Alice Springs. We had a delegation of Maningrida community members come to Canberra to put their concerns to us. We held virtual hearings with community members, peak organisations, Commonwealth and Northern Territory government departments and the alcohol industry and leading researchers. We also received submissions and private briefings as part of the inquiry. It was important to hear from all of these witnesses because they brought a breadth of perspective forward. There was not one witness who denied the social or economic difficulties being experienced by Aboriginal communities in the Northern Territory. However, almost all witnesses came with practical, holistic and strength-based solutions. I am so grateful for their time, patience and generosity. We were asked by this chamber to undertake an inquiry with particular reference to the preparation of the sunsetting of the Stronger Futures Act, community safety and alcohol management, job opportunities and community development program reform, justice reinvestment, community services and any related matter. This was important because these policy areas are also interconnected. We heard consistent themes about the need for locally led initiatives, for more data sharing and for outcome-focused efforts and investment. We heard that the status quo has not worked and change is required. As a committee, we made findings across each of these areas and made 9 consensual recommendations to the Commonwealth and the Northern Territory governments. Many of these are about the importance of local, place-based initiatives. They recognise that the past attempt by governments through the Northern Territory National Emergency Response and the Stronger Futures in the Northern Territory Acts were ineffective. We commented that, in fact, the intervention and the Stronger Futures legislative packages, and I quote, systemically disempowered communities in their delivery, implementation and transition, causing immense trauma that now requires concerted effort by all levels of government to enable and invest in the re-empowerment of these communities. In relation to alcohol management, under these past regimes, the Commonwealth Government overrides the Northern Territory by exercising powers to legislate alcohol restrictions. The committee considers it is the appropriate role of the Northern Territory rather than the Commonwealth to make such legislative decisions. We also heard extensively about the ineffectiveness of focusing solely on reducing supply of alcohol and not properly supporting people at risk. Witnesses such as the Alice Springs Hospital personnel told us that instead of focusing only on alcohol, and I quote, "We really need to go back to looking at the social determinants of health. We really need to start looking at housing, meaningful employment, education, hope and despair." And that is why it's so important that the Commonwealth is supporting the Northern Territory Government by committing $250 million in a package under the title Better, Safer Futures for Central Australia that intends to address service, community and infrastructure needs. We also heard far too regularly about the failures, in many cases the entire lack of service accessibility in remote communities. Where you live should not determine the services or basic amenities you receive, and yet it is done for people living in remote communities. As a committee, we all agreed that investment in services and support programs in remote communities is fundamental. We also considered that there needs to be a greater focus on working with communities to determine that social investment opportunities to enhance place-based models for funding and to support collaboration amongst local organisations, embedding holistic health approaches to service provisions that focus on social, emotional and cultural well-being. Sharing real-time data with local communities is necessary. We know that the governments need to transfer both power and resources to communities to improve the outcomes. In terms of economic development, we heard a breadth of advice about the potential of a reformed CDP. We know that currently the CDP does not adequately consider what real job opportunities there are in remote communities. We also heard about the innovation in some organisations as part of a trial underway to give greater flexibility in the CDP. The report also makes recommendations to the government to consider how to stimulate economic activity outside of CDP. In relation to justice reinvestment, we heard about the benefits of justice reinvestment models and alternatives to custody initiatives. Many witnesses talked about the experience and hopes of this. The committee recommended that both Alice Springs and Katherine be sites as part of the Commonwealth Government's landmark $81 million commitment to community-led justice reinvestment programs. While it is clear that the intervention and the stronger futures fail to improve conditions for Aboriginal people living in remote Aboriginal communities, these acts did not work. In fact, they did the opposite. Children born in 2007 and 2008, at the height of the intervention, are the children at risk of causing harm today. I'm grateful to those young people who spoke with us in private briefings, because it is critical that their voices are central to this discussion. Too often they are talked about instead of engaged with in the solutions. Overall, Aboriginal communities in the Northern Territory are incredibly resilient, but they have been let down enormously by governments of all stripes. Yet they continue to show up with solutions and preparedness to work with governments in good faith. This is despite their right to self-determination and being entirely denied. In response to that resilience, this report makes recommendations that seeks to address the disempowering legacy from the top-down approaches of the past 15 years. There are additional comments to this report that add to it by Senator Thorpe and by Senator Little. I commend this report to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Dodson. Senator Thorpe.
I seek leave to also contribute to the report.
You don't require leave. Thank you, Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I too would like to comment on the inquiry into community safety support services and job opportunities in the Northern Territory. During this inquiry, we heard from First Nations people across the Territory, families, communities, young people, and some services, including community leaders, about the devastating impacts of the Northern Territory intervention and later Stronger Futures legislation on communities. The intervention represents one of the darkest eras of First Nations policy this country has seen, implemented by John Howard and then continued by subsequent Liberal and Labor governments. The intervention was racist, paternalistic and undermined First Nations rights to self-determination. The intervention is evidence of the violent colonisation in this country and its oppressive regime. Our people have never ceded sovereignty over these lands, waters and skies, which we have cared for since time immemorial. As the oldest living culture on this planet, we know very well how to care for one another, how to look after our old people, how to teach and look after our young people, and how to care for country, because that's what we've always done. And this knowledge, passed down through generations, remains as strong as our culture and our sovereignty that always was and always will be ours. The Stronger Futures legislation packages disempowered our communities and added to the trauma caused by colonisation that has impacted our people across generations. Alcohol consumption is a symptom of the impact that trauma has on our communities. Trauma that is complex and is only compounded by racist policies that lack proper consultation and certainly lack consent. They undermine our right to self-determination, like we saw with the intervention and Stronger Futures. This shows the importance of finally ensuring our laws comply with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples being enacted in this country. While Australia officially adopted UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, in 2009, this country has no regard for human rights, let alone rights of First Nations people. The principles of free, prior and informed consent of First Nations people, one of the core principles of the UNDRIP, is of particular importance to ensure First Nations self-determination as well as best outcomes for First Nations people, culture and country. This government refuses to acknowledge that First Nations people are sovereign nations and refuses to go out into communities and sit down and talk with our elders and leaders who know what is best for their people. Consultation is not consent. I welcome the committee's acknowledgement of the ways in which these policies disempowered First Nations communities and the inadequate consultation and planning for the sunsetting of Stronger Futures. Despite knowing that this legislation would be ending years in advance, the government failed to properly consult with communities about what should come next. I fully support the committee's acknowledgement of the importance of local, community-led solutions and initiatives. As a country, we have a long way to go to make this a reality. Our people, especially our elders, hold the solutions to the challenges we face. This is why we need a treaty with First Nations people. Treaty is a long overdue end to the war that was declared on First Nations people at the invasion of these lands. It would acknowledge that First Nations sovereignty was never ceded and would provide a pathway for us to move forward. A treaty would enable us to address the underlying oppression and injustices our society was built on. Treaty can create true systemic change to allow much-needed healing. Treaty is what First Nations people in this country have been calling for ever since invasion. It will be negotiated sovereign to sovereign and allow clans and nations to self-determine their own destiny. And it is the way to create a joint, brighter future in this country. I will continue advocating for a treaty, for the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody recommendations to be implemented and bringing them home report, because these are what my people across the country have been calling for. and what would actually have real impact on people's lives. Bringing those messages into Parliament is an act of sovereignty. I look forward to bringing all peoples across this country along the journey of this movement towards justice and towards peace.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Are you seeking leave to continue your remarks?
No, thank you.
The question is then that the Senate take note of the report. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senator, I'm just going to go to Senator Askew quickly, Senator McKim, and then I will come back to you. Senator Askew.
Thanks. I just rise to take note of item 18 on page 5, Intelligence and Security Joint Statutory Committee Annual Report of Committee Activities, and seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you, Senator Askew. Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to take note of item 15 on page 5, the National Disability Insurance Scheme Joint Standing Committee Report, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you very much, Senator McKim. Are there any other senators wishing to speak on committee reports and government responses? No. In that case, I will move on to any ministerial statements. Minister, Senator Gallagher.
I table documents relating to orders of production for the production of documents concerning the organics industry and PEP 11 correspondence.
Any further ministerial statements? No. And if no senators are wishing to take note of that statement, we'll move to committee memberships, of which there are none. And so I will move to messages from the House. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to the Higher Education Support Amendment, Australia's Economic Accelerator Bill 2022, and of the appointment of Mr Goodenough to the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit. Was that? I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate Order of the Day. Number 1, presentation of Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee report on the Migration Amendment Evacuation to Safety Bill 2023.
Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much. Well done, Clerk. On behalf of the Chair of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee, Senator Green, I present the report of the committee on the Migration Amendment Evacuation to Safety Bill 2023, together with accompanying documents.
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. I'll call the clerk. I will call the clerk to go back to government business.
Government business orders of the day. Private health insurance legislation amendment, medical device and human tissue product list and cost recovery bill 2022 and 2 related bills. Resumption of committee of the whole and the question that the bill stand as printed.
The question is that the bill stand as printed. Senator Ruston.
I've just had a few more questions, if the minister would so oblige, following on from some questioning that I was asking this morning. So I was just wondering, Minister, when the 400+ items to be removed from the prescribed list or prostheses list or product list or whatever we're calling it these days, when they will take place from?
Minister, Senator Gallagher.
It's the list of items that was decided under your government. My advice is on the 1st of July.
Senator Ruston.
This morning in questioning, I asked the representing minister if there were going to be any IT requirements to enable hospital vendors to be ready, or anybody who was impacted by the changes to this to be ready, and the minister said that there was none. I'm just wondering whether that's still your opinion.
Minister. Well, my understanding is the changes to the prosthesis list were announced a couple of years ago, and therefore I presume many of the hospitals would have made adjustments based on that. I'll see if there's anything I can advise further on it. No?
Minister?
No, there's nothing further I can add. I'll just, it's not about the bill, it's about the administration of the list by the hospitals.
Senator Ruston. Which part of this package of bills seeks to set up the framework in terms of the operation going forward. So I'm just wondering, has the government received any concerns from the hospital sector in relation to their ability to be able to implement the bundling of these new items that will now be considered outside of the prostheses list under general use items? Has the government received any correspondence of raising concerns, or has any representations raising concerns from private hospitals about their ability to be able to undertake the changes that will need to occur on the 1st of July for these 400+ items to no longer be included under that mechanism of funding, but under a new mechanism of funding?
Minister.
My advice is yes, that concerns or issues have been raised, and that's why the Department of Health is working through these issues with the vendors.
Senator Ruston.
So, Minister, is the minister intending to meet with the IT vendors in relation to this particular issue?
Minister.
Well, I think these are normally matters that are dealt with at departmental level. I'm not sure, but I will check to see whether the minister's had an approach for his diary and whether he's meeting with people. I know he meets with stakeholders extensively, as there's so many in the health sector, but I think the process is normally administratively done through the department.
Senator Ruston.
Yeah, thank you, Minister, and I think that goes to the very point that I was trying to make, that there is so little detail that's been provided, and here we are in March, in relation to so many of the issues that we should have had more information on, that we don't, that we're trying to seek that information. And just for the record, that you have corrected the advice that I received this morning from the Minister in relation to there being no issues in relation to IT. Clearly that was not necessarily accurate. I'm
sorry, Minister.
I don't believe I said specific. Have any concerns been raised? That was your question to me. Yeah, but you didn't say have any concerns been raised about the ICT. It was a. Oh, sorry, I misheard you. I think there's general discussion going on, but I don't think you can take that my evidence is different to Senator McAllister's.
Senator Ruston.
Okay, so can I ask if there have been any concerns raised either with the Minister or the Department in relation to the capacity of the IT changes that are going to be necessary in order for the changes to take place on the 1st of July? Have there been concerns raised or not?
Minister.
Look, and I wasn't here for Senator McAllister's session this morning. My understanding is there's been a range of implementation issues raised by vendors. If I can get more information for you, I will.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Minister. This bill provides for the imposition of a cost recovery levy on each kind of medical device and human tissue product on the list, and the amount of the levy will be set by regulations. Is that correct?
Minister.
Yes.
Senator Ruston.
Okay. In looking at this bill and the explanatory memorandum, there appears to be a significant lack of detail and any other subsequent advice that seems to be out there in the wider community, which makes it impossible to determine if the proposed arrangements are going to be consistent with the charging framework. So, first of all, Minister,
can you guarantee that they will be consistent with the charging framework? First question.
Minister. Senator Ruston.
Okay, so on that basis, when will the government be providing the necessary details on those arrangements?
Minister.
On that, I'm advised that consultation paper will be going out in 2 weeks.
Senator Ruston.
And when will that consultation paper be returning its consultation?
Minister.
The consultation will be for 6 weeks.
Senator Ruston.
Okay, and so when will these cost recovery arrangements come into play?
Minister.
1st of July.
Senator Ruston.
Okay, so they will be returned in the middle of May. And how long after the advice or the consultation information is returned will we see the detail of those cost recovery arrangements?
Minister.
My advice is in June.
Senator Ruston.
Okay, so in what way is the government intending to ensure or protect, to make sure that this framework and the way it's applied or administered or developed doesn't add additional barriers to patients accessing innovative, life-saving or life-changing technologies? What is the mechanism of protection to ensure that patient priority is maximised?
Minister.
My advice is there is no impact from these changes on patients.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Minister. So, can I just confirm you have just advised the Senate that there will be no impact on patients for the changes only of the cost recovery framework, or there will be no impact on patients of these changes?
Minister.
Of the changes.
Senator Ruston.
Okay. Well, my understanding is that there are some quite significant increases to the cost recovery fees in the next financial year through the TGA. Is that correct?
Minister.
Senator Ruston, perhaps if you go on to your next area and we'll see what further information we can provide you.
Senator Ruston.
Okay, look, thank you very much. And while you're looking for that information, I'd just be really keen to understand if in these additional costs and the change to the cost recovery framework, because my understanding is that the changes are quite significant, the potential changes in the cost recovery. No, in terms of the cost recovery framework that you are seeking to put in place as part of this package of reforms. And just around the, if there are additional costs to industry, I mean, what modelling has been done in relation to understanding, what the impact and the potential impact is on innovation and time to market of devices and tissue products.
Minister.
Senator Ruston, can you just, because I'm trying to understand what you're going to changes by the TGA, which are not part of these bills. So it's not clear to me what you're after in relation to these bills. What's the question? It's around the charging framework.
Okay.
Senator Ruston.
These bills seek to, as part of a package of reforms, to change the levies and the cost recovery framework around prostheses and the prostheses list. And I'm seeking to understand, I mean, I put the TGA in there as an example, which the TGA changes obviously have a significant impact on the costs to the implementation of the private health sector in terms of costs. So I'm just seeking more broadly in terms of the increases to the sector, of changes as they relate to the changes of this package of bills and the overall reform package that's here. If there are any concerns, have any concerns been raised? Has the department raised any concerns around increasing costs that may be associated with the limitation of innovation and time to market of products that have that sit within implantable devices?
In terms of your question around concerns, we'll see if we can come back to you with anything useful on that. I am aware that before the new fees and levies are implemented, stakeholders will be able to contribute through that consultation mechanism and others through the usual cost recovery implementation statement process. So there is a process around it as well. I'll see if there's anything further we can provide.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Minister. I really appreciate that because, to be fair, all I have heard in the last few months as we've leading up to this particular package of legislation, because it was listed a few weeks ago and now it's been relisted again, and in that whole time has been a lack of consultation, a lack of information, a propensity to say, well, don't worry about what you've got here, the outline, we'll give you the details later. We're standing here today at the start of March. We have started consultation on one part of it that is ongoing. We haven't even started the consultation on another part of the really important detail and regulations and requirements that sit behind the overall operation of the changes that are due to come in on the 1st of July. And then you tell me that people will have the opportunity for consultation. I have to say that my feedback so far has been quite significantly that people feel like they haven't been consulted. People feel like that they've been railroaded. And just as an example that I used this morning, the mechanism by which the funding is likely to be delivered, there already appears to have been predetermined by the IHACPA's consultation paper that's gone out. That's got three possible scenarios through which the funding of this, the new funding model for the bundling might occur. But clearly the department has drawn a line underneath it and said that they want to do this by facility, despite the fact that the sector has been really, really clear that they believe that it should be done by procedure. And to that end, if the department is so hell-bent on it being decided, the bundling funding model to be decided by facility, has the department done any work to understand how that is likely to impact rural, regional and remote Australia? Because, of course, medical or health facilities in those communities are often challenged by quite different circumstances than larger city hospitals. We know that a lot of private health is delivered in rural and regional areas by necessity. So I'm just wondering, on the basis of you saying that this consultation process is going to enable the sector to be able to have significant input into these cost recovery framework, I'm just wondering whether you can tell me, is the department open to consideration of a model that would be based on the procedure that is being undertaken instead of the facility in which it is being undertaken, or have you already made your mind up? Maybe the department can answer through you, Minister, whether the department's already made their mind up about that, because it does strike me the department going out there with a preferred recommendation doesn't sound very much to me like that they're prepared to listen to the sector about what they believe, as the people that are closest to the coalface, what they believe is going to be in the best interest of their ability to deliver for their patients.
Minister.
Yeah, well, like from my advice, there is quite extensive consultation, but it isn't unusual for this to be a contested space. I would also say, when changes come in, I would also say that this is framework legislation, and that it's clear from the legislation that it will require legislative instruments, which obviously come through this process as well. Well, what are you shaking your head over? Well, that's not unusual to have different arrangements via legislation, but you know, my understanding is there has been extensive consultation. There will continue to be further consultation as we finalise some of the further detail, but this is framework legislation. And I would say, Senator Ruston, if you have a whole range of stakeholders that are coming to you with concerns, I would refer them to the Department of Health so that their concerns can be addressed.
Senator Ruston.
Well, thank you very much, Minister, and I can assure you that these stakeholders have been seeking to speak to the Department of Health and the Minister. And I have to tell you that they are all, many of them are extremely disappointed at the lack of access that they have been able to have to both of those agencies, both the Minister's office and the department. So I'm surprised that you would stand there and say that when clearly these people would love to have the opportunity to be able to get access to the department, and access to the Minister is something that is just not happening. And I also would say this isn't a contested space. This is not a contested space. The government has been, the opposition when in government was very clear. You know, there was a lot of work that went into getting this reform package together. It was not easy. There were a lot of stakeholders with different requirements, and to try and get this to where it is, is a credit to the good faith with which the sector has negotiated with the previous government, and a situation that obviously was inherited by the new government, who has been in the position to bring this forward, this legislation. I am merely saying that we have framework legislation that has got no substance to it at all. This is something that has been a complete track record of this government coming in here and expecting the Senate to vote on something when they don't know the details. It's a bit like, nothing to see here, trust us, it'll all be okay on the day. You refer to legislative instruments. There are many legislative instruments that, from what I can gather in my discussions, do not even have to come back into this place in relation to regulations that sit under many of the subordinate pieces of activity that sit under this legislation. So, to have, I think if you if you bothered to wait for a little bit longer, actually had done the work around the cost recovery arrangements, around the work around the funding model for those items that were no longer going to be on the list and are going to be contained in general use. If you had bothered to go and do all this consultation and work and then brought this piece of legislation back into this place, knowing that the sector had had the opportunity to speak, that had the opportunity to provide information more broadly to the other members of this chamber, because I know there are many other members of the Senate who would have been very keen to understand, what did the stakeholders, what did the private hospitals, what did the suppliers, what did the private health insurers, what do patients think, what do the clinicians think of the details that sit underneath these changes, would have given us a great deal more confidence that we actually had got this right. We have got no idea whatsoever whether what sits under this is going to be acceptable to the broader sector. And most particularly, we do not know, because we have no detail, what is going to be, whether it is going to be something that is going to be of overall benefit to patients, and whether it's going to be something that is more broadly accepted. So, as an example, I ask you, can you guarantee to us without any information here around what is included and how the funding model is going to work and the like, that there will be no changes to surgeries in hospitals because they are no longer able to afford to deliver a particular type of surgery because the funding mechanism for the bundling means that the hospital decides that they're no longer going to undertake that procedure. Can you give us that guarantee?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to start repeating myself because, as Senator Ruston knows, this is a framework bill, so the detail can't be finalised until the framework bill passes, because that's what sets up the legislative framework for the instruments that will then be finalised following consultation, which are all disallowable. So, and in terms of whether or not surgeries can change or won't change or whatever, private hospitals make those decisions all the time around a range of factors. So I don't think any person in this place could ever say that no surgeries would change at a private hospital, because they change all the time based on a whole range of factors.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Minister. And whilst I absolutely agree with you that you need the framework legislation in place before the legislative instruments can actually be put in place, that doesn't stop you having defined the details of those particular instruments. It doesn't stop you from having undertaken the consultation, so that the clarity of what will be contained in those instruments and the detail about what will actually happen on the ground is known before the framework is put in place. So whilst I appreciate the lecture on how legislation works, I don't think I was suggesting for a minute that we put legislative instruments into this place before we had the enacting framework in terms of legislation. I was simply saying that it would have been an entirely respectful thing to do to finish your consultation with the sector about the details of what is going to be some very significant implications around changes that have been 4 years in the making. I mean, it's 4 years the sector has been working together to try and come up with this particular reform package to make sure that Australians are getting cheaper access to implantable devices, to make sure that the prostheses list is streamlined and fit for purpose, and making sure that we continue to be able to provide through the private health system access to these life-saving, life-changing sort of procedures, that it would have been a respectful thing to do to finish the consultation. I mean, in some instances, this government hasn't even started the consultation for something that's going to have to be in place by the 1st of July. It seems like it is rushed, and I'm sure you're going to move your amendment in a minute. You know, once again, it just seems like we've rushed the legislation in an attempt to say, tick and flick, we've got this legislation done and out of the way. But don't worry about providing any detail, and we can fix it all up later. So I really do hope that your categorical sort of commitment that this is all not going to have any impact is actually holds true in due course. So can I just, before you move your amendment, just move on to the prescribed list guide? So where are we at in terms of the development of the prescribed list guide that used for administered private medical device listing processes from July 1?
Minister.
The guide will be going out for consultation in the next month.
Senator Ruston.
How long will it be out?
Minister.
The usual time of 4 to 6 weeks.
Senator Ruston.
So the guide will, the consultation will start in a month, so that's in early July. In early April, and it will be out until the middle of May. So how long will it take after you've received the consultation for to finalise the guide and publish it?
It has to be in place, as you know, by the 1st of July. I think it will be finalised as soon as it can, following the feedback from the consultation.
Senator Ruston.
So will the guide specify details around eligibility for listings under, Part A, Part B, Part C? I'm not quite sure if that's the correct terminology, but the different sort of categories or listing levels.
Minister.
So just say So the eligibility criteria will be moved into another legislative instrument, which will also be consulted on.
Senator Ruston.
Can I just get a bit of an idea of the time frame? So the consultation will come back sometime in the middle of May, and then that will be turned into an instrument that will list the will that list the categories of what's eligible in that instrument?
Sorry,
Yep.
I'll just call the minister so the hands up.
Yeah. So my understanding is the eligibility will be in a separate instrument, and that will be consulted on as well, I presume, as part of the whole package.
Senator Ruston.
So will that be concurrent consultation or subsequent consultation?
Minister.
Concurrent.
Senator Ruston.
Okay, so will there be a guide published in addition, or it's just the legislative instrument that will outline it?
Minister. Okay. That's a yes, sorry.
So can I just get, sorry, can I just get some clarity about items that are not implanted as part of a medical procedure will automatically be eligible for a reimbursement if an insurer, by an insurer, if it is prescribed by a clinician?
Minister.
What sort of, sorry, was it implantable?
No, so
non-implantable.
Is it correct?
Sorry, Senator Ruston. I think the minister's still on her feet to give you an answer. She might be clarifying. I'll just check so you don't miss anything.
Okay. My understanding is that that has always been subject to ministerial decision, as it has been, and that's not being planned to change. And we'll go into Section C of the instrument.
Senator Ruston.
So you're saying that the conditions under which a non-implantable item will or will not be eligible for payment is exactly the same as it currently is at the moment? Okay. Right. Okay. So just moving on to, I think I'm okay on the general part. You can probably move your amendment.
Right, well, the question, Minister.
I move the amendment. I'm not sure what number it is, but it's Government Amendment
1. 1.
Hey?
It's here.
Oh, I thought usually I have a sheet number. Sorry, I don't have the grey in front of me, so...
yeah, let me help you out.
Is it UL 102? Oh, that's a new kind of numbering system, is it?
Yes.
Sorry, do I need leave?
No, I don't think you do.
I move
No, just move
Amendment UL 102 circulated by the government.
Right, well, the question is that Government Amendment 1 on sheet... Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much.
You told me to move it.
I want to talk to it now.
I haven't.
Thank you. And in relation to this particular amendment, which relates to the exercising of PAS by the minister, I suppose the reason I wanted to speak to this amendment is because I think it once again speaks absolutely to the fact that we have got a piece of legislation that clearly has been rushed and put together. It hasn't been well thought through. It hasn't been broadly consulted. And so what we find ourselves here, and you know, out of your own explanatory memorandum, it is actually requiring the minister. So this is the amendment seeking to require the minister to have regard to the following matters when proposing to remove a listing from the rules, or proposing not to carry out activities in relation to a debtor if there are unpaid fees or levies. Because one of the bills that are sitting in here actually provides the capacity for somebody who hasn't been paying their levies to have their devices or instruments removed from being able to be eligible for reimbursement. And so it was a very blanket sort of instrument or a requirement in this particular bill for that to be the case. Nobody had actually sat down and thought about what the implications may well be to the patients. And so what we've seen here is today at the 11th hour, this amendment being rushed in here. It may well have been, you know, rushed in 20 minutes before it was to be voted on, had it not been that there were so many other issues that I wanted to try and seek clarification on. Because this amendment now actually requires the minister to exercise his powers, and he needs to make sure that in a determination where somebody is actually going to be removed because they have not paid their fees or levies, whether the exercise of that power by the minister would be detrimental to the interest of the insured persons, that is, the patient. So we've got this piece of legislation here that actually would have allowed the minister, without any regard whatsoever for the potential implication on a patient of the removal of a particular supplier because of unpaid fees or levies. And we know, because in many instances with implantable devices, that there's often ongoing requirements for the supplier to continue to provide support, etc. So here we are. We've got a situation where nobody had actually bothered to think about the impact on the patient. It also requires for the minister to determine whether the exercise of these powers would significantly limit the professional freedom of medical practitioners to identify and provide appropriate treatments. So we have not bothered to actually worry about what the doctors might have thought. So here we are with this being put through here. There was no notice, and I'd also point out that there was no discussion with us either. Clearly, understanding that we have quite a strong interest in this particular piece of suite of bills. Nobody bothered to tell us. It just arrived here 20 minutes before it potentially could have been voted on, which significantly points out that this legislation completely and utterly disregarded in one of these bills the impacts that potentially might have on patients and potentially it might have on doctors. So lack of detail, policy on the run, and this is a bit akin to like building the plane while you're trying to fly it. It doesn't always end up so terribly well. So what I would say that this government should think that maybe a little attending to the detail in the first place, making sure that your legislation has been thorough, it's been thoroughly consulted. You've actually taken into account all of the implications, not just the implications of the top-line stakeholders here, but actually going down and having a look who is the most important stakeholder in our health sector, the most important stakeholder in our health sector, and that is the patients. Clearly had forgotten to bother about that here. As we've seen in the discussion that I've been having with the minister, we have got no detail whatsoever, and we are expecting, or it is being expected, that we're just going to wave this through. Now, as I said earlier, the opposition will be supporting this suite of bills because we believe that it has been a long time coming. We must say, though, we are hugely disappointed on behalf of the sector, on behalf of patients, on behalf of clinicians and doctors, on behalf of hospitals, the private health insurers, the device manufacturers, that we have got so little detail here And so once again we have created this massive level of uncertainty out there, massive uncertainty that we also have seen in the aged care sector. You know, right now we have got aged care facilities out there that don't know whether they're going to be closed down because of their inability to be able to meet the mandated requirements of the legislation that has been pushed through this place that was impossible to deliver. Everybody knew at the time the legislation went through here it was not going to be possible to deliver the mandated requirements because of the workforce shortages. And once again, we've got a situation here where we don't want to stand in the way of policy reform. We absolutely don't, and we won't. But I've got to say, putting the government on notice, I'm getting sick and tired of coming in here and being expected to ask my team, and I'm sure many of the other front bench on this side are sick to death of coming in here and having to say to their team, we want you to vote for a piece of legislation, and they ask you a question about that legislation because one of their constituents has raised some particular issue, and you've got a hand on heart and say, I don't know what the government's going to do because they're not going to tell us what they're going to do. They're just expecting us to take this in good faith. So, as I said, we will be supporting this amendment because the amendment is a good amendment, and I'm really pleased that the government has actually seen the fact that this is a good amendment. But what I would say is I just really hope that this was the only mistake that was made in the legislation, the only mistake, because if there are more mistakes in this legislation, this legislative package, like this one, then we are in a world of pain, and the consequences won't be felt by the government. They won't be felt by the opposition or the Greens or anybody else in this place. It will be felt by the patients of Australia who need medical procedures, because unfortunately, we have a situation where the requirement of the government to push through its legislation and get it off its legislative agenda, sadly, we are in a situation where the needs and the wants and and I think the obligation that we have in this place to be passing good legislation, fully informed in the best interests of the Australian public, has been denied to us because of the lack of clarity, the lack of consultation that has been provided. So I can say to the minister, can the minister please guarantee that this is the only muck-up in the legislation that is being fixed by this? Because, of course, we're more than happy to support you in your rectification.
Minister.
Well, for a start, if you've paid attention, it's not a rectification. It's in response to a scrutiny report, and this power existed as is since 2009 and has never been used. So if it's an issue for us, it was an issue for you for 10 years that you didn't rectify. Yeah. So, I think do your homework before you come in here and start raising a whole range of rubbish that is just wrong. Frankly, this is in response to the scrutiny report who recommended some additional protections which have not existed with this power since 2009, a power that's never been used. So it's not an error. It's actually responding, as governments should, to scrutiny reports. So it's not rectification. That's at the beginning. And I would say the lecture about failure to consult is a bit rich, coming from a member of the former government who 2 years ago announced some of these changes, but surprise, surprise, didn't see them through, and negotiated behind closed doors, without consultation, signed an MOU with the industry without consulting anybody else. So come in here and lecture us about actually going through a proper process, proper consultation, is just not right either. So maybe it's the end of a long day, but I think, Senator Ruston, you know the record on this, which was a secret agreement between you and the industry, signed an MOU, didn't consult with anyone, went out 2 years ago, didn't implement. And now we're finishing the work and we're putting in place appropriate consultation mechanisms through this bill.
If there are no further questions, I'll put I'm sorry, Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to, for the benefit of the Senate, just read out briefly the scrutiny of the relevant passage of the scrutiny of Bill's committee report in relation to this amendment. It was, and I quote, "The committee is concerned about the breadth of each discretion, particularly given the exercise of power could have potential to affect individuals' rights and interests." Now, I take the point that the Finance Minister has just kind of shared with the Senate this evening, that the amendment is in response to the suggestion of to the recommendation of the committee, and governments should respond to scrutiny of delegated legislation committee reports. I would say, though, that that functions in this place as a fail-safe, a kind of last bastion of defence against the unintended consequence of badly drafted legislation, and can't be relied upon by either side of this place when they're in government to pick this stuff up, let alone to ensure that it is actually done. There is a reason, I would hope, that each side of politics strives to get into government, and one of them surely is to have at its disposal the resources of governmental departments, which you would think would be able to pick this stuff up before a parliamentary scrutiny committee would be able to pick it up. So, while it is true to say that the government is responding to a report as it should, the very fact that we come to this space is quite concerning to the Australian Greens, and I would join with the Minister in their criticism of the former government's seemingly systemic inability to effectively consult with relevant affected communities. Being in the disability space, I've experienced a lot of that myself. However, that's a very low standard against which to judge yourself. I should hope we can raise it just a little bit higher, and we can do just a little bit better. And in relation to health policy more broadly, we will have the opportunity either this evening or tomorrow to really have the rubber hit the road in relation to consultation. We all know that coming up tomorrow is a bill in relation to the Therapeutic Goods Administration. And we all know that right now this place is in the middle of negotiations over the implementation of a long-fought-for recommendation resulting out of the Senate inquiry that considered, among other things, the impact of the transvaginal mesh scandal upon women. Now, the number one recommendation of that report was to have a mandatory framework for reporting of faulty medical devices by medical practitioners, supported at the time by the AMA, by the RACGP and by the Consumer Health Alliance. Now, we'll have an opportunity tomorrow to consider an amendment by the Greens to put that recommendation into effect as a product of consultation with the affected community. And we will have an opportunity in that moment to see just where the government's priorities lie. Do they lie with, and indeed the opposition's, do they lie with ensuring that Australians never again are subjected to the humiliation, to the pain of a faulty medical device inserted into them, used upon them, and yet never reported to the relevant authorities? Or will we see this government say, oh, that sounds like it'll be a bit too much to ask of medical professionals? Even with a one-year lead-in, I think that'll be a bit too much. I think we might just have to wait, even though it's been however many years since that inquiry reported. Now, I'm well aware that there are individuals in the AMA who are lobbying this evening against the proposed Greens amendment in this space. And I say to them, shame on you. You submitted in support of such a proposal when the inquiry took evidence. To the others in the other part of the health sector who are holding the line tonight, thank you. and to those in this chamber keeping an open mind to this amendment, thank you. We keep alive tonight the possibility that this place might put in the work, might require of government departments to do their job, to not just reflexively accept the moanings of peak bodies who don't like having something sprung on them, even though this has been waiting in the wings for years. So I agree with the Minister. The coalition government was absolutely abysmal when it comes to consulting with community, particularly in health. This is your opportunity to do a bit better, and we will see, come tomorrow, whether you take it up.
Thanks, Senator Steele, John. Being no further questions, I put the question that Government Amendment 1 on sheet UL 102 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against no. The ayes have it. I'll now put the question that the Private Health Insurance Legislation Amendment, Medical Device and Human Tissue Product List and Cost Recovery Bill of 2022, as amended, be agreed to, and the remaining bills be agreed to without amendments or requests for amendments. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. The question now is that the bills be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Thank you, Jono. Good on you, mate. Oh, Struth. Really stuck with the chair. Run I had this morning. Okay. Right, report from the Committee of the Whole that the committee has considered the Private Health Insurance Legislation Amendment, Medical Device and Human Tissue Product List and Cost Recovery Bill 2022 and 2 related bills and agreed to them with amendments. Minister.
I move that the bill be read a third time. I move that the report be adopted.
Question is the report be adopted. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Minister.
The third time. I move that the bill be read a third time.
Question is the bill now be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Private Health Insurance Legislation Amendment, Medical Device and Human Tissue Product List and Cost Recovery Bill 2022, Private Health Insurance Prosthesis Application and Listing Fees Amendment, Cost Recovery Bill 2022, Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment, Consequential Amendments Bill 2022. Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Therapeutic Goods Amendment 2022, Measures number 1, Bill 2022, resumption of second reading debate.
I thank the clerk. Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Mr Acting Deputy President. I'm pleased to be able to stand today to make a contribution in relation to the Therapeutic Goods Amendment 2022 Measures number 1 Bill 2022. This bill amends the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 to implement a number of measures that seek to ensure continued access to critical prescription medicines. We will be supporting this bill in recognition that it continues the work of the Coalition and our very, very strong commitment to ensuring affordable medicines for all Australians and strengthening our world-class health system, for which Australians are rightly very, very proud. This bill will also support the safe use of therapeutic goods by strengthening post-market monitoring and compliance. The need to safeguard patient safety and ensure that early detection of adverse events relating to medical devices was emphasised as long ago as the 2017 Senate inquiry. And it is absolutely imperative that whenever we put legislation through this place, first and foremost, we put the safety of patients at the forefront of all of our decision-making. So in 2017, the Senate inquiry followed an investigation of medical devices that were developed up until in the late 1990s, which had later reported widespread complications with patients. We heard Senator Steele-John before refer to a particular incident and an inquiry in relation to the adverse impacts of a particular device that had absolutely devastating and quite widespread consequences for the women who were implanted with that device. But from that inquiry, recommendation 1 noted that adverse event reporting plays a vital role in post-market surveillance and proposed a mandatory reporting scheme by health practitioners to prioritise health safety. It is obviously very important that we continue that work. Consequently, this bill introduces a framework for mandatory reporting requirements of adverse event information by hospitals, supporting improved monitoring, early detection and timely action to safeguard patients from harm. There were a number of other recommendations that were included in that report, many of which I hope over time that the government will have a look at implementing, because, as I said, we're very happy to support this important piece of reform legislation that is absolutely putting patient safety at the centre of its intention. The bill also will make a number of amendments to improve requirements, codify current practices and remove certain provisions from the legislation. The bill will also introduce a dedicated marketing approval pathway for export-only biologicals to support the important export market for Australians. It's an export market that I don't know that many Australians actually realise is a huge market for the kind of respect that Australian biologicals have in the international marketplace, and so to ensure that we have a system that allows our fantastic Australian-based manufacturers to be able to get easy access to a world market so that they can continue to be providing world's best practice when it comes to these particular products. It will also enable the Department of Health and Aged Care to approve the importation of overseas prescription medicines that are substitutes for medicines which have previously been approved in Australia, assisting to relieve supply shortages. Sadly, as we know at the moment, we have significant supply shortages, particularly for medicines, and so this seeks to remedy against that. The Coalition absolutely supports the intention of this bill to ensure continued access to potentially life-saving and life-changing and life-improving medicines for Australian patients. However, more can and must be done to safeguard accessibility to critical healthcare for Australian households currently facing significant cost of living pressures. Recently, it has been reported that the out-of-pocket costs for general practice consultations have risen to up to $60 for some practices, and the cost to fill a prescription has also risen quite significantly at the same time as we've seen increases in things like energy bills, mortgage payments, and everybody knows that when you go to the supermarket, the bill at the checkout is significantly higher than it was. So action to ensure continued access to critical healthcare must include a plan to ensure to relieve these significant cost pressures of living, which are only continuing to rise as we stand here today. This is why the Coalition has been so concerned by recent notification from the government's decision that has resulted in a life-changing medicine, Fiasp, which is currently on the pharmaceutical benefits list. This particular drug is an insulin product. It's a new and innovative product that was listed in 2019, I believe. Over 15,000 Australians who have access to this particular product rely on it to manage their diabetes and their symptoms, and obviously alleviate the conditions and the consequences of this. As I said, the former Coalition government listed this particular product on the PBS in 2019, and that ensured access to affordable access to this fast-acting insulin for diabetic patients. But now it appears as if access to this particular product will no longer be available in Australia. And that means those 15,000 plus people who have been relying on this innovative product will no longer be able to get access to these strips, and this puts extraordinary cost of living pressure on them, because if they are no longer able to meet those requirements or to get access to it, the cost options of other products obviously are significantly higher. So it's not only important that we look at ways in which the government can continue to supply critical medicines for Australians that rely on them, they must also make sure that those medicines are affordable and Australians can continue to have access to them, because the reliance on those medicines in this healthcare system is so important. And once again, I have to say, as the coalition government, the previous coalition government, we were really pleased to be able to have listed over 2,900 new or amended medicines on the PBS during the time that we were in government. And this came on top of a 2012 admission by the previous Labor government that they'd had to stop listing medicines because they couldn't afford to list them. I hope that the decision in relation to FARES is not one that is going to signal the return to new medicines not being listed and existing medicines coming off the PBS because they can't continue to afford to list them. But as I said, I absolutely want to reiterate that the coalition supports the necessary intention of this bill, and that is to strengthen the safe use of therapeutic goods and to support continued access to critical medicines. We do have some concerns with some elements involved with this legislation, and we are particularly concerned by the way Schedule 10 of this bill removes the natural justice hearing rule regarding publication of certain product information by the Therapeutic Goods Administration. Product sponsors currently have access to natural justice prior to the proposed publication of information by the TGA, providing them with an important opportunity to respond to potentially damaging allegations made by the TGA in relation to their products. By removing this provision, it would deprive product sponsors of access to that natural justice before the product information was published, which could have serious potential implications for these providers. It is also an absolute principle underlying rule of this nation that natural justice is something that should be afforded to everybody. So for this bill to be seeking to deny that natural justice to an organisation without the appropriate recourse that should rightly be afforded to them, I think is a significant oversight, and obviously we are particularly concerned about that, and we are hopeful that the government may indeed intend to rectify that. So, as I say, by removing this provision, we deprive the product sponsors of access to natural justice. And so, whilst we support the need for the TGA to be able to urgently publish information relating to critical safety issues that significantly affect public health, this bill, in its current form, also allows the TGA to publish efficacy and quality-related information where there is no corresponding urgency. So, for these reasons, we are keen for the government to amend this particular bill, and to changes to the Schedule 10 to only relate to the release of information on issues that relate to safety. So I am more than happy to, on behalf of the coalition, to say that we will be happy to support this bill. Subject, obviously, we're very keen to make sure that the amendment to Schedule 10 is moved.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Senator Steele-John, for a couple of minutes.
Thanks so much, Deputy Chair. Yeah, for a couple of minutes, and then I'll be in continuance tomorrow. Yep. The Greens are broadly supportive of this bill. However, I flag here that we will be moving a number of amendments circulated to the Senate. Pardon me. So particularly, the Greens welcome that this bill has come from recommendations as a result of many people across the country sharing their really horrific experiences with the Senate Community Affairs inquiry into transvaginal mesh implants and related matters. Now, before I come to the end of my allocated time and get cut off, I want to acknowledge the energy that it takes to share your lived experience with the Senate committee. And I want to thank the committee for the work that it did, including the chair, former Greens Senator Rachel Siewert, for their work in developing the recommendations that have led us to this point. The impact of transvaginal mesh for women was devastating, absolutely devastating. As quoted in the inquiry's final report, and I quote, "We believe that this is a catastrophic failure of the health system to protect women and to ensure that they have access to safe health care. We feel that women have been let down by their doctors, by manufacturers of mesh and by the TGA as a regulator." So those are the key words I want to keep in people's minds. A catastrophic failure of the health system to protect women. And we feel that women have been let down by their doctors, by the manufacturers and by the TGA. Now, the decision that will come before this Senate tomorrow will be whether we answer those calls with action, actually implementing the recommendations of the inquiry to which so many gave their time and energy to generate those recommendations, a full mandatory reporting framework, not the half-baked half measure the government is putting forward this evening in the form of its definition of what healthcare facilities should or should not have to report. Let me state this clearly. The report really did not mince its words. All medical practitioners, as defined in the Act, should report. They should report to keep people safe. The Greens will be putting forward an amendment to give effect to that recommendation tomorrow.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. It now being 7:30, I propose that the Senate now adjourn. Senator Antic.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. In 1977, a group of French leftist intellectuals signed a petition to have children be able to legally give sexual consent. Now, there are some sections of society that have wanted to lower the age of consent for decades, seeking to characterise it as legitimate sexual orientation. And today, these same people argue for the use of the term minor attracted person to replace the term paedophile. Why? Because the term paedophile, they say, carries with it too much stigma. We cannot allow this movement to gather steam. We have to close the loop on this now and on those who seek to normalise this behaviour. But unfortunately, the filthy underbelly of leftist academia has other ideas, with one academic from Columbia University writing, and I quote, "If pedophiles are no longer forced to live underground and to be secretive about relationships, but instead their desires are recognised as legitimate and they are guided towards a responsible expression of those desires, we might prevent some cases of genuine sexual abuse." Now, this recognition is cloaked under the pretence of preventing abuse, but anyone with common sense knows the real-world impact of recognising these desires as legitimate will actually be the opposite. It's a Trojan horse. And many dismiss the concept of the slippery slope, yet it gets proven true time and time again. We've seen it with euthanasia, COVID restrictions, climate alarmism and so on. The pattern's predictable. People like me express concern and get ridiculed. A short period of time later, those predictions come true. And a recent SBS article described a drag queen storytime event in Sydney which was protested. Counter-protesters chanted, "Love is love." Now, what does love is love have to do with grown men dressed in women's clothes reading to children? Why the focus on a children's event? Can anyone explain that? Can anyone explain why a Mardi Gras mural in Sydney featured a man in a BDSM outfit wearing a teddy bear mask? How about the Balenciaga photographs featuring children with stuffed animals in bondage? Rest assured, something is deeply wrong with our culture. In the United States, babies and toddlers are being exposed to grown men dancing in G-strings in strip show-style performances, and it won't be long before that behaviour makes it to our shores and we'll be told, It's just a colourful bit of fun for the kids. I expect sooner or later we'll be having discussions in this place and in state parliaments all around the country about lowering the age of consent, and those who oppose it will be called all sorts of colourful names: prudes, bigots, reactionaries. Will be mocked for being discriminatory to minor-attracted persons and not sensitive to their feelings. And then again, we'll be saying, "I told you so," while the left celebrates their so-called progress. We live in a society that's attacking the innocence of children and the sanctity of the family, which is the foundation of our society. Without strong families, with a loving mother and father, society falls apart. Today, children are bombarded with sexual concepts from all sides, and parents are often ill-equipped to deal with it. Our children deserve to be protected, yet the political class and the passive apologists of this nation are failing them. Australia, be warned. You are witnessing the precursor attacks designed to lower the age of consent and normalise the sexualisation of children. And I, for one, will fight it with every fibre in my body, and I suspect millions of Australians feel the same way. To those listening out there, I say rejecting this behaviour is the right thing to do. It doesn't make you a transphobe, doesn't make you a homophobe. If men want to dress in women's clothing, that's their business. But stop trying to sexualise the children. Leave the kids alone.
Senator Polley.
I rise to speak about a recent visit to Hillwood Berry Farms at Hillwood in northern Tasmania. Hillwood Berries is a national supplier of strawberries, raspberries, blackberries and blueberries. You will often see these wonderful Tasmanian-grown product in Coles and Woolworths across the country. The Dornoff family are proud Tasmanian farmers who have built a strong business that plays an essential role in agriculture and farming across Tasmania. I visited their farm gate with the Minister for International Development and the Pacific, the Honourable Pat Conroy, to announce reforms to make skills training more accessible, flexible and affordable for Pacific Labour Mobility PALM scheme workers and their Australian employers. Hillwood Berries employs over 550 workers from the Asian Pacific, mostly Tonga and Samoa, as part of this scheme, and they continue to return to Tasmania annually, strengthening ties between our nation and the region, improving their family opportunities and social mobility at home. Hillwood Berries is a great employer. It has a 70% return rate of workers once they work at Hillwood Berries, so many Islander workers return again and again. And the efficiency and success of this workforce is also building full-time equivalent positions within the business. Consequently, Hillwood Berries is going from strength to strength, with their Bundaberg operation growing to the point where they can now supply berries nationwide all year round. I spoke to many of the workers at Hillwood, and they all have inspiring stories. Rufa represents just one of those special stories. When she picks berries, she counts the number of punnets she picks to know how many bricks she will be able to purchase that day to build her house back home in Timor-Leste. Every 2 hours of work at Hillwood translates into one stone to build her family's new house. Such stories are such a great example of what this scheme is all about. Labour mobility is a powerful way of supporting economic development in the Pacific. The 1/3 of Pacific Islanders, they live on less than $1,000 per year. In contrast, the government estimates that the average PALM scheme worker in Australia sends home between $1,000 and $1,300 every month they're working here in Australia. We have 4,200 PALM scheme workers in my home state of Tasmania right now, making a valuable contribution to their home economies and filling critical work shortages in Tasmania. Across Australia, there are more than 35,000 PALM scheme workers filling workforce shortages in regional Australia and sending valuable earnings to the Pacific and Timor-Leste. In a region where more than 1/3 of people live on less than $1,000 per year, long-term PALM workers send home on average $15,000 each, boosting Pacific economies and lifting families out of poverty. I note the comments of Hillwood Berries General Manager Simon Dornoff, and I quote, Palm scheme workers are critical for businesses such as ours, but they are also a long way from home, and it's vital that we support their development and look after them as best we can. Workers are making such a valuable contribution both here and at home, and they bring so much to this business and community in our part of Tasmania. We regularly receive photos of houses the workers are building at home and the improvements they're making to their lives. Pacific workers are making such a valuable contribution both here and back in their own communities at home. They're putting food on the table of Australian families, and they are the backbone of agriculture in Tasmania right now. They should be celebrated, and we thank them for their work. We thank them for enriching our communities, and we thank them for what they're able to contribute back in their home communities to help raise the living standard of their community members. This is a great scheme. It's one that has been improved by the Albanese Labor government, and I want to again place on my record my appreciation for Minister Conroy for making that visit and for allowing me to join and to have the opportunity to not only meet many of these workers but to hear them sing and dance for us. It was very moving, and I want to thank the Dornoff family for what they're doing in helping to build relationships between the Pacific Islands and Australia, as this Labor government is doing.
Thank you, Senator Polley. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, the Australian Senate spent an hour today debating a motion around the one-year anniversary of the war of aggression by the Russian government on the sovereign state of Ukraine, an illegal, an unethical and immoral invasion of a sovereign nation. And I wondered how many senators today in this chamber were also aware that in just 2 weeks' time, the end of March, March 20th, 2003, so 20 years ago, we had the 20th anniversary of another illegal, immoral and unethical invasion of another country, which our nation shamefully participated in, the invasion of Iraq. Now, I said this in my first speech to the Senate, one way or another, that event was a major part of my journey to being in the Senate here tonight. I've never been so angry about anything in my life as I was when our nation participated in that war of aggression. And I wasn't alone. Hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets in Australia. Millions took to the street around the world. The biggest protest seen in Rome at the time, indeed in London. 500,000 people in Hyde Park in Sydney, where Simon Crean, the Labor minister at the time, the Labor leader, spoke out against this war. But nevertheless, even though there was this groundswell of foreboding and fear and anxiety that we were going to get dragged into a war that didn't need to happen, it happened. The people were ignored. And we were right. We were right about our fears and our concerns. Because this conflict is still being felt today, nearly 20 years after it was initiated by the so-called Coalition of the Willing. Hundreds of thousands of people were directly killed, many of them innocents, in this war of aggression. Instability across the entire region for over a decade, including the Syrian civil war. The invasion of Iraq and the insurgency gave direct rise to Islamic State and more global terrorism, and ultimately to a wave of millions of refugees, a wave of human misery across Europe following this conflict. And what did we achieve from it? More importantly, what have we learnt from it? On the 18th, Saturday the 18th of March, and on Sunday the 19th of March, there will be 2 rallies for peace in this country. A big one in Melbourne, which I will be attending, at the State Library, 1 p.m. on Saturday the 18th, and on Hobart Parliament Lawns on Sunday the 19th. Because I know there were so many Australians that participated in protesting this war, who must feel very strongly about this. And I also know there are a lot of young Australians who don't remember the Iraq War or the lead-up to the Iraq War. But one of the reasons we have to remember is that the media played a really big role in taking us to that war. And I do want to say I was horrified at the front page of the Sydney Morning Herald and The Age this morning, Acting Deputy President. Australia must prepare for the threat of a China war. And it clearly just wasn't me who was horrified. Ex-Prime Minister Paul Keating said today, "This article represents the most egregious and provocative news presentation of any newspaper I have witnessed in over 50 years of active public life. The extent of the bias and news abuse is, I believe, unparalleled in modern Australian journalism." And he goes to explain why this is so dangerous, that our media are either complicit or actively beating the drums for war. Recently, the UN Secretary-General said, "We are not sleepwalking into another global conflict, given what's happening around Ukraine and with NATO and the threats and tensions in our region involving China. We are eyes wide open, walking into another global conflict." This is the last thing we need. What we need to do is remember that while the media may have failed us, and largely failed us, one media outlet didn't, and that was WikiLeaks. The only truth-teller of the Iraq War, Julian Assange, is sitting in a maximum security prison. No one else has been brought to justice because of this illegal war, and it's time we came together on the 20th anniversary in 2 weeks' time to remember, and remember why this must never happen again.
Senator Askew.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. If you were to assign a symbol that would recognise human ingenuity and encapsulate the technological advancement of our society, what would it be? A plane or a car? Perhaps a computer or something that might appeal to our younger generation, a smartphone? Well, I want to make the case tonight for something a little bit humbler, a little bit more traditional, but nonetheless remarkable, the windmill. Whether it's for milling grain, pumping water, sawmilling timber, or generating power for our cars, computers and smartphones, windmills have many uses. When you think about windmills, you would be forgiven for thinking that it's better known as an icon of Holland. But hear me out. My home state of Tasmania also has a strong connection to windmills, and one in particular. When you travel around Tasmania, there are many landmarks you can see. If you are travelling to Hobart on one of our major highways, though, there's one landmark that just might stand out a tiny bit more than the rest, Callington Mill at Oatlands. This mill is the oldest operating Georgian mill in the Southern Hemisphere. It was built in 1837 and has been an integral part of the village's history. Callington Mill has had a turbulent past. Its ups and downs have been inextricably tied to the ups and downs of the Oatlands economy itself. 5 years ago, it was reported Oatlands was not riding the wave of success that other regional towns across Tasmania were. Despite the mill having undergone a refurbishment of over $2 million, tourists were not stopping. The supermarket shops and other tourism businesses were at a standstill, they were losing money, and some had even closed their doors. But in the fashion that has become exemplary of Tasmanians, Oatlands has been quietly undergoing a transformation thanks to the dedication of its community leaders. And this transformation is in no small part thanks to the revitalisation of Callington Mill. A nod to the village's history, the mill has become a thriving tourist hotspot, complete with distillery, restaurant and playground. The site also offers heritage tours to ensure history will never be forgotten. A site that had been lost to the relentless march of time, what owner John Ibrahim and his team have done is create a new vision and future for the mill without erasing its historical significance. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate them on this remarkable achievement. However, while what has been achieved at Callington Mill is incredible, it's only one small part of the village's transformation. Along with the Callington Mill development, Oatlands has also recently opened a $10 million aquatic centre, and the Southern Midlands Council is also working on a project to establish an $18 million boutique hotel. The proposal from THN Hospitality, which currently operates the old Woolstory apartment in Hobart, and the Hadley's Orient Hotel in Hobart, would result in a 43-bedroom hotel and associated retail infrastructure. This rebirth has been driven in part thanks to the ingenuity of businessmen and entrepreneurs, but also by the Southern Midlands Council, who have reinvented the town for tourists and for its residents. That laser focus on the future has paid off in dividends for Oatlands. The village was recently announced as the Keep Australia Beautiful Tidy Town state winner for 2022. Oatlands will compete against all the other state winners at the National Awards to be held on King Island, another Tasmania success story, later this year. Keep Australia Beautiful State Judge Lona Turvey noted the number of initiatives to improving the financial and social wellbeing of the community, and noted not only the financial developments but the enormous impact of the town's volunteering community. One example of that is the highly successful Bullock Heritage Festival, which injects about $280,000 back into the community. Ms Turvey also recognised the Callington Mill Destination Playground as a perfect example of how the council valued the opinions and needs of the community to help it grow. The playground was developed with the input of Oatlands District High School students and has opened to great fanfare and much pleasure from young people. The Callington Mill is the symbol of Oatlands. It's used in the town's wayfinding sign and branding, and its rebirth has heralded in a new future for that quaint village to ensure any visitors who are travelling past will stop. This town's evolution deserves an accolade, and I want to take this opportunity to wish Oatlands well in the National Tidy Town Awards later this year. Congratulations to the Oatlands community. All of Tasmania is behind you when you represent our state on the national stage. Thank you.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and here for Oatlands. I love me a bit of Oatlands. What kind of words are there to describe what it's like to be homeless? Is it possible to really communicate what it feels like to someone who's never been through it? I've spent the past few weeks talking to people up and down the chain of homelessness. People who are in the middle of it, people who've been there and come through the other side, people who run support services and people who build crisis accommodation. Homelessness can happen to anyone. It could be you or me, people with a job, a family. But something happens. Maybe they split up with their long-term partner and there's no more family home. They can't afford rent on their own. They think it's just one night, but that turns into another and another. Where are they supposed to go? One night you're sleeping in your bed, the next you're out on your own. No bed, no shower, no food, no water. And no idea where you'll sleep tonight. No idea where you'll sleep tomorrow night either. I was speaking to someone who's been there just last week. She told me that you hear all these stories about homelessness and you think it'll never happen to you until one day you're out in the cold. You're sleeping in your car with nothing but the clothes on your back. She told me that until you've been there you don't know what it's like. So I tried it. Now I can't know exactly what it feels like. I slept for one night in the car, and it was bloody awful. I'm lucky. I had somewhere safe, sound and secure to go to the morning after. People in Tassie sleeping rough don't. It was 11 degrees the night I slept in my car, and that's pretty warm for Tassie. But my car is a Jeep. It doesn't have an insulated roof. It makes it seem a lot colder than it is. I can't even imagine how brutal sleeping in your car in the Tassie winter would be. And what if you don't have a car? Temperatures in Tassie get really cold, and I'm a bit of a softie when it comes to it too, so cold is cold. I made sure to park in an area with a lot of light, so I could see who was coming and going in every direction, but that didn't stop me from jumping at noises. I tried sleeping in all the seats, front seat, back seat. Front seat was definitely better, I can tell you. I picked a car park where I thought there was a bathroom open. Turns out they're locked from 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. There's only one 24/7 public toilet in Launceston. The experience reaffirmed what I already knew. Nobody chooses to do this. Nobody wants to be in this position. People do this because they don't have any other options. I've spent the last 20 years of my life talking to people in different stages of homelessness. My employment services clients who couldn't afford to rent on their welfare payments. People who came to Jackie's office, desperate and crying because they had nowhere else to go and they felt like the system had let them down. A lot of the time, I felt like I had let them down. I could call Housing Tads for them, I could tell them where to get food vouchers and groceries, and I could give them the numbers for some crisis accommodation, but I couldn't put a stable roof over their heads. That's why I'm standing here asking the government to guarantee a minimum 1,200 homes for Tasmania from the Housing Affordability Future Fund. 1,200's not enough. 1,200 homes will barely scrape the sides. There's 4,500 people on the housing waiting list in Tas at the moment. We're putting a Band-Aid over a gaping wound that needs stitches. But it's a start. And without this guarantee, we'll only get about 600 homes, and that means we'll be going backwards. The Housing Affordability Future Fund will build 30,000 homes. The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare's 2022 Housing Assistant Report says Tassie has 4% of the country's population with the greatest need for housing. We have 4% of the need. We're asking for 4% of the homes. And I'd say this, if the fund doesn't build houses where they're needed, what's the point of the fund? If the minister will not guarantee that the fund will build homes where homes are most needed, what the hell are we doing here? The Housing Minister is a Tasmanian. Julie Collins is here in the other place because the people of Tasmania elected her to represent them. She knows just how bad things are in Tasmania right now. She's seen it firsthand. Is she really going to stand up and say Tasmania shouldn't have these homes? 1,200 homes of 30,000 homes is a pretty reasonable ask. It's our fair share, based on the government's own statistics. And the ball's in the government's court right now. It's up to them to decide if they'll help staunch the bleeding or rip the wound open. So that's my message to the government. If you need my vote, if you need our vote, well, Tasmania needs homes. Thank you.
Senator Nampijinpa-Price.
Thank you, Madam Acting President. I want to talk today about priorities. There are a few matters more fundamental to government than the safety of its citizens. Providing the conditions for safety and prosperity should be number one, but we know that's not the case for this Labor government. It's been nearly 2 weeks since the senator from South Australia, my colleague, Alice Springs-born Karen Little, highlighted the plight of an Aboriginal family living on a concrete slab in a town camp. The family left the Utopia community northwest of Alice Springs and made the 300-kilometre journey to Alice Springs, seeking healthcare and support for a 30-year-old woman with third-stage kidney failure. These are good people. They're not drinkers, they're not gamblers, they don't cause problems. They send their kids to school. They try to set a good example and they try to do the right thing. But here, they're still living on an open concrete slab with nothing but a tarp for protection in the harsh Alice Springs weather. It got up to 38 degrees over the weekend and down to just 14 degrees at night. But in winter, it can get below 0 at night. They've had nothing but a tarp. It should be considered a national shame that we have in this country families left to live unsheltered on a concrete slab. But as far as this government is concerned, out of sight equals out of mind. 2 weeks. 2 weeks they have known about this, and nothing's been done to help the family. I ask, why aren't they a priority for the Labor government? Why aren't they a priority for the member for Lingiari? Why? Because the member for Lingiari is more focused on Labor's voice. That's Labor's priority. But I assure you, it's not a priority for the members of the family or anyone like them in the Northern Territory. Ignoring the voices of her own constituents crying out for help, the member for Lingiari and her Labor colleagues claim to want to correct a system that she believes discriminates against Aboriginal Australians. What's more discriminatory than neglecting the urgent needs of Australians right now? So you can use their plight for political gain while campaigning for your own self-interest, perhaps. What's more discriminatory than ignoring Indigenous Australians while telling the rest of the country that they have no voice? And where are the government-funded service providers? They're there to help people in need, but they don't seem to notice the problems. How sad is it that when service providers like Congress and Purple House drop patients off at a concrete slab, it seems completely normal? How sad is it that they don't advocate for better housing for these patients? When Tungadjira Council were asked about the situation, they didn't even know who they were talking about. Why are they taking millions of dollars of taxpayer money if they don't even understand the makeup of town campers. Referring to them as rough sleepers is outright dismissive and disrespectful. This is a family living together, doing the right thing, sending their children to school. Australia doesn't need a voice. We just need people to do their jobs. We need the local members to do their jobs. We need the bureaucrats to do their jobs. We need the taxpayer-funded providers, service providers, to do their jobs. $250 million was promised by this Labor government to Central Australia, to Alice Springs. They can make a promise in terms of funding, in terms of throwing about cash, but they can't address the immediate issues, the crisis right now on their doorstep. And do we know where this $250 million is going to go? Do we know how it's going to be spent? Because the Territory Government has indicated, have demonstrated for some time, that they do not spend wisely, that they spend everything in Darwin, that they spend where they want to support their supporters, but not on vulnerable people like this. We need the government, democratically elected, to stop looking the other way, to stop passing the buck, and to actually get on with the job.
Senator Stewbridge.
Sometimes the happenings of New South Wales politics are so deeply dystopian it seems like it couldn't really be that bad. Surely, you think, no serious adults could behave like that, but then the curse of Macquarie Street strikes and everybody in New South Wales says, please, not again, let it stop. A classic case of the Macquarie Street curse is the Design and Place SEP. This started as a good news story announced by then Planning Minister Rob Stokes in December 2021. It was that super rare New South Wales case of a proposed planning law done well, one that recognised the importance of climate resilience for new homes. It wasn't revolutionary, but it proposed a few environmentally sustainable reforms that would have done super sensible things, like prevent black-tiled heat-soaking roofs on new developments in Western Sydney, requiring new builds to be more energy efficient to reduce energy costs, and even putting a few eaves on buildings so that houses are kept a bit cooler in summer. Simple, positive stuff. Good for the planet and good for anyone moving into a new house. Then along comes the curse. And in December 2021, Premier Perrottet put the notoriously anti-environment Anthony Roberts in as the new planning minister. The rest, as they say, is history. A few days after the fateful appointment, billionaire developer Harry Triguboff, the owner of Meriton Developments, wrote to the New South Wales government complaining about the Design and Place SEP. The developer lobby, who cement themselves together as the Urban Task Force, also weren't happy. It might be good for new homeowners and the planet, they said, but it was going to impact their profits. Coincidentally, their property industry and Meriton are big donors to the Liberal and National Party. In 2022, the Liberal and National parties took $3.2 million in donations from developers. And in New South Wales, Meriton gave the Liberal National Party at least $200,000 in political donations in 2021 alone. They all just love democracy, it seems. And when developers pay and come knocking on government doors, meetings are made available and policy changes on the table. Roberts met with the Urban Task Force on the 15th of February and the Property Council on the 2nd of March, and it turns out he had another critical meeting in April. The Greens used the powers of the New South Wales Parliament to force the release of documents about what happened to the SEP. And the findings were grim. The property industry undermined the government architect, undermined good policy, pushed the right buttons, and then on the 5th of April 2022, this one bit of decent law reform was scrapped by Minister Roberts. So here's the kicker. It also turns out on that exact same day that Planning Minister Roberts met with Meriton Group to discuss planning matters, according to his now public ministerial diary. So who's the real planning minister in New South Wales? It's not Anthony Roberts. He's the tool of the developer industry. Let's acknowledge the one calling the shots is Harry Triguboff, not his mortgaged puppet sitting in Macquarie Street. And of course, this isn't the only threat to good planning that Mr Triguboff poses. He now has his sights set on the beautiful Little Bay in Randwick Council, planning to override the master plan for that community using the Liberals' appalling rezoning pathways program. And if his Lane Cove puppet is still planning minister after 25th of March, then heaven help Little Bay. Acting Deputy President, good governments aren't afraid to give people information. Good governments should not be afraid of FOI because they know that transparency fosters democracy, public engagement and drives good decision-making. It's not a surprise that the former coalition government systematically eroded the FOI scheme, creating a damaging culture of secrecy and cover-up. It certainly wasn't a good government. They did this through systematically starving the agencies whose job it was to make FOI work, including the Information Commissioner, of the funds they needed. The Abbott government was particularly blatant about this, when in its first budget it abolished both the Office of the Australian Information Commissioner and the Freedom of Information Commissioner, a position that was vacant for 7 years. Now, roll forward to 2023, and well into the first year of the new Albanese government, and the FOI Commissioner has quit just 1 year into a 5-year term. The resignation comes as a result of years of whittling away at information access schemes, and his office being starved of the funding it needs to do the job. This was a statement of exhaustion and frustration, delivered to the new Labor government, and it should trouble anyone who cares about open government. It's a public indictment of the current system, highlighting the urgent need for an immediate funding injection to deal with the problems allowed to build up under the former coalition government. This is a test for the Albanese government. Fund FOI, support transparency, support good government.
Senator Cash. Thank you. And last week I did something that the Prime Minister of Australia still hasn't bothered to do. I visited the Western Australian Northern Goldfields towns of Laverton and Leonora. The people of these towns are crying out for our help, and they are crying out for their voices to be listened to. There are many contrasts on display in these places. In Laverton, I could hear the unmistakable joy emanating from the community swimming pool as kids played after school in the cooling water. It's without a doubt a sound as you're walking past that warms your heart and brings an instant smile to your face. Sadly, that joy stands in stark contrast to the very different screams locals told me they hear as night begins to fall. It is a more confronting chorus that greets them time and time again. You can hear the screaming and the wailing, and you know what's going on. It's horrible, one local new to the town told me. I heard a series of devastating stories about life in Laverton and Leonora. There is clear evidence in both towns that the Albanese government's abolition of the cashless debit card has been a disastrous policy failure. In Laverton, the President's situation, with a dramatic increase in alcohol consumption, assaults, domestic violence and general antisocial behaviour, was described to me by one Indigenous leader as like a speeding car going backwards. The locals can pinpoint the descent as having started in November of last year, directly after the cashless debit card was abolished in October. The local shopkeeper has the evidence in his sales figures. The sales of meat and vegetables have dropped significantly, and his biggest selling items are now noodles and Coke. The kids are no longer being fed properly, if at all. People who were previously on the cashless debit card now withdraw up to $2,000 directly from the ATM in one hit to spend mostly on booze. Laverton Shire President Patrick Hill tells how, as well as cartons of beer, locals are now buying bottles or even cartons of spirits and drinking it like Coke. He showed me a picture of a woman who had been brutally bashed and kicked by her partner on the street for over an hour outside the Shire Chamber. It was sickening. The night before I was in town, another woman was stabbed by her partner, and the police were running an operation to locate the alleged offender. Emergency respondents say they are continually seeing women who have been bashed because of alcohol-fuelled violence. Police in both towns do a brilliant job, but are run ragged dealing with the violence and antisocial behaviour. Well over 90% of all their work can be directly attributed to the abuse of alcohol. They are dealing with people addicted to alcohol on just about every job they attend. A worker at the Community Resource Centre in Leonora has listed a catalogue of issues that have arisen since the cashless debit card was abolished, including people presenting as drunk or stoned and saying that they're hungry, adult children hacking into their parents' accounts, draining the cash and leaving them destitute. With all funds now available as cash, they now spend it quickly with nothing left for food and other necessities later on. Designated carers and single mothers whose payments used to go into the cashless debit card are now spending most of their money on drinking and then looking for food handouts. The clear message from both towns is that the cashless debit card was not perfect, it didn't solve all the problems, but it made a big difference. Now that it has been abolished, things have gone back to how they were before it was introduced. One Laverton local said to me, "Anyone who thinks it didn't work has rocks in their heads." Leonora Shire President Peter Craig said, as well as quarantining 80% of their money that could not be spent on alcohol, the card also helped teach those on it a better understanding of money, how to budget and how to pay bills. Some of that knowledge was being passed on from the women to the young people in the community. Much of those gains have now been lost as family members use cash to buy booze, and it's all gone before the bills can be paid. Many of the kids who are now dealing with the consequences yet again of drunken adults and unsafe environments at home are no longer going to school or attending much less frequently than in the past. There is a fear in both towns that suicide will again become an issue in the district, as it was before the cashless debit card was introduced. Indigenous leaders that I met with in Laverton are very clear that alcohol is the scourge of their community and they need help in dealing with it. Alcohol is not culture, they all agree. They have strong views about the sale of alcohol and controls that could be put in place, but reluctantly accept it is a legal product being sold by legitimate businesses. Their biggest concern is for their people, who they say are dying at an alarming rate. They all know others who are on dialysis because of the damage done by their alcohol addiction. It is well known that the publican in Laverton has, at the request of police, imposed his own restrictions on sales when things get dangerously out of hand, which they have on a number of occasions. Minister Rishworth yesterday in the other place blamed an increase of issues in these towns on an increase in people travelling to these towns from the NG lands and spending mining royalty money. I can say to the minister, if you go and visit there, the locals will tell you this is only part of the problem, and part of the problem that has always been an issue. The biggest change, however, has been the Albanese government's ending of the cashless debit card. The presidents of both shires have written to the Prime Minister, setting out a way forward and pleading for his assistance. They want the assistance to enhance the welfare of Indigenous people in both towns and also the transient population coming into their communities from the NG lands, an area that makes up about 3% of mainland Australia. Their plan set out in the letter covers improved community safety and cohesion by expanding youth engagement and diversion programs, job creation, better services, addressing the issues caused by alcohol, investing in families and on-country learning and education. They have specific ideas under each of these 6 categories and have worked on costing each idea. They are requesting a total investment across both towns of $81 million over 5 years, which could be split between the federal government and the Western Australian state government. So far, their letter, written on the 20th of February, has not been even acknowledged by Prime Minister Albanese. Most of all, their message when I was there was that they just want the Albanese government to listen to them, to listen and to hear their voices. They think that the Prime Minister should visit their towns and see firsthand what is going on, what they are going through. That's what the opposition leader Peter Dutton did. That's what local federal member Rick Wilson did. That's what I did. The Albanese government should immediately restore the cashless debit card in these towns. That's what these towns themselves, the voices on the ground, the people who can directly see the impact of the withdrawal of the card. That is what they are pleading the Albanese government to do. Just because it was an election promise to get rid of it doesn't mean the government should persist with a policy that on any analysis is a complete failure. But further to that, the Albanese government and the McGowan state government, they need to listen to the voices of the people in these towns. These are the people who every day, as the afternoon sets in, that's when the trouble starts. These are the people that every day, just before the bottle shop opens, they see the queues in the streets. Look at what these people are asking for. They've written it. They've put it in black and white to you, Prime Minister. Do something to stop what is without a doubt a catastrophe playing out in these remote towns. I know, just like the Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, like the local member there, the member for O'Connor, Rick Wilson, we want to be able to return to Laverton. We want to be able to return to Leonora in years to come and hear the joy of kids playing in the streets, seeing the kids being properly fed, not wandering the streets, wondering where their next meal will come from because their parents have withdrawn the cash, as they can now do, and they have literally spent it on booze and consume it. My fear, though, is the Albanese government is just not listening, and there won't be many left, and all the joy in future years will be gone.
Senator Rice.
Acting Deputy President. In 2015, the residents of Footscray in the western suburbs of Melbourne secured a curfew on heavy trucks from the Andrews Labor government. Footscray is my home, so I know what a huge win this was for the local community, and it was a triumph for grassroots and community campaigns. Massive trucks powering down our residential streets have caused massive problems of diesel pollution, noise, amenity through their sheer bulk dominating the streets, and they endanger people's lives. Yet 8 years later, the Andrews government has failed to adequately enforce and monitor the curfew, and Footscray residents continue to be appallingly impacted by the continuous presence of heavy trucks and road trains. The massive problems of these massive trucks continues. About 25 road trains use Footscray's Moore Street every day to deliver material to the Westgate Tunnel project, as well as around 2,000 other trucks. And despite a statement in 2018 by the Premier that material for this project would be delivered by rail freight, Footscray's streets have become a major thoroughfare for road trains and heavy vehicles delivering material to the Westgate Tunnel project. And disappointingly, a growing number of these trucks have exemptions from the government to access residential streets in the area. These trucks have a huge negative impact on the well-being and health of this community. Constantly breathing in diesel pollution from dirty vehicles is bad for people's health. A recent study by the University of Melbourne found that air and traffic pollution likely claims more than 11,000 Australian lives every year. And I have heard countless stories from residents who have been woken in the night by the loud noise of trucks turning or accelerating through their streets. Many people have told me how difficult it's been to get their children to sleep through the night, and others shared how they've begun to experience ongoing sleep deprivation. But even more alarmingly, not only are these heavy vehicles disturbing the sleep and hearing of residents of Footscray, but they are endangering the lives of pedestrians and cyclists. Just a month ago, a 22-year-old cyclist, Angus Collins, was tragically killed by a truck on Footscray Road at an intersection that was made incredibly dangerous by the construction of the Westgate Tunnel. And my heart goes out to his family and friends. And I recently heard from Elizabeth, a local resident, who was nearly run over by a truck while walking to school with her son. She told me that while turning left from Moore Street in Footscray, the truck mounted the curb and came so close to her and her son that she could have touched it with her hands. Elizabeth told me that the experience left her feeling angry and disempowered. Angry that her son can't walk to school safely, and disempowered by the broken promises of the Andrews government to the Footscray community. I am also angry. I was elected to the Maribyrnong Council 20 years ago this month. The big part of my council election platform was campaigning about trucks. The community has seen little to no change regarding heavy vehicles in the decade since. It is so wrong that Elizabeth and her son are still... It's so wrong that cyclists are still being killed by trucks, that Elizabeth is worried about the safety of her kids walking to school, on the very same intersection that I was worried about my kids walking to school 20 years ago. The community have been stonewalled and stymied, with minimal action being taken by the state government in that time. The Footscray community fought hard for the truck curfew in 2015, and it should be upheld. I call upon the Andrews government to adequately enforce the truck curfew, to immediately end all exemptions given to heavy trucks and road trains during the curfew hours in Footscray, and to fulfil their commitment to transport material for the Westgate Tunnel project via rail. And I also call upon the federal government to pressure their Labor colleagues to take these actions, to introduce tough new federal pollution standards for heavy vehicles, and to put in place measures to rapidly shift freight transport to rail and hydrogen and electric trucks to help my fellow residents of the inner west of Melbourne, and indeed across the country, to live safe and healthy lives. As I've done many times in this place, I'd like to talk about the crucial need to raise income support, particularly after hearing evidence from our latest poverty inquiry hearing. Being forced to live in your car or in a tent while your government delivers tax cuts to those on over $200,000 a year is not okay. But this is the reality for those hit hardest by the Lismore floods. I recently visited Lismore to chair the 5th hearing of the year-long Senate inquiry into the extent and nature of poverty in Australia. Over 3,000 homes in the Lismore area were impacted by the 2022 floods, and more than 1 year on, our inquiry heard harrowing reports of locals still camping in tents in their backyards, couch surfing, living in cars or in pod villages. And we heard about the kindness and the care of strangers and community organisations who selflessly uplift those in need in the absence of government support. The resounding issue that has been raised in these inquiry hearings is meagre income support payments. The inquiry heard from Nimbin resident Chibo, who shared his experience over the last few years. I must say, I've never felt so mentally tortured as when I was unemployed, starting with Centrelink treating you like you're the last dirt from the street. Just coming into the whole situation really impacts on your lifestyle, on your nutrition level, on anything. As soon as something goes pop, which wasn't being calculated for, like if you have a car and you have one tyre problem or something, that's $50 to $150. That just throws you out when you are maybe saving up for getting the fridge repaired or something. It is such a stressful state. On Centrelink payments, he added, "We are making people sick, in my opinion, by having people live on such a small amount of money." And sadly, we heard the same thing in Lismore as we've been hearing at every poverty inquiry hearing to date. People are struggling to keep a roof over their heads, and they need help to make it through this cost of living crisis. To those who are still doing it tough, please know that we hear you and will continue to fight for you inside and outside the parliament. Because between low wages, no affordable housing and starvation payments of around $47 a day for people on JobSeeker, communities across the country are facing dire financial circumstances, which is why the Greens are pushing Labor to invest $5 billion a year in public and affordable housing and to raise the rate of all income support payments to $88 a day in the May budget. We need action, not words. Poverty is a political choice, a choice that continues to be made by this Labor government. These people in our community have been punished by 10 years of a callous coalition government, and as we saw in the budget last year, they will continue to be chastised by a Labor government who profess to speak for the people. I am calling on Minister Rishworth, Treasurer Chalmers and the Labor government to financially support people who have been forced into poverty, forced into something that is out of their control. The government has the power and the ability to lift the rate of income support above the poverty line. And finally, I want to note in the time remaining that Friday marks Tibetan Uprising Day, which commemorates the 1959 Tibetan Uprising, which ultimately resulted in a violent crackdown on Tibetan independence movements and in the flight of the Dalai Lama into exile. And the Chinese government has continued their attacks on Tibetan people and culture to this day. Peaceful protests in Tibet have resulted in people being arrested, including monks, and we have a broader pattern by the Chinese government of oppressive actions against Tibetan organisations and people. I've consistently noted my concerns about the disappearance of the Panchen Lama, and I will continue to push here in an Australian context that we only recognise a Dalai Lama appointed by Tibetan Buddhist traditions and practices without interference by the Chinese government. To the people of Tibet and to Tibetans around the world, we are in solidarity with you and with everyone facing injustice and human rights violations. We urgently urge the Chinese government to immediately cease its violations of human rights in Tibet, and we call upon the Australian government to advocate at the highest level for human rights in Tibet and around the world.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak this evening in relation to the Labor government's review of religious educational institutions and anti-discrimination laws, which, to be frank, has become an absolute car smash, absolute train wreck. And the evidence that was presented before the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee during estimates was quite gobsmacking, absolutely gobsmacking. And before I provide some particular comments in relation to the state the Labor government has gotten itself into with respect to this review, I first want to talk about the importance of freedom of religion. Freedom of religion is one of the key individual human rights, one of the key freedoms: freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of religion. And it's a freedom that isn't just exercised by an individual, it's a freedom which is exercised in community, and it is well and truly accepted as a matter of international human rights law that people have a right in community to practice their religious faith freely, and that includes religious schools. In the last parliament, I participated in the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee's review of the proposed legislation from the Morrison government. And during that process, my door was open and will always remain open to everyone who has views with respect to this issue. And that committee conducted itself, in my opinion, in a very balanced and reasonable way in terms of obtaining the viewpoints of all stakeholders, as it should. Hence, it is extraordinarily disappointing to see the feedback which has been provided from people of faith in relation to the consultation paper issued by the Australian Law Reform Commission entitled Religious Educational Institutions and Anti-Discrimination Laws, released on January 2023. I first want to refer to a media release issued by the National Catholic Education Commission. And it should be noted that the National Catholic Education Executive Director, Jacinta Collins, served in this place for, in total, some 21 years. And whilst Jacinta Collins served on the other side of the aisle, I deeply respect her contribution to this place. And one would reasonably expect that a person with that experience, when they go to print on matters like this, would do so having carefully considered the issues. And this is what the media release states, 31 January 2023. It's entitled, "Proposed reforms to discrimination legislation would make it impossible for Catholic schools to be Catholic." End quote. That's the media release from one of the largest providers of religious faith-based schools in Australia. And I quote again, "At the National Catholic Education Commission meeting today, our educational leaders across Australia were very concerned by the narrow approach taken in the Australian Law Reform Commission paper. The proposed reforms fail to provide real protections for religious schools to effectively operate and teach according to their religious beliefs and ethos." Ms Collins said the review had been limited to exemptions in the Sex Discrimination, Fair Work and other acts and does not address the need for protections for religious rights in Australia. She says, "Changes to anti-discrimination laws must go hand in hand with proactive legislation to protect religious freedom. International law recognises protections to establish religious educational institutions and the right of parents to choose a school for their children that is in line with their religious values and belief. In a pluralist society, Catholic schools should be free to be Catholic." End quote. And I agree wholeheartedly with that proposition. The Catholic schools should be free to be Catholic, just as Anglican schools should be free to be Anglican, Muslim schools should be free to be Muslim, Jewish schools should be free to be Jewish. And that should be a fundamental, important basis for a pluralist society, bearing in mind that many people of many different faiths have come to this country. They've come to this country from lands where they couldn't practice their religious faith, whether individually or in communion. I again quote from the media release from the National Catholic Education Commission. "This is an important tipping point for faith-based schools in Australia," she said. "We need to find a fair and reasonable balance to ensure staff and students are not discriminated against on the basis of sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, marital or relationship status or pregnancy, while enabling faith-based educational institutions to continue to express their faith, identity, ethos and values." End quote. A very measured and balanced view with respect to this topic. A very measured and balanced view with respect to this topic. The right of Catholic schools to be Catholic. And then subsequently, another letter was received. This letter was sent to the Honourable Mark Dreyfus, our Attorney-General, from a range of faith leaders, again with respect to the consultation paper. And it was sent by the Right Reverend Dr Michael Steed, Anglican Bishop of South Sydney, but co-signed by leaders of the faith, the Catholic faith, the Anglican faith, the Greek Orthodox Church, Muslim schools, Presbyterians, Adventists, Australian Christian churches, pages of signatories. And this is what they say, and I quote, "The paper proposes that the right of religious schools to preference people of their faith in the selection of staff be strictly limited only to those teaching roles where the teaching, observance or practice of the religion is a genuine requirement of the role, having regard to the nature and ethos of the institution." That's what the ALRC consultation paper proposes. For every other teaching role, it would become unlawful for the school to give preference to employing teachers who share or are willing to commit to supporting the religious beliefs of the school. End quote. And they go on, "Faith-based schools in Australia have long been free to give preference to employing staff who share or who are willing to support the faith and beliefs according to which the school is conducted. They do not seek the right to discriminate on the basis of a protected attribute, but simply to be able to employ staff who share or are willing to uphold the religious beliefs of the school." End quote. What's unreasonable about that? That's balance. From my perspective, that's balance. And what has brought these faith leaders, education leaders, to write in these terms? It's the fact that they consider that the Australian Law Reform Commission paper, which was released in January 2023, is not a balanced document. It's not a balanced document. And it stands, in my view, Madam Acting Deputy President, in stark contrast to the Religious Freedom Review that was the report of an expert panel of 5 experts, not one, 5 experts, including the current President of the Human Rights Commission. Now, during Senate estimates, I was told, well, Senator Scarr, it's a consultation paper. It's a consultation paper. So we're getting feedback on the consultation. Isn't that how it's meant to work?
Well, the problem is when you start from this point, the religious faith leaders, important stakeholders in our community, have absolutely no confidence now in the process. It has become a train wreck. They have no confidence in the process because this is the starting point. It appears like a fait accompli, and so they've lost faith in the process. Let me quote from the letter of the religious faith leaders dated 13 February 2023 to the Honourable Mark Dreyfus MP. Having carefully considered the proposals in the consultation paper, we are doubtful that the Australian Law Reform Commission process can reach any balanced outcomes, as contemplated by the terms of reference, by starting with these proposals. We agree with the comments from the National Catholic Education Commission that the proposed reforms fail to provide real protections for religious schools to effectively operate and teach according to their religious beliefs and ethos, and that if the proposed reforms were adopted, it would be a major blow to authentic faith-based education in Australia." End quote. So that's the situation we're now in, because the Labor Party embarked on a consultation process which was a farce. They started with the fait accompli, and they've gotten the consultation. I call it it's been very, very direct consultation, that the consultation process has failed, and this will be an albatross around the neck of the Attorney-General Mark Dreyfus.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Deputy President. In my capacity serving the people of Queensland and Australia, I note that during the last Senate estimates hearings, Adjunct Professor John Skerritt, Deputy Secretary of the Health Products Regulation Group within the TGA, commented with clarity previously lacking in 3 years of health officials' testimony. Finally, the truth. The Therapeutic Goods Administration, our TGA, did not check patient-level clinical trial data for the mRNA vaccines. Instead, using documents that Pfizer supplied and modified after the United States Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, requested. It's now very relevant to ask, how diligent was America's Food and Drug Administration, the FDA? That's America's equivalent of our TGA overseeing drug approvals. On the 2nd of November 2021, the British medical journal, BMJ, published an article titled "COVID-19 Researcher Blows the Whistle on Data Integrity Issues in Pfizer's Vaccine Trial." So let's quote from that article. A regional director who was employed at the research organisation Ventavia Research Group, Brooke Jackson, has told the BMJ that the company falsified data, unblinded patients, employed inadequately trained vaccinators, and was slow to follow up on adverse events in the Texas trial sites. Staff who conducted quality control checks were overwhelmed by the volume of problems they were finding. After repeatedly notifying Ventavia of these problems, Jackson emailed a complaint to the US Food and Drug Administration. Ventavia fired her later the same day. Jackson has provided the BMJ with dozens of internal company documents, photos, audio recordings and emails to substantiate her allegations. End of quote. Brooke Jackson used FDA whistleblower provisions. A lot of good that did her, because the FDA dobbed her into Pfizer anyway. She was fired and her complaint ignored. Start of cover-up. Minister, on the 16th of November 2022, the British Medical Journal published an article titled "FDA Oversight of Clinical Trials is Grossly Inadequate, Say Experts." In recent months, a court-ordered release of documents surrounding the FDA's approval of Pfizer's vaccine and confirmed Pfizer's malfeasance. Known as the Pfizer Papers, the FDA contested the release to the public. It wanted this information kept secret for 75 years. The Pfizer Papers show the FDA knew, or reasonably should have known, at the time of approval the clinical trials were incapable of supporting an approval. So let me say that again. The Pfizer Papers show the FDA knew, or reasonably should have known, at the time of approval the clinical trials were incapable of supporting an approval. Pfizer then did this. Their USA and European trial sites were getting so many adverse reactions that Pfizer had to cheat, and at the last moment added 26 new trial sites in Argentina, recruiting 467 doctors almost overnight to create 44,000 new glowing patient records, overwhelming the legitimate bad data. In Argentina, some sites and many patients do not appear to exist. Adverse events were hidden, and patients who were harmed or killed were removed from the data. That's what the United States Food and Drug Administration rubber-stamped. And that's exactly what the TGA rubber-stamped. That is exactly what the TGA rubber-stamped. And now everyday Australians are dying. Look, I know people are tired of this whole thing. One Nation is as well. Yet there's a far larger issue that has gone without comment. That is too monstrous to simply let go. It relates to why the TGA refused to have anything to do with an Australian-developed, conventional attenuated virus vaccine that would have been safe to use. And Queensland University discontinued their conventional vaccine on spurious grounds, with real conflicts of interest. This opened the door for an entirely new class of drugs and supposed vaccines, mRNA, medicine by gene editing. This was not about Australian patient health. It was about patents. Over the last 15 years, 47 market-leading drugs have aged out of patent, costing pharmaceutical companies $30 billion a year in lost sales, including drugs that made up to 42% of Pfizer's drug revenue and 62% of AstraZeneca's drug revenue. This patent cliff is set to get worse with another 15 drugs, 9 of the world's top 20 selling drugs due to expire this decade. Pfizer will face losing another $15 billion in annual sales. The only way to replace so much revenue is with a whole new class of drug, mRNA. 400 mRNA drugs are currently in development. The manufacturing plants in Australia are already under construction before the drugs are tested. The problem for Big Pharma was how to get these radical gene editing drugs accepted. Coincidentally, along came COVID, a miraculous opportunity to use the new, untested mRNA gene editing. The heavens aligned to wave mRNA technology through with no debate or scrutiny for humans and animals. To wave it through for humans and animals with no debate or scrutiny, untested. We now have an explosion of patient death reports, patient harm reports, on the database of adverse events notifications, including 940 deaths before doctors actually gave in to AHPRA blackmail and stopped reporting vaccine or injection deaths. The actual deaths from COVID injections are known to be underreported, grossly underreported, due to AHPRA's threats to doctors and nurses. In 2022, there were 22,000 more Australian deaths than usual. And our bureaucrats, health bureaucrats, can't tell us why. Half are unexplained, and the other half are supposedly people for whom the mRNA vaccines did nothing and led to their death. Yet the pharmaceutical industry's future is secure now for a generation. And that, Minister, is a crime this government refuses to investigate. That is a crime this government refuses to investigate. Health bureaucrats' lies and government deceit directly and indirectly killed thousands of people, thousands of Australians dead. Bureaucrats' lies destroyed millions of lives and livelihoods. Unless the Albanese government takes prompt action, it will be complicit with the Morrison government's crime. One Nation calls on the government to immediately enact a Senate Select Inquiry to identify the scope and terms of reference for a Royal Commission into state and federal government's gross mismanagement of COVID. Thank you.
Senator Rennick.
Thank you, Acting Madam Deputy Chair. And if there's one thing I've learnt in my 3.5 years of being a senator is that if anyone thinks that this country is being run by the people in this chamber or in the other place, they are kidding themselves. It is run by the bureaucrats. And let's be honest, that's too much a nicer term. They're really autocrats, because these people are accountable to no one. We've been fooled with this Orwellian language that they're an independent statutory authority, and because they're independent, they're going to be pure as driven snow. Well, I don't think I've been to a set of estimates yet in the last 3.5 years where I've ever had a bureaucrat actually come out and give me a straight answer. And quite frankly, I'm sick and tired of it. So tonight's all about the last set of estimates and the number of lies that were told by Professor John Skerritt. And I'm going to go through those lies bit by bit right now. The first one, and this was a real doozy, when asked by Senator Roberts actually whether or not he would apologise for the people who died from the vaccine, he quoted that since the beginning of the COVID pandemic, more than 10 times as many people have died from paracetamol or Panadol as from adverse events due to COVID vaccines. Now, we checked that out.
Sorry to interrupt you, Senator Rennick, but Senator Ayres is standing, I believe, with a point of order.
I think it's pretty unusual for senators in this place to describe public servants, senior or otherwise, as liars, and I'd ask that you direct Senator Rennick to withdraw that.
Senator Rennick, will you withdraw that statement?
No, because I'm going to explain the reasons why right now. And if Senator Ayres would take the time to listen to what I've got to say,
Senator
he would
Rennick,
know.
you'll need to take your seat again, and I also have Senator Roberts on his feet, but to you first, Senator Ayres.
Acting Deputy President, that is not a basis for not withdrawing that assertion. There are plenty of other forms of language that could be used by Senator Rennick to describe a disagreement that he has, but describing somebody, particularly somebody who's given evidence in Senate proceedings, using the terminology that Senator Rennick has, is not acceptable, and I'd ask you again to request that he withdraw it.
Thank you, Senator Ayres. I have Senator Roberts on his feet, but before I let you take the call, I'm assuming on a point of order, I will advise Senator Rennick that in this place and under our standing orders, in the exercise of our freedom of speech, we have a need to exercise our valuable right of freedom of speech in a responsible manner. That damage may be done in this place by allegations made in Parliament, and that such persons have limited opportunities to respond to such allegations. Senator Roberts.
As a witness to what happened, I can testify that Senator Rennick
Roberts,
was telling the truth.
Not a point of order. Senator Rennick, would you like to continue with your speech? I would like to ask you, given it wasn't against a member of this place, I won't insist that you withdraw it, but I do ask you to exercise your responsibility in this place and your right to freedom of speech in a responsible manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Madam Deputy Chair. And I will continue. As I've just quoted, Professor Skerritt said that there were 10 times more deaths from paracetamol and Panadol than there were from the COVID vaccines. So upon returning to my electoral office, I thought I'd check this particular quote out, and it turns out there's only 52 deaths on the Dane website since the 1st of January 2021, the same time that the COVID vaccines have been available. 24 of those vaccines were as a result of self-harm, and nearly all of the remaining vaccines were in concurrence with other drugs. So, given that there's been 975 reported deaths, and that varies 975, 978, according to Professor Skerritt, there should have been 9,700 and hang on, where are we up to here? 9,000 or so reported deaths from paracetamol. Now, I note here that Professor Skerritt's more than happy to take every reported death from paracetamol as an alleged death, but not the same for COVID vaccines. So he's also applying double standards. So whichever way you look at it, it's an egregious statement. Now the second time that I want to pick him up on a statement that I dispute or figure that was misleading was that when I asked why he made the statement at a press conference that he said Moderna would provide 100% protection from death, he insisted that he was quoting a study. Well, I've gone back and I've looked at the Hansard again when he made that press conference, and this is exactly what he said. He's referring to the release of the Moderna vaccine. It's highly efficient, and of course we can build on widespread global experience. So in the US alone, there has been over 140 million doses of Moderna used. The other really encouraging thing about Moderna is even after 6 months, it's proving to be 93% efficient against infection, 98% against severe disease and 100% against death, and that's really exciting. Now, he's quoted from 140 million doses from that was administered in the US. He was not quoting from a trial. So again, I will say that he was definitely misleading. I would consider that, given that I've raised this with him in questions on notice, he knew exactly what he was saying, and he shouldn't have said what he said. Now, the other thing that was particularly disturbing was when I asked why he didn't put a warning label on the vaccines to warn people who had antiphospholipid syndromes and advise them that there hadn't been tested, the vaccines hadn't been tested for people with autoimmune diseases. He quoted a study from rheumatology that said effectively that the vaccines were safe for people with antiphospholipid syndrome. So I went and looked up that study in the Rheumatology magazine, and it turns out that that study was conducted on the Sinopharm vaccine, which was the Chinese vaccine, and that was a protein vaccine. So that's completely different. Protein vaccines are completely different to mRNA vaccines, and the important distinction is the fact that the mRNA vaccines are encased in a lipid nanoparticle, and there's 4 lipids in that. There's a ionisable lipid, there's a PEG, there's a cholesterol, and number 4, there's a phospholipid. So, given that there are phospholipids in the vaccine, step 1, and because the vaccine, the lipids actually cross the cell membrane, biochemistry students will know from Biochemistry 101 that the cell is a membrane made up of a bilipid layer of phospholipids. So the actual phospholipids around your cell are also impacted by this vaccine because of the pathway it uses. So why he was quoting a study that relied on the Sinopharm protein vaccine and not the mRNA vaccine is, again, very misleading. Now, another question that was posed to him earlier in the afternoon was whether or not cardiac arrests were a side effect of the vaccine. Now, that was a question because Professor Skerritt admitted that you could have myocarditis from the vaccine, and it turns out that in some cases myocarditis can lead to cardiac arrests. It can cause a lot of lifetime pain. I was on the phone yesterday to a doctor for 40 minutes who was saying it's actually a subclinical condition, and I'd never heard that term before, but what he said is it's like an iceberg. He says a lot of people don't experience any pain with myocarditis, and then they'll suddenly pass away if they're not aware of the condition that they've got. Unlike pericarditis, which is another heart muscle issue, but that actually has external pains, so you can feel that, and that's often the reason why people are going to the hospital, because they can feel that pain. But myocarditis can actually be subclinical and you can't always feel it. But long story short is, yet again, he has tried to downplay the risks of the vaccine by not acknowledging that cardiac arrests are a side effect of the vaccine. And you can't say that myocarditis is, but cardiac arrests aren't. Now, the other one I'd like to refer to, and this was actually a statement that he made about 12 months ago, but I think it's worth raising again, is that he said that the lipids in the vaccine are like the lipids that you eat in the sausages that you have for breakfast. Well, it turns out that in December last year, a very diligent and persistent lady managed to get an unredacted copy of the Pfizer non-clinical report. And we were fortunate enough to get page 17, 18 and 19 unredacted. And there's some interesting stuff in here that you've really got to ask yourself why it was redacted in the first place, given that it was particularly pertinent to the risks that this new vaccine had. But what is interesting at the bottom of page 17 of the unredacted statement, and you won't see this on the website at 2389-6, is because the unredacted version hasn't been put up yet, even though it should, is that this paper, the Pfizer non-clinical evaluation report, actually says that novel excipients are used in the vaccine. Novel. Novel means new. So for Professor Skerritt to claim that the lipids used in the vaccine are the same as the sausages that you eat for breakfast is completely misleading again, because as his own document said, this was submitted by Pfizer to the TGA, said that the lipids, 2 of the lipids out of the 4 lipids in the vaccine, I mean this is quite a complex biochemistry chemical arrangement here, are actually brand new. So yet again, why has he misled about this? Now, there was another statement that I asked as well, is why, and this wasn't just Professor Skerritt, a number of people have said this, is that the vaccine stays in the top of your arms. Now, if you go to page 44 of this particular document again, the Pfizer non-clinical evaluation report, you will see that the concentration of lipids in all body organs, or just about all body organs, are still increasing after day 2 before they stopped the trials. Okay, it doubled in the ovaries. The concentration of lipids in the ovaries doubled from day 1 to day 2. Right, that in itself should have been, a red flag, right? Because women are born with one set of ovaries, and then they have one set of eggs in there, and they're called oocytes, and they stay with the women throughout their lifetime. So if it gets into the oocytes, that's going to cause problems down the track, I can assure you. Now, Professor Skerritt replied that the concentration of lipids decreased in the body. Well, that wasn't the question that I asked. I asked why the concentration of lipids increased in various body organs. And yet again, he is deliberately misled. And this matters because this comes back to the whole point about the 978 reported deaths, of which the TGA claim only 14 have actually been as a result of the vaccine. Professor Skerritt is trying to override these reported deaths, of which 70%, at least 70%, or approximately 70%, come from medical professionals, and 50% come from state governments. Now, given that Professor Skerritt and the TGA haven't examined the patients, haven't examined the body, in many cases autopsies haven't been done, why is he overriding the expert opinion of people who've actually examined the patients or the body before they passed away? And if he can't tell the truth about all these other things, how do we know he's telling the truth about reported deaths to the TGA?
The Senate stands adjourned.